Chapter 1569. Seeing the transformation of Xianxia, the monk's expression couldn't help but change. Apparently, he didn't think that Xianxia could be so powerful and have such an abnormal transformation ability. Tyrant's senses were incomparably sharp. Naturally, he could sense that the transformed Xianxia's combat strength had increased by at least 10 times. Humph. I would like to see what means a puny intermediate immortal king has to challenge me. Tyrant harumphed coldly and put away his frivolous attitude. A vast golden Buddha's light rushed out of his body and illuminated the void. Under the illumination of the Buddha's light, Tyrant looked like an eminent Buddha, incomparably solemn. If one didn't experience it himself, who would associate Tyrant with a bandit just by looking at his current state? No one would have thought that such an eminent monk was a robber. Xianxia moved. He stretched out his hand and grabbed a golden dragon. The golden dragon shook its head and wagged its tail. It was a few dozen meters long. Xianxia grabbed its tail and smashed it towards Tyrant. The roar of the dragon shook the sky, as though a true dragon had descended to the world. Voila! Tyrant also moved. With a wave of his hand, boundless golden light flashed and instantly condensed into a Buddha seal. The huge golden Buddha seal was as big as a mountain, incomparably terrifying. It then blasted towards the golden dragon. In Tyrant's point of view, this move was enough to crush the golden dragon and severely injure Xianxia. Honglong. Immediately, a huge hole appeared in the sky as destructive energies interweaved together. With just a single move, the entire battlefield had been reduced into chaos. It was clear just how powerful the attacks from the two of them were. Caw. The Buddha seal was torn apart and the golden dragon collapsed. Both Xianxia and Tyrant's bodies were as steady as Mount Tai. They didn't even budge an inch. Xianxia's eyes were like the scorching sun, shooting out blazing battle light. The means of the eminent monk of White Dragon Temple was indeed extraordinary. He was able to find out the truth with just a single move. If it wasn't for the fact that he had advanced to the intermediate immortal king realm, he wouldn't be a match for this monk. On the other side, the monk wasn't as calm as Xianxia. The way he looked at Xianxia began to change completely. As a peerless genius of White Dragon Temple, he was all too clear about his own means and was incomparably confident. He had encountered plenty of geniuses in his life, including those who were more terrifying than him, but the one who shocked him the most was undoubtedly Xianxia. If Xianxia was also an early immortal emperor, Tyrant wouldn't be too surprised. But this dragon man was only an intermediate immortal king. The gap between him and an early immortal emperor wasn't just a little bit. Plus, Tyrant was a genius among geniuses. He wasn't an ordinary early immortal emperor. Even under such circumstances, Xianxia was still able to fight him to a draw. Who would believe it if they didn't experience it themselves? I never thought that I, Great Master Howren, would encounter a peerless monstrous genius, but today is my first business. If I fail, wouldn't I become a laughing stock? Kid, you are indeed qualified to be my opponent. What's your name? Great Master Howren asked. He called himself a master, but he didn't have the slightest image and dignity of a master. Of course, he did have the ability of a master of Buddha sect. Xianxia. Xianxia revealed his name. Then without saying another word, he grabbed 2 dragons with both of his hands, a golden dragon and a fire dragon. The golden dragon seal and the fire dragon seal were hurled at Great Master Howren at the same time. His desire to fight had been fully aroused. He must determine the winner of this fight with this expert of White Dragon Temple. Brr. The roar of the dragon reverberated through the sky. Powerful energy waves shook the mountain below and began to crack. This was destined to be an earth-shattering battle. Bang. Howren's battle intent was also stimulated. For someone like him who loved to fight, once he met a strong opponent, he would disregard everything and attack. It was very rare to encounter such a battle. Once he met such a battle, the outcome would be decided. That was the outcome of his heart. Once he won, his state of mind would change and it would become an indomitable force. After many victories, he would form the mentality of a war god and he would have the aura of a war god. Great Master Howren shouted and struck out another Buddha seal. This time, the Buddha seal directly transformed into the shadow of a Buddha. It had a benevolent expression on its face. It seemed like it was the only sovereign of the world. It suppressed everything in the world and pressed towards the 2 dragons. Bumble. Another earth-shattering collision occurred. The void was shattered inch by inch. Boundless chi waves surged. The mountain below was directly broken and split open from the middle. Rocks were flying everywhere. It was a scene of doomsday. The two experts continued to attack. Xianxia unleashed the 5 elements combat dragon seal to the extreme. He continuously struck out berserk dragons. His combat strength was like the ocean, endless and inexhaustible. It was the same for Great Master Howren. His body was enveloped by the Buddha light and he had turned into a peerless Buddha. The Buddha seals he struck out were huge. The two of them fought fiercely for tens of thousands of miles. The mountains and rivers collapsed and the void was destroyed. Haha, this is exhilarating. This is exhilarating. Xianxia, even if I return empty-handed today, this battle is worth it. I didn't think that there would be such a heaven-defying monster like you in the immortal world. Unfortunately, your cultivation is still a little weak. Today I will definitely defeat you and let you leave quietly. I won't take a single cent from you. Great Master Howren laughed out loud. He seemed to have fought to his heart's content. His entire person seemed to have changed into a new person. His posture was extraordinary. It had been a long time since he had such an enjoyable battle. To him, defeating Xianxia was far more important than robbing others. Right now, his battle intent had been completely ignited. The only thing he had to do was to defeat Xianxia. He had to defeat Xianxia. Who will win and who will lose is still uncertain. You want to defeat me and I want to defeat you. The experts of White Dragon Temple are indeed extraordinary. However, you are still not my opponent. Xianxia's aura soared into the sky. His posture was extremely arrogant. He took a step forward and the void beneath his feet immediately collapsed. A huge hole was formed from his stomp. He then struck out the true dragon palm towards the monk. Roar, roar, the dragons roared furiously. After striking out the true dragon palm, the 5 elemental combat dragon seal was also unleashed by Xianxia. The whole battlefield was filled with wild dragons, wreaking havoc on everything, filling up the sky. Boundless Buddha chi. Great Master Howren's eyes were like the stars. An ancient Buddha light rushed out from the depths of his soul. Under the infusion of this energy, his body actually doubled in size. His entire person was about to transform into a Buddha. This move seemed to be similar to Tyrant's Tao Light Buddha body, but in truth, it wasn't as exquisite as the Tao Light Buddha body. The Tao Light Buddha body originated from the ancient divine monolith that was inherited from the abyss. It was the highest Buddha body of the Buddhist sect. When one cultivated it to grand completion, they would become a Buddha. However, this boundless Buddha chi was also extremely powerful. At least 18 palms appeared around Great Master Howren's body. Each palm was able to strike out a powerful Buddha seal. When he struck out the Buddha seals, golden light shone everywhere. The entire battlefield had turned into a kingdom of Buddhist sect. The sky turned dark. The dark clouds that had just condensed in the sky were instantly shattered by the impact. The entire sky was completely torn apart. This was a battle of the pinnacle. If an ordinary person was caught in it, just the destructive energy of the battle would be enough to tear him into pieces. While Xianxia and Great Master Howren retreated at the same time during the intense collision. Both of them spurted out a mouthful of blood. Both of their expressions became incomparably serious. The way they looked at each other became even more intense. Under the circulation of the wood's spiritual qi, Xianxia's injuries recovered very quickly. Meanwhile, a mysterious force emerged from Howren's body. Under the support of this force, his injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Howren. 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 This isn't the power of Buddhist sect. This guy actually has such a terrifying recovery method. Xianxia was somewhat surprised. He was surprised by the speed of Great Master Howren's recovery. What made him even more surprised was that the recovery method used by Great Master Howren was not the method of Buddhist sect. Xianxia had a lot of contact with Tyrant. He was also friends with Ancestor Green Lotus. Therefore he had the most understanding of Buddhist sect. There were powerful ancient scriptures in Buddhist sect, such as Nirvana scripture and Ancient Lotus scripture. Both of these scriptures were powerful for recovering injuries. However, the method used by Great Master Howren just now was obviously not from Buddhist sect. Even if he could use the Buddha light to conceal it, it wouldn't be able to hide from Xianxia's eyes. However, those terrifying combat methods of Great Master Howren were clearly pure Buddhist methods. Therefore, this guy was definitely a genius of White Dragon Temple. This was almost certain. However, Xianxia was also certain that this guy wasn't as simple as tyrant. He didn't belong to Buddhist sect. Xianxia, you have truly angered me, golden-bodied Arhat. Great Master Howren was enraged. He hadn't been enraged for a very long time. However, this anger wasn't anger. Rather, it was the anger that was aroused by the battle. It was a type of battle instinct, the peak performance of one's fighting heart. Following Great Master Howren's shout, a huge golden-bodied Arhat condensed above his head. The golden-bodied Arhat was 30 meters in size. Its entire body was bursting with corporeal muscles and strength. Its eyes were emitting a dazzling radiance. The golden-bodied Arhat looked like it was made of gold. It was extremely mystical. Go! Great Master Howren lightly shouted. The golden-bodied Arhat immediately turned into a ray of golden light and collided with Xianxia. This was an ancient method of Buddhist sect. It could evolve into a corporeal Arhat. It was a supreme representative of Buddhist sect. It could suppress all evil in the world. It was said that it was similar to the light of expiation. It had evolved from ancient scriptures. Chapter 1570. The golden Arhat stood there as if it was the only existence in the world. The supreme Arhat of Buddhism was a powerful manifestation of the intent realm. The golden Arhat could suppress everything. A casual move could change the color of the world. What a great golden Arhat, but I, Xianxia, am not afraid. Watch me crush your golden Arhat. Xianxia's aura was like a rainbow, his black hair fluttered in the wind. Howren's strength had completely aroused his fighting spirit. His feet trembled, his body tilted, and he stepped towards the golden Arhat. Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Xianxia's voice was like thunder. He hadn't used the Azure Dragon's 5 steps for a long time, but it didn't mean that this combat skill wasn't powerful. On the contrary, the Azure Dragon's 5 steps was undoubtedly the most terrifying combat skill in close combat. Especially the power of the 5th step. It even surpassed the fusion of the 5 elements combat dragon seal. Bang! The first step immediately caused the void to collapse. Xianxia's step created a big hole. The power of this step could shatter the sky, and it landed heavily on the golden Arhat. Clang! The step that could shatter a mountain landed on the golden Arhat's body, producing a sound like iron being struck. Sparks flew everywhere. It was undeniable that the golden Arhat was too powerful. The first step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps actually didn't shake it in the slightest. Not even a crack appeared. On the contrary, Xianxia suffered a huge backlash and was sent flying dozens of meters away. Bang! Xianxia quickly followed up with the second step. Every step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps was continuous. The power of each step gradually increased. Xianxia's speed was also extremely fast. His whole body was like a bolt of lightning, and with a bang he once again stepped on the golden Arhat's body. Crack! This time cracks appeared on the indestructible golden Arhat. As the cracks appeared, Howren's expression turned ugly. His face began to turn pale. It was obvious that the golden Arhat was injured and he wasn't feeling well either. Howren wasn't feeling well, but Xianxia wasn't feeling well either. Although the power of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps was great, the power of the golden Arhat was like a vast ocean. When the two collided, the final result would only be that both sides would suffer. Ba. The cracked golden Arhat suddenly spoke. The Arhat appeared incomparably solemn. It was the true representative of Buddhism, the condensation of the essence of Buddhism. Again, Xianxia's fighting spirit soared. He took his 3rd and 4th steps almost at the same time. Every step he took was as heavy as 1,000,000,000,000 tons. After taking his 2nd step, his might was many times stronger than before. Cracks began to appear on the golden Arhat like a spider web, as if it would collapse at any moment. How can this brat be so powerful? Since when did an intermediate immortal king become so powerful? His movement technique can destroy everything. Even I, the golden Arhat, was injured. Howren was extremely shocked. If it was said that he didn't put Xianxia in his heart at the beginning, then it was completely different now. If Xianxia was his enemy, then Xianxia would be the greatest enemy he would ever face in his life. Bang! Monk Howren naturally wouldn't admit defeat. He let out a soft cha, and spat out a Buddhist rune that landed on the body of the golden-bodied Arhat. The Arhat's shattered body actually started to gradually reform, and its power was even greater than before. 5th step. At this time, Jiang Qin had already taken his fifth step. In an incomparable manner, he appeared in front of the golden-bodied Arhat in the blink of an eye. This time, Jiang Qin stepped on the head of the golden-bodied Arhat. Honglong. The last step of the Azure Dragon 5 steps was truly too powerful. Its power could be said to be the fusion of the previous 4 steps. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand it. A giant mountain would be crushed into powder by it. Even the golden-bodied Arhat couldn't withstand it and collapsed on the spot. However, the instant the golden-bodied Arhat collapsed, a magnificent energy wave erupted. Golden light filled the entire sky. Jiang Qin had crushed the golden-bodied Arhat, but the powerful force had also sent him flying 100 meters away before he could stabilize himself. Both of them spurted out blood at the same time. This was a fierce collision of extreme yang energy. There was nothing fancy about it. Both of them were injured and it was hard to tell who would win. The chest of both Jiang Qin and monk Hao Ran was completely covered in blood. Cracks had appeared on their bodies. Given how strong Jiang Qin's body was, one could tell how powerful the golden-bodied Arhat was. Boundless energy turned into waves and rushed out from Jiang Qin and Hao Ran's body. With them as the center, a huge whirlpool was formed. Both of them stared at each other. Both of their eyes were glowing with blazing light. Very quickly the light turned into flames, golden flames. At this moment, nothing was more important than defeating the other party. That was the flame of battle. Whether it was Jiang Qin or Hao Ran, neither of them had thought that their battle would reach such a climax. From the beginning, both of them had underestimated their opponent. Needless to say, Hao Ran was a supreme early immortal emperor expert and the supreme genius of White Dragon Temple. As for Jiang Qin, he had just advanced to the intermediate immortal king realm and his cultivation base had stabilized. He thought that defeating an early immortal emperor genius wouldn't be a problem, but he had never thought that this monk would be this powerful. All of a sudden Jiang Qin let out a roar. His body transformed once more. From a half-human half-dragon he turned into a blood-red dragon. The dragon body was 100 meters long. The blood-red dragon's scales glowed with ferocious light. The flames in the dragon's eyes were blazing. That was monstrous battle intent. True dragon. This bastard is obviously a human, but his body possesses the complete bloodline of a true dragon. He's truly an anomaly of the heavens and earth. Great. Today I will subdue the dragon. Hao Ran was incomparably shocked. True dragon was a divine beast, the supreme being of the heavens and earth. It was the noblest race in the heavens and earth. It had existed for a very long time and had long disappeared. Every true dragon was a godlike existence, but there were no longer any gods in this world. Jiang Qin's battle intent had also made Hao Ran's blood boil. It had been a long time since he had such a satisfying battle. Today he didn't ask for anything else but to have a satisfying battle. Hao Ran suddenly raised both of his palms. Mystical ancient runes emerged on his palms. Each rune was like a kind of ancient language. He was forming a terrifying ancient seal. How did the fight end up like this? From afar Wu Ningzhu began to worry. Not good. Not good, this monk is very strange. He isn't a single Buddhist cultivator. Look at the runes in his hands. Those are ancient runes that have existed for a very long time. He is going to use an ancient secret technique. These two fellows are already immersed in the thrill of battle. The final outcome will only be that both sides will suffer. De Huang Dog's expression changed. He could tell that the secret art in Hao Ran's hands wasn't a secret art of Buddha sect, but an ancient inheritance. This monk was a very powerful character. If the two of them continued to fight, both of them would surely suffer. What should we do now? Wu Ningzhu asked nervously. She didn't wish for Jiang Qin to be in any danger. We must stop them. They aren't mortal enemies. At most they are just exchanging pointers. There's no need for them to engage in a life-and-death battle. More importantly, this is the Golden Horizon. There are dangers everywhere. We must always ensure that our combat strength is intact. Mutual destruction won't benefit anyone, especially little Qinzi. He has too many enemies. De Huang Dog spoke. All of a sudden he shook his body and turned into a golden light, arriving between Jiang Qin and Hao Ran. Stop! De Huang Dog bellowed. This bellow was also accompanied by a secret art that struck the depths of Jiang Qin and Hao Ran's soul, forcefully awakening them from their focused state of battle. Jiang Qin, who had completely transformed into a true dragon, and Hao Ran, who was casting the secret art, swayed at the same time. Their eyes softened a little as they looked at De Huang Dog at the same time. What are you two doing? If you have the strength to deal with the real enemy, mutual destruction in the Golden Horizon isn't a joke. De Huang Dog said sternly. After being reminded by De Huang Dog, Jiang Qin and Hao Ran also regained their senses. Both of them retracted their attacks at the same time. Jiang Qin transformed back to his original appearance. He was a handsome young man. Who would associate him with a battle-crazed dragon? On the other side, Tyrant had also retracted his qi and returned to his original appearance. This dog is right. There's no need for both of us to suffer heavy losses. Jiang Qin, how about we become friends? Hao Ran laughed heartily and casually, returning to his previous sloppy appearance. He was the complete opposite of the peerless eminent monk in battle. Just nice. I also want to be friends with you. Jiang Qin smiled. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Both of them were like this. The true nature of a person could be fully reflected in the process of battle. Just based on the battle today, it was enough to arouse the respect of the other party. There was no doubt that Hao Ran was a very arrogant person. There weren't many people who could make him take the initiative to make friends. Jiang Qin was also the same. Let's stop and make peace. This was the nature of people. As long as the two geniuses who were on par with each other weren't mortal enemies, it was possible for them to join hands and become friends. In the vast immortal world, especially in the Golden Horizon, having one more friend was always better than having one more enemy. Jiang Qin, you are truly powerful. You almost made me use the forbidden art. I have to say that you are the most powerful monstrous genius I have ever seen. You can fight me to a draw with just an intermediate immortal king cultivation base. If we were at the same level, wouldn't you be able to kill me with a single breath? That's too much of a blow, Hao Ran spoke. Although his words were light, the praise he had for Jiang Qin came from the bottom of his heart. Brother Hao Ran is also very powerful. I'm afraid that you will have a hard time finding a match for the same level genius in the immortal world. Chapter 1571. Jiang Qin and Hao Ran could be said to have gotten to know each other through a fight. In Jiang Qin's opinion, Hao Ran was also a man of temperament, belonging to the same type of person as Tyrant. He was also a frivolous monk. Jiang Qin believed that if Tyrant and this guy met, the two of them would definitely become good friends. Even if Tyrant had already entered White Dragon Temple, the two of them might have already become good friends. Of course, this was just Jiang Qin's blind guess. It shouldn't be true. If it was true, it would be too much of a coincidence. Great Master is an eminent monk of White Dragon Temple. I just happen to have something to ask. Jiang Qin opened his mouth and said, if someone else were to ask this Great Master a question, it would be impossible for me to not give them some benefits. However, you, Jiang Qin, are different. Speak, what do you want to ask? Hao Ran chuckled. Hearing this, Jiang Qin suddenly felt very honored when he heard this. He could actually let this damn monk answer his question without paying. From the way this monk behaved, Jiang Qin absolutely believed in his words. If it wasn't because of the previous battle that made the two of them become friends, he might not even be able to get any information about Tyrant without spending a single cent. Brother Hao Ran, I want to ask you about a person. He is called Tyrant, also an eminent monk of Buddhism. Previously he went to White Dragon Temple. I wonder if Brother Hao Ran knows about him? Jiang Qin went straight to the point. If he wanted to ask about Tyrant, there was no need for him to beat around the bush. Hearing the two words Tyrant, Hao Ran's eyes immediately widened. He couldn't help but ask, you know my junior brother? Junior brother? Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog both rolled their eyes. After all, these two fellows were actually fellow disciples. This was too much of a coincidence. However, it was really believable to say that these two monks were fellow disciples. These two fellows were actually like-minded people. Tyrant is actually your junior brother? In that case, he successfully entered the White Dragon Temple? Jiang Qin asked. Jiang Qin was very gratified and happy that Tyrant was able to enter the White Dragon Temple. After all, the White Dragon Temple was the supreme holy land of Buddhism in the immortal world. Given Tyrant's Buddhist nature, being able to enter the White Dragon Temple to cultivate was truly a great thing. Of course, my junior brother is extremely talented and can almost be compared to me. He entered the White Dragon Temple not long ago and became a disciple of the Berserk Buddha, becoming my junior brother. The Berserk Buddha is a famous existence in the White Dragon Temple, a supreme monk. He has only accepted 2 disciples and they are my junior brother. Hao Ran said arrogantly. It was obvious that he was extremely proud to be able to become the disciple of the Berserk Buddhist supremacy. But what the hell was a Berserk Buddha? Did this Dharma name have to be so domineering? From his Dharma name, one could tell that this fellow was his master, a person that wasn't to be trifled with. If he were to get angry, who knew how violent he would be? For God's sake, the Berserk Buddha sure has a good eye to accept 2 top-grade disciples. If I remember correctly, the first time I met Tyrant, he was the leader of the 8 great pirates, right? De Huang Dog almost fainted. He felt that this Berserk Buddha had a unique taste and was very casual in accepting disciples. In his entire life he had only accepted 2 disciples. One of them was a bandit and the other was the master in front of him. Fate, it's all fate, Hao Ran said with a straight face. Hao Ran said with a serious expression. His serious expression was the same as Tyrant's, causing Xianxia and Big Yellow to feel a little uncomfortable. That's right, if this wasn't fate, what was it? What kind of fate could allow the Berserk Buddha to accept 2 good disciples? Xianxia and De Huang Dog could already imagine what kind of person this Berserk Buddha was. By the way, how did you 2 get to know my junior brother? Hao Ran asked curiously. In his point of view, he and Xianxia were fated. First, they didn't get to know each other through Discord. Now, they had become one of their own because of Tyrant. We are life and death brothers. Back then we walked out of Evil Abyss together and parted ways. He went to White Dragon Temple while I went to East Chuanyu. I haven't heard any news about him. I didn't expect to meet his senior brother today. I wonder if Tyrant has come to Golden Horizon this time. Xianxia asked. He has. Given junior brother's talent, he will certainly come. When junior brother came in, his cultivation base was at the half-step Immortal Emperor realm, but we got separated after coming in. But you don't have to worry. Given junior brother's means and character, he absolutely won't be in danger. It's impossible for ordinary people to plot against him. Monk Hao Ran spoke up. His tone was filled with confidence towards the Tyrant. And I have no doubt about this. Xianxia nodded. He didn't doubt Hao Ran's words at all because he knew Tyrant better than Hao Ran. It had always been Tyrant who plotted against others. Those who wanted to plot against him were destined not to have a good ending. Moreover, Hao Ran's words made Xianxia feel gratified. Tyrant's cultivation base had already reached the half-step Immortal Emperor realm. This was a very great news. However, Xianxia wasn't too surprised that Tyrant's cultivation base could improve so much in such a short period of time. Others might not know how strong Tyrant's foundation was, but Xianxia knew it very well. Tyrant had obtained the Tao Light Buddha body from the Divine Monument. This kind of ancient Buddha body was very terrifying. Plus, Tyrant had a deep affinity with Buddha and was proficient in many kinds of ancient scriptures of Buddha sect. In addition to his extraordinary talent, it was very normal for him to improve so quickly. If his improvement was slow, it would be abnormal instead. All right. No discord, no concord. We are going to the central region of Golden Horizon now. I wonder if Brother Hao Ran is interested in joining us. Xianxia spoke. He didn't want to waste any time. He had already wasted 6 days in the Zulong Tower. Now he had to make every second count. There were still more than 20 days left. Xianxia wanted to explore the entire Golden Horizon and explore the secrets of this place, especially the secrets related to the Golden Clan. Forget it. I'm used to being alone. Plus, I didn't even get my first deal today. It's too much of a blow to me. You guys go. I'm leaving too. I'm going to hunt in other places. After Hao Ran said that, his robe shook and he disappeared. It seemed like this fellow was addicted to robbing people and didn't care about his job at all. Worthy of being an eminent monk of White Dragon Temple. Your pursuit is indeed different from others. Looking at the place where Hao Ran vanished, De Huang Dog couldn't help but click his tongue. To Hao Ran, robbing the geniuses of the 3 immortal domains was also a kind of pleasure and pursuit. Let's go. Xianxia spoke. With a sway of his body, he continued to fly towards the direction where he came from. The incident with Hao Ran was just a small interlude, but Xianxia had gained a lot from it. The battle with Hao Ran was very satisfying. More importantly, he had received news about Tyrant, knowing that Tyrant had also come to Golden Horizon. The next thing he needed to do was to wait for his brother to reunite and fight side by side. When Tyrant came in, he was already a half-step immortal emperor. Perhaps he has already advanced to the immortal emperor realm. De Huang Dog said. It's highly possible. This bastard has the divine monument in his hand. His progress can't be judged by ordinary standards. Plus, there are opportunities everywhere in Golden Horizon. In this ancient battlefield, there were also ancient venerable Buddhas who participated in the war. He must have left something behind. Jiang Qin said, but immediately he thought of Han Yen and couldn't help but add, I wonder how A Yen is now. I haven't seen him ever since we parted ways in One Line Sky. A Yan's Gu Tianma bloodline is very powerful. In ancient times, Gu Tianma was a powerful overlord of the devil race. If A Yen can appear in this ancient battlefield, he will certainly obtain great benefits. Many great devil venerables have fallen here, leaving behind their own Dao legacies. Big Yellow said. He was slightly worried when he thought of Han Yen. After all, they hadn't met for a long time. The immortal world was far more terrifying and complicated than Saint Origin World. It wouldn't be an easy task to thrive in this world. That's right. Everything depends on luck. I hope A Yen can also appear in this Golden Horizon. It would be best if we can meet each other. Jiang Qin said that luck couldn't be forced. Everyone's luck was different. Even though Jiang Qin, Han Yen and Tyrant were life and death brothers, it was impossible to force luck on each other. Under the rapid flight, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog flew for another hour. Their speed was extremely fast and they were already very deep in the Golden Horizon. The number of evil creatures and human experts they encountered along the way had gradually increased, but they were all on guard against each other. At most, they would only glance at each other when they encountered each other. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog kept flying in one direction and found that more and more people were flying in another direction. Each of their faces revealed a look of excitement as if they were going to watch a show. Senior brother Xianzhong. Suddenly, Jiang Qin saw an acquaintance. It was Xianzhong of Dan Prefecture. It wasn't easy to meet an acquaintance of Genius Prefecture in this vast Golden Horizon. Jiang Qin hastily greeted him. Jiang Qin. Xianzhong also saw Jiang Qin. His face immediately revealed a look of surprise. He came in front of Jiang Qin and studied Jiang Qin from top to bottom. His eyes were filled with surprise. Jiang Qin, your cultivation base has improved again. Senior brother Xianzhong, what's happening in front? Many people are running towards that direction. Jiang Qin asked curiously. That's the Broken Edge Cliff in front. It's a famous battlefield in the Golden Horizon. I heard that young Master Chao of the Northern and Southern worlds has set up an arena on the Broken Edge Cliff to challenge all the geniuses of the 3 immortal domains. This arena has already appeared for 2 days. It has already spread like wildfire. I heard that this young Master Chao is incomparably ruthless. Several experts have already died in his hands. Xianzhong said. What? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog's expression changed. Anything about this young Master Chao could attract their attention. Chapter 1572. There was no doubt that young Master Chao was from the Northern and Southern dynasties. Jiang Qin didn't think that he would encounter the Northern and Southern dynasties so soon. I have long known about that young Master Chao. I've known about that young Master Chao for a long time. I heard that he's the reincarnation of a great sovereign, but he rarely shows himself. I don't know his true strength. However, he's extremely arrogant. He even declared that he will kill all the geniuses of the 3 immortal domains in order to pave his path to the sovereign realm. He's just too arrogant. I think he's overestimating himself. Didn't he see how many peerless geniuses of the 3 immortal domains have come? I'm afraid that he's not the only one who has reincarnated as a great sovereign. There are also some peerless monstrous geniuses with ancient inheritances and geniuses of the immortal court. Xianzhong spoke, apparently disdainful of young Master Chao's arrogance. All the geniuses in the immortal world were arrogant. This was basically a common trait, but he had never seen someone as arrogant as the Northern and Southern dynasties. One should know that there were too many geniuses who had entered the Golden Horizon this time. There were all kinds of monstrous geniuses. Even the monstrous genius from the immortal court wouldn't dare to proclaim that he would kill all the geniuses in the Golden Horizon. However, Jiang Qin and Big Yellow didn't agree with Nan Beichao. They felt that this was the true Nan Beichao. Nan Beichao was just like this. He wasn't being arrogant, but he was truly proud. His path to the monarch realm was to dominate the world, to constantly dominate the world, to step on all the obstacles in his path. He wanted to kill all the geniuses and establish his monarch heart. This was the ambition of the northern and southern dynasties. It had never changed. Jiang Qin had already experienced it when he was in Saint Origin World. His true self would only be scarier and more powerful than his clone. Now it seemed that the ambition of the northern and southern dynasties was far greater than Jiang Qin's imagination. They didn't hesitate to split their clones to rule countless large worlds in the lower worlds just to establish their sovereign heart. Junior brother Jiang Qin, do you want to go and have a look? You can also see the elegant demeanor of the various geniuses in the immortal world. Xianxia said. Jiang Qin lowered his head and thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Let's go take a look." Jiang Qin didn't want to meet the northern and southern dynasties at this time, but places with the northern and southern dynasties were too attractive to him. He couldn't control his thoughts at all. This was the first time he saw the northern and southern dynasties in the immortal world. No matter what, Jiang Qin had to go and see it. He wanted to see the glory of the northern and southern dynasties. Following the crowd, Jiang Qin, De Huang Dog, Wu Ningzhu and Xianxia flew towards the Broken Edge Cliff. The Broken Edge Cliff had a certain reputation in Golden Horizon. It was said that an intense ancient war had once taken place here. The blood of countless great immortals flowed here. This place used to be a towering mountain that pierced through the clouds. It was severed by a supreme expert like a sharp blade that pierced through the sky. That was how it got the name Broken Edge Cliff. When Jiang Qin and the others arrived at the Broken Edge Cliff, there were already a lot of people surrounding the place. There were at least 1,000 of them. The scene was very chaotic. Many of them were lowering their heads and discussing with each other. Their eyes fell on the Broken Edge Cliff at the same time. There was a man who seemed to be in his 20s standing against the wind. The man was clad in a golden robe. His golden hair fluttered in the wind. His face was as sharp as a knife. His eyes were like the scorching sun. His gaze was like a sharp sword. Just by standing there, his domineering aura had reached the pinnacle. The domineering aura he exuded had almost turned into a sharp sword that pierced through the sky. No color could conceal its sharpness. He was a true dragon among men, a true genius. People could almost see his luck soaring to the sky like a roaring ocean. Northern and southern dynasties. Sure enough, it's him. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were standing in the crowd. When they saw the man standing on the Broken Edge Cliff, their facial expression changed and turned solemn. They would never be mistaken about the northern and southern dynasties. The unique, arrogant aura of the man couldn't be concealed. Jiang Qin carefully studied the northern and southern dynasties. There was still a certain gap between the clone and the main body. The main body was almost perfect. The true chi of monarch was much nobler than the clone of the northern and southern dynasties in Saint Origin World. Zhoush. Just as Jiang Qin was studying the northern and southern dynasties, the experts of the northern and southern dynasties seemed to have sensed his gaze and looked over. Their eyes were as dazzling as the scorching sun, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. Jiang Qin hastily lowered his head. He didn't want to let the northern and southern dynasties see any clues. Despite the fact that the experts of the northern and southern dynasties were only early immortal emperors, Jiang Qin was sure that he was absolutely no match for them. This man was his archenemy of life and death. Moreover, it was the main body that was standing here. He must not be underestimated. Damn it. This guy is so scary. Everyone is looking at him, but he can accurately catch your gaze. De Huang Dog couldn't help but comment. He and Jiang Qin had a lot of enemies, but the ones that could really attract their attention were undoubtedly the northern and southern dynasties. Seeing Jiang Qin lowering his head, the experts of the northern and southern dynasties also retracted their gazes. The corner of their mouth revealed a hint of a smile, but no one knew what they were smiling about. This is young Master Cao. Sure enough, he doesn't look simple. But he's only an early immortal emperor. How dare he threaten to kill all the geniuses? Isn't this a joke? Xianxia said, suddenly losing interest. He felt that it was making a big fuss over a minor issue for so many people to watch an early immortal emperor genius. Joke. You can go and try and you will know whether it's a joke or not. Someone couldn't help but speak disdainfully after hearing Xianxia's words. Don't ever underestimate this young Master Cao of Nanbei family. There have already been a few peak early immortal emperor geniuses who challenged him, but none of them could withstand a single strike from young Master Cao. They were killed in a single strike without any chance to fight back. He's too terrifying. Someone sighed. Recalling the previous scene, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. He had never seen such an abnormal figure. Previously, a genius of an aristocratic family of Mi Luo immortal domain had rushed forward, but his head was smashed by young Master Chao. He died tragically on the spot. His identity brocade bag was also taken away by young Master Chao. His luck was also sucked away. How miserable. This young Master Chao is just too terrifying. Rumor has it that he is the reincarnation of a great sovereign. It seems like it's true. An early immortal emperor has unimaginable combat strength. I guess there will definitely be an intermediate immortal emperor expert who will come to challenge him. I wonder if this young Master Chao can handle it. Everyone was discussing. There wasn't anyone who didn't admire this young Master Chao, especially those who had seen young Master Chao kill with their own eyes. Their words were filled with fear towards the northern and southern dynasties, thinking that if they rushed forward, they were afraid that young Master Chao could kill them with just a breath. Jiang Chen's face remained calm after hearing these words, because he knew the northern and southern dynasties too well. Not to mention geniuses of the same level, even intermediate immortal emperor geniuses like Yang Lang and Shan Chong wouldn't be a match for the northern and southern dynasties. This was something that Jiang Chen was almost certain of. He's actually so powerful. The news of him seeing the reincarnation of a great sovereign is true. Xian Zhong sighed and chose to stop talking. When he first arrived, he did have the thought of rushing forward to challenge them, but all his excitement was extinguished instantly. After all, challenging and courting death were two completely different things. No matter how arrogant Xian Zhong was, he wasn't a fool. The experts of the northern and southern dynasties closed their eyes and crossed their arms in front of their chest. Their chi was like a mountain waiting for the arrival of the next challenger. He wasn't in a hurry at all. In his eyes, these geniuses of the golden horizon were merely his prey. He was just a hunter. Killing these geniuses and absorbing their luck to solidify his sovereign's heart was what the northern and southern dynasties were most interested in. In comparison, the fortune in the golden horizon was no longer important. Dong. Just at this moment, a crack was suddenly blasted open in the void. An incomparably majestic figure walked out of the crack. The newcomer was tall and strong. His face was dark like an iron tower. Judging from his appearance, he looked like a bear that had turned into a spirit, but his strength couldn't be underestimated. His cultivation base had already reached the intermediate immortal emperor realm. After the newcomer appeared, he immediately stepped onto the broken edge cliff. His chi was unparalleled, pressing towards the northern and southern dynasties. The northern and southern dynasties raised their eyes to look at him. After seeing his cultivation base, their eyes revealed a trace of interest. This is Zhuge Kuang of Eastern Xuanyu Zhuge family. He's the top genius of Zhuge family. I heard that he came to the Golden Horizon 5 years ago. Never had I thought that he would appear here today. This Zhuge Kuang has obviously come for young Master Chao. Zhuge family and Nanbei family have always been at odds with each other. The disciples of Zhuge Kuang have always fought with each other. The appearance of Zhuge Kuang is obviously to kill young Master Chao. After all, the emergence of such a heaven-defying genius in Nanbei family is a great threat to Zhuge family. If such a threat can be eliminated as soon as possible, it will undoubtedly be very beneficial to Zhuge family. It's equivalent to eradicating a great threat. That's right. I wonder if Zhuge Kuang can kill young Master Chao. I think it's very unlikely. After all, young Master Chao is the reincarnation of a great sovereign. If he doesn't have some ability, he wouldn't dare to set up an arena in the broken edge cliff. The appearance of Zhuge Kuang immediately set off a wave of commotion. The reputation of Zhuge family had spread far and wide. Not to mention in Eastern Xuanyu, even in the other 3 major domains of ethereal immortal domain, Zhuge family had a certain degree of fame and prestige. Plus, it wasn't a secret that Zhuge family and Nanbei family had always been enemies. So when Zhuge Kuang appeared at this time, many people expressed their understanding. Chapter 1573. I've long heard of young Master Chao of Nanbei family. I didn't expect you to be so high profile the moment you came out. Everyone says that you are the reincarnation of a great sovereign, but I don't believe it. I'm sure Nanbei family will feel heartache if I kill you, Zhuge Kuang spoke. His tone was extremely arrogant. This arrogance came from his strong confidence in his cultivation base. He could casually erupt a battle tide from his body. He was a battle maniac. Among the young geniuses in the immortal world, there was no lack of such figures. Each of them was incomparably terrifying. Any one of them would be the pinnacle figure of this era. Zhuge Kuang didn't put the northern and southern dynasties in his eyes. After all, the reputation of young Master Chao had always been spread by Nanbei family. It was rare for this young Master Chao to appear in the public sight. The Golden Horizon could be considered as the first time that the northern and southern dynasties truly came out. Zhuge Kuang wasn't wrong to say that young Master Chao was high profile. As for the identity of the reincarnation of the great sovereign of the northern and southern dynasties, many people were doubtful about it, including Zhuge Kuang. After all, this was just a boast of Nanbei family. How could there be so many reincarnations of great sovereigns in the heavens and earth? Moreover, the reincarnation of a great sovereign and a great sovereign were two completely different concepts. There were examples of powerful great sovereigns who died in the cradle in the end. In Zhuge Kuang's point of view, this Nanbei Chao was too arrogant. Did he really think that he was invincible in the world? This was a very stupid way of doing things. One should know that there was always someone better than him. Nanbei Chao wasn't the only monstrous genius in this world. Zhuge Kuang appeared with the intention to kill. This young Master Chao had always been the representative of Nanbei family and the target of bragging. He had already become the representative of Nanbei family and the representative of the younger generation of Nanbei family. If Zhuge Kuang could kill young Master Chao, it would be a huge blow to the morale of Nanbei family. This was what Zhuge family wanted. Kill me? You aren't qualified yet. In my hands you will only be dead. The northern and southern dynasties sneered. They didn't even put the intermediate immortal Emperor Zhuge Kuang in their eyes. They were afraid that no one else had such arrogance except for the northern and southern dynasties. Arrogant indeed. Let me see what makes you think you can do. Let me see what the legendary reincarnation of the great emperor has up his sleeves. Zhuge Kuang's body moved, and a vast wave of qi instantly rushed out from his body. Immediately, the entire space above the broken edge cliff violently trembled. Layers of wind and waves were like sharp blades, overflowing with brilliance, causing people to feel horrified. An intermediate immortal emperor supreme expert sure is extraordinary. Just a single attack from him is already so powerful. Some people praised him and everyone started to become interested in this battle. After all, with an expert like Zhuge Kuang participating in this battle, the outcome was somewhat anticipated. Zhuge Kuang roared. He raised his palm and all the energy waves gathered into a golden cloud. The golden cloud was like a giant mountain. Under Zhuge Kuang's control, it smashed towards the northern and southern dynasties. Insignificant skill. Nanbei Chao raised his eyes. He didn't put Zhuge Kuang's attack in his eyes at all. He threw a punch at the golden cloud. It was a simple punch, but it landed solidly on the golden cloud. Honglong. The golden cloud that was as heavy as a mountain was shattered by the punch of the northern and southern dynasties, dissipating in the void. The powerful attack of an intermediate immortal emperor didn't have the slightest effect on him. So powerful. Someone sighed. They had never seen such a powerful genius before. It left them horrified and even their souls were about to tremble. Humph. You do have some skills. Zhuge Kuang harumphed coldly. His majestic body floated in the sky. He made a grabbing motion and a vortex appeared in his hand. A huge mountain below was pulled up by him, uprooting it. The so-called mountain uprooting strength had appeared in front of everyone. A huge mountain was lifted up. It was too terrifying. Zhuge Kuang was like an ancient war god. It was truly shocking. Go. Zhuge Kuang bellowed again. A huge mountain was smashed towards the northern and southern dynasties. This attack was countless times stronger than the golden cloud just now. The substantial mountain was already as heavy as billions of kilograms. Combined with the extremely violent energy of Zhuge Kuang, the scene was simply too ferocious. No one dared to look at it directly. Zhuge Kuang, do you think you're qualified to fight me with such a technique? I'm done playing with you. The golden hair of the northern and southern dynasties danced in the wind. They leapt up from the highest peak of the broken edge cliff. They had turned into a real war god. They raised their fists and smashed towards the huge mountain. Wisdom King Fist. Seeing the attacks from the northern and southern dynasties, Jiang Chen's expression changed slightly. He was even more certain that the northern and southern dynasties were just his clones. Back when he fought against the northern and southern dynasties in the Black Sect in Qi province, the northern and southern dynasties had used the Wisdom King Fist. However, the Wisdom King Fist was on a completely different level compared to the one in front of him right now. The power that it could unleash was incomparable as well. This was a truly peerless emperor skill. A simple attack from it could destroy the heavens and earth. Rumble. The Wisdom King Fist landed on the giant mountain. Without any surprise, the mountain shattered and turned into dust. The violent energy didn't pose any threat to Nanbei Chao. Instead, Zhuge Kuang was forced to take a few steps back before he could stabilize his body. Zhuge Kuang's face was filled with disbelief. What? Zhuge Kuang couldn't help but cry out in shock. He had lost his previous calmness. The way he looked at the northern and southern dynasties had changed drastically. The strength of the northern and southern dynasties was far beyond his imagination. Looking at it now, even with his cultivation base, he might not be a match for the northern and southern dynasties. Zhuge Kuang, go to hell. While Zhuge Kuang was still in a daze, the northern and southern dynasties had already charged towards him. The Wisdom King Fist struck out 3 times, also known as the 3 punches of wisdom. Each punch was more terrifying than the previous one. They were filled with wisdom and could easily lock down the opponent's position. They could lock down the space around them, making it impossible for the opponent to escape. Rumble. The second punch appeared in front of him. The northern and southern dynasties were too fast. The power of the punch created a huge hole in the sky and almost caused the broken edge cliff to collapse. Zhuge Kuang panicked. He hurriedly struck out the Zhuge family's void seal to block the attacks from the northern and southern dynasties. Bang! No one knew how much power the punch from the northern and southern dynasties carried. The void seal that was struck out by Zhuge Kuang was immediately shattered. Even though Zhuge Kuang was an intermediate immortal emperor, the battle between both parties didn't seem to be on the same level. Arg. After the punch from the northern and southern dynasties shattered the void seal, it landed heavily on Zhuge Kuang's body, breaking one of his arms. Zhuge Kuang spurted out a mouthful of blood and let out a blood-curdling scream. He was defeated so thoroughly and so quickly. Under the overwhelming attacks of the northern and southern dynasties, he had no strength to fight back. He's finished. Zhuge Kuang is finished. This was the common thought of everyone. The northern and southern dynasties were just too terrifying. Even though Zhuge Kuang's cultivation base was a level higher, he still wasn't a match for them. The combat strength of both parties wasn't on the same level. The 2 punches from the northern and southern dynasties had severely injured Zhuge Kuang, putting him on the verge of death. The one who was most appalled was, of course, Zhuge Kuang himself. He had never thought that the northern and southern dynasties could be so terrifyingly powerful. It chilled his heart and was unacceptable to him. Run. At this moment, his face was no longer important. What was more important was to keep his life. Zhuge Kuang didn't want to die here. He tore the void with lightning speed and flashed into it, preparing to flee 1,000 miles away. In his point of view, even if he couldn't win the fight, it shouldn't be a problem for him to run away given his intermediate immortal emperor cultivation base. Unfortunately, he had overestimated himself. The northern and southern dynasties wouldn't give him the chance to escape. The northern and southern dynasties would never show any mercy when they attacked. They would surely take his life. This was his style, overbearing and ruthless. Honglong. The northern and southern dynasties struck out the 3rd punch. The 3rd punch of the Wisdom King Fist had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Yi Futian's punch landed on the spot where Zhuge Kuang had disappeared. An earth-shattering shriek was heard from the void, followed by a large amount of blood mist exploding from the void. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. The intermediate immortal Emperor Zhuge Kuang was crushed into pieces by a single punch. It was too brutal, too exaggerated, and too overbearing. The war god couldn't be defeated. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. The peerless genius of Zhuge family was killed by him in 3 punches. Is he still human? He must be the reincarnation of a great sovereign. There's no doubt about it. Such combat strength is just too heaven-defying. I have never seen such a terrifying figure. He's not human at all. Look, his body is filled with the chi of a superior expert. That's the chi of a monarch. He must be the reincarnation of a great sovereign. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be so powerful. Zhuge family has suffered a great loss this time. Zhuge Kuang is dead. Zhuge family has lost a pinnacle figure in the young generation. Not only that, I'm afraid that Zhuge family is going to feel a great crisis. The power of young Master Chao will make Zhuge family restless. He's already so powerful at the early immortal emperor realm. When he grows stronger in the future, he will be able to eliminate Zhuge family alone. That's the most terrifying thing. No one wasn't shocked. The power of young Master Chao had exceeded everyone's expectation. It wasn't a big deal for an early immortal emperor to kill an intermediate immortal emperor. Many geniuses could do it, but those were all ordinary early immortal emperors. However, none of those who came to Golden Horizon this time were ordinary, especially a famous figure like Zhuge Kuang. He had participated in the trial of Golden Horizon 5 years ago and successfully walked out of it alive. How could such a peerless figure be ordinary? Despite that, he was still killed by the Northern and Southern dynasties in 3 punches. The whole scene was shocking. Little Qinzi, this bastard is destined to be your archenemy. De Huang Dog's tone turned solemn. I have already guessed such an ending from the beginning. Zhuge Kuang is just courting death by coming here. Otherwise, he wouldn't be called the Northern and Southern dynasties. Chapter 1574. Zhuge Kuang's death had set off a great uproar in the Broken Edge Cliff. The battle between the Northern and Southern dynasties was destined to spread across the immortal world. The battle at the Broken Edge Cliff was destined to establish the unparalleled prestige of the Northern and Southern dynasties. Putting everything else aside, the fact that Jiang Qin killed Zhuge Kuang with 3 punches was already enough for the outsiders to talk about it. When they walked out of the Golden Horizon, this matter would immediately spread far and wide. It would be hard for the Northern and Southern dynasties not to be famous. The legend of the reincarnation of a great sovereign would also be confirmed. After all, the strength of the Northern and Southern dynasties had subverted everyone's imagination. In the minds of countless people, perhaps only the reincarnation of a great sovereign could reach the level of the Northern and Southern dynasties. Voices of discussion were everywhere. More and more people gathered at the Broken Edge Cliff. Countless people were talking about it. The Northern and Southern dynasties continued to stand at the highest point of the Broken Edge Cliff with their arms crossed, waiting for the arrival of the next expert. Killing Zhuge Kuang wasn't enough to satisfy the Northern and Southern dynasties. However, everyone knew that the death of Zhuge Kuang wouldn't be enough to alarm the geniuses. There were too many arrogant geniuses. They were arrogant and supercilious. Even though they knew that the Northern and Southern dynasties had the strength to kill Zhuge Kuang, they still couldn't help but act. There were definitely a lot of such geniuses. On the Broken Edge Cliff, the Northern and Southern dynasties glanced at Jiang Qin from the corner of their eyes and paused on Jiang Qin for a moment. The corner of their mouth curved into a smile once again. He has discovered me, Jiang Qin said with a frown. His intuition told him that the Northern and Southern dynasties had discovered him. The eyes of the Northern and Southern dynasties carried a hint of wonder and hesitation. It can't be. You're just standing here and didn't release your qi. Plus the one you killed was his clone. It's hard to sense it, right? De Huang Dog said, feeling that the Northern and Southern dynasties weren't that powerful. Even if he didn't find out, he has already started to have doubts. In any case, he has already noticed me. This is not a good thing. Jiang Qin said. He didn't want to clash with the Northern and Southern dynasties now, especially in the Golden Horizon. He wasn't a match for the Northern and Southern dynasties at all. Plus, the Northern and Southern dynasties didn't even exert their full strength when they killed Zhuge Kuang. If he was really the reincarnation of a great sovereign, he must have some extremely powerful means that Jiang Qin couldn't handle with his current strength. The incident at the Broken Edge Cliff was just the beginning. Zhuge Kuang's death was just a prelude. This was a battle between the top geniuses, a battle of reputation. It would definitely attract more and more geniuses. More and more people were attracted. An hour later, another powerful expert arrived. A large piece of black devil cloud rose in the sky. The devil cloud was rolling like a peerless devil king had arrived. Before the expert appeared, he had already unleashed endless pressure, making it hard for people to breathe. Judging from the formation of the expert, the strength of the expert should be above Zhuge Kuang. Naturally, the Northern and Southern dynasties were alarmed, but their facial expression didn't change. They were as calm as usual, as though no matter how powerful the expert was, he wouldn't put him in his eyes. That was a kind of arrogance, as though he was the only supreme being in the heavens and earth. Only a few in the younger generation could achieve such a bearing. What a powerful devil chi! The genius of the devil cult has arrived. The devil cult has existed since ancient times. They practice devil skills and are stronger than ordinary cultivators. There are no strong devil cult in East Xuanyu, but there are still devil cults with a long history in the ethereal immortal domain. For example, the mystic Yin cult in North Xuanyu. They have a long history and a deep foundation. They have countless disciples and many geniuses. As for the Mi Luo immortal domain and the Guang immortal domain, there should also be a strong devil cult. I wonder who the expert is. The people of the devil cult are the most arrogant. They are bloodthirsty and cruel. Their way of doing things is extremely overbearing. The geniuses of the devil cult are even more arrogant and look down on everyone. They have always treated the geniuses of the righteous path as their enemies and the target of their trial. It's not strange at all for the northern and southern dynasties to attract the appearance of a strong devil cult genius. The expert hadn't even shown himself yet, but he had already set off a storm and attracted the attention of countless people. The people of the devil cult had always been strong. Since the expert dared to come, he must have powerful means and confidence. It was imaginable that the next battle would be an exciting one. Voila! In the sky, the large devil clouds disappeared like a receding tide. A man wearing a black robe appeared. He looked to be less than 30 years old and had a resolute face. His devil chi soared to the heavens like an untamed devil dragon. The aura he exuded was terrifying. His eyes were completely black without a trace of white. There was a devil mark between his eyebrows. It was an ancient mark that seemed to be a kind of inheritance. It's Mo Wuqing. I never thought that he would also appear. He has just advanced to the late immortal emperor realm not long ago. He's the top genius of North Xuanyu. Is he Mo Wuqing? Many people know about Mo Wuqing of northern Xuanyu. He's also a peerless monstrous genius. He's very famous in northern Xuanyu. It's said that he had participated in the expedition to Golden Horizon 5 years ago and entered the tomb of a peerless immortal venerable, obtaining a powerful inheritance. Given his talent, I'm afraid that he would have been taken away by the immortal court long ago if it wasn't because he belonged to the devil cult. Mo Wuqing of profound Yin cult is very famous. This man is bloodthirsty and a battle maniac. Wherever he goes, there will never be peace. More importantly, his combat strength is terrifying. He has already reached the late immortal emperor realm at such a young age. Although he has just advanced to the late immortal emperor realm and his cultivation base isn't very stable, he is still much stronger than Zhuge Kuang. Plus, he has obtained the inheritance of a peerless immortal venerable. He must have a lot of powerful means. I'm afraid that the northern and southern dynasties won't be a match for him. The appearance of Mo Wuqing had caused a great uproar. He was a figure who had been famous for a long time. There was no one in northern Xuanyu who didn't know him. Even the other major domains had heard of his name. He was a powerful genius. If it wasn't because of the devil cult, he was afraid that he would have already been taken away by the immortal court. However, Mo Wuqing had once said that he wasn't interested in the immortal court. Sooner or later he would surpass all the geniuses of the immortal court. How many people would dare to say such words? To an immortal world, the immortal court was the supreme existence that ruled everything. No one dared to blaspheme it, not even verbally disrespect it. However, Mo Wuqing was so arrogant and presumptuous that he didn't even put the immortal court in his eyes. Junior brother Jiangchen, do you think that Mo Wuqing can defeat the northern and southern dynasties? Xian Zhong asked curiously. It's unlikely. Jiangchen shook his head. Mo Wuqing was indeed a powerful figure. He was the peerless genius of the devil cult, but he was afraid that he was still inferior to the northern and southern dynasties. Although Mo Wuqing was a late immortal emperor, he had just stepped into this realm after all. His cultivation base was extremely unstable. Chapter 1575. It wasn't that Jiangchen looked down on Mo Wuqing. Mo Wuqing was naturally very powerful, but he wasn't strong enough to defeat the northern and southern dynasties. Even if he had obtained the inheritance of a peerless immortal venerable, the outcome would still be the same. The northern and southern dynasties had killed Zhuge Kuang with just 3 punches. They didn't even exert their full combat strength. Although Mo Wuqing was stronger than Zhuge Kuang, his cultivation base had just stepped into the late immortal emperor realm. In terms of cultivation base, Mo Wuqing couldn't be considered as a true late immortal emperor. Of course, given Mo Wuqing's current strength, it was already enough for him to be proud. At least, it would be hard for him to find an opponent in the Golden Horizon. It can't be. How could the northern and southern dynasties be so powerful? Xianxia sighed. Initially he thought that even if Mo Wuqing couldn't kill the northern and southern dynasties, it wouldn't be a problem for him to defeat them. However, Jiang Qin had said that they couldn't defeat them. If this was said by someone else, Xianxia might have snorted disdainfully, but since it was said by Jiang Qin, Xianxia had no reason not to believe it. Jiang Qin's words had also made Xianxia think more highly of the northern and southern dynasties. As a genius of Eastern Xuanyu, it wasn't a happy thing to be in the same era as the northern and southern dynasties, because under the halo of such geniuses, ordinary geniuses would only appear dim. As a matter of fact, Xianxia shouldn't feel any pressure at all. After all, he wasn't comparable to the northern and southern dynasties at all. Both of them weren't on the same level. On the Broken Edge Cliff, Mo Wuqing appeared in an overbearing manner. He didn't say any superfluous words. He formed a devil seal and launched an attack at the northern and southern dynasties. This was the style of the devil cult, clean and tidy, never sloppy. The same was true for battles. They wouldn't leave any chance for the enemy. A huge black devil seal rippled out, causing the sky to tremble. The devil seal was mystical and powerful, carrying a towering devil aura. It directly locked on the chi of the northern and southern dynasties. If they were hit by this attack, they would lose half of their life even if they didn't die. The northern and southern dynasties raised their heads. A strong chi of monarch erupted from their bodies. Interesting. The leader of the northern and southern dynasties raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile. His eyes started to emit a blazing light. That was the glow of battle. It was obvious that the appearance of Mo Wuqing had ignited the fighting spirit of the northern and southern dynasties. At least in his eyes, Mo Wuqing was more qualified to be his opponent than Zhuge Kuang. The northern and southern dynasties moved. A corporeal blood dragon rushed out from the top of his head. His blood chi had reached an extremely terrifying level. He directly grabbed the demonic seal in front of him. A golden palm descended from the sky. It was like the hand of a real great emperor. It was the hand of the heavens, a high and mighty existence like a god. Rip. In the end, Mo Wuqing's soaring demonic seal was still unable to withstand the power of the great emperors of the northern and southern dynasties, and was torn into pieces. Dong. Mo Wuqing's body shook as though he had suffered a heavy blow. His expression became somewhat unnatural. His completely black eyes couldn't help but change when he looked at the northern and southern dynasties. As a peerless genius of the devil cult and a pinnacle figure who had received the inheritance of a peerless devil venerable, he had actually fallen into a disadvantageous position when fighting an early immortal emperor genius. This was unimaginable to Mo Wuqing. To him this was a great humiliation. Mo Wuqing, you are no match for me. The northern and southern dynasties were incomparably arrogant. They didn't put anyone in their eyes. Their chi of monarch soared into the sky, wanting to rule the entire world and make everyone submit to them. With a sway of his feet he took the initiative to attack Mo Wuqing. He wanted to step on Mo Wuqing's head and all the geniuses in the world to establish his own path to the monarch realm. The northern and southern dynasties formed a seal with both of their hands. A cage was formed in the void enveloping Mo Wuqing. Once one was trapped by this cage, the consequences would be unimaginable. This was a powerful confinement technique. It was equivalent to the small worlds of the northern and southern dynasties. Anyone who entered the cage would be at the mercy of the northern and southern dynasties. Northern and southern dynasties, but I, Mo Wuqing, am not a pushover. I will kill you today and absorb your luck. From now on, I, Mo Wuqing, will be the #1 genius under the heavens. Mo Wuqing's black hair fluttered in the wind. Facing the powerful northern and southern dynasties, there wasn't the slightest hint of nervousness or fear on his face. There was only extreme battle intent and killing intent. He could already see that these northern and southern dynasties were the reincarnations of great sovereigns. Such monstrous geniuses were born with countless halos and luck. If he could kill the northern and southern dynasties, he would be able to absorb the luck of the northern and southern dynasties. In that case his luck would reach an extremely terrifying level. At that time, all kinds of opportunities would be bestowed upon him. Countless treasures would be discovered and obtained by him. He would also become the #1 genius under the heavens. It wouldn't take long for him to break through to the half-step immortal venerable realm. Then he would advance step by step from early immortal venerable to late immortal venerable realm and even the legendary sovereign realm. Unfortunately, dreams were always beautiful, but the northern and southern dynasties weren't so easy to kill. My devil's self is here. Mo Wuxia bellowed, chanting mysterious devil runes. It was an ancient secret art that seemed to be trying to unlock the divine treasures hidden within his body. As Mo Wuxia bellowed, his body suddenly doubled in size, and the unparalleled devil might became even more intense as well. At this moment, Mo Wuxia had truly transformed into a peerless devil king. His body had turned into a devil to enhance his combat strength. His hand formed a terrifying devil seal once more, colliding with the cage created by the northern and southern dynasties. Hong Long. The heavens and earth shook. The sky was completely destroyed. This was a true pinnacle confrontation. The power of the collision was just too strong. It made everyone's soul tremble. A black hole was created in the sky. Ka-cha. The cage of the northern and southern dynasties produced a cracking sound. It was destroyed, but Mo Wuxia didn't have it easy either. The devil seal he formed was destroyed. Cracks had appeared on his body and blood was flowing out. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries from this move of the northern and southern dynasties. So powerful. This northern and southern dynasties is too terrifying. Not even Mo Wuxia is a match for him. Ruthless, too ruthless. Ruthless, too ruthless. No wonder he's the reincarnation of a great sovereign. His means are too sharp. Even Mo Wuxia couldn't gain any advantage over him. Seems like there are very few people in this golden horizon who can suppress him. No one wasn't shocked. First it was Zhuge Kuang. Now it was Mo Wuxia. Although Mo Wuxia's performance was much stronger than Zhuge Kuang, he was still defeated in the end. Under the powerful attacks of the northern and southern dynasties, Mo Wuxia had already suffered a certain amount of injuries. It was imaginable that if Mo Wuxia didn't reveal any powerful trump cards, his ending wouldn't be any better than Zhuge Kuang. If he was defeated by the northern and southern dynasties, he would surely die. I've said it before. You are not a match for me. The golden hair of the northern and southern dynasties fluttered in the wind. There were golden dragon shadows coiling around their bodies. That was the performance of a peerless sovereign. Every subtle movement of the northern and southern dynasties was manifesting their strength. That was a kind of supreme strength that stood above the masses. Humph. Northern and southern dynasties, you are indeed powerful. Consider yourself lucky today. When I, Mo Wuxia, have stabilized my cultivation base, I will surely kill you again. Mo Wuxia harumphed coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left. Mo Wuxia wasn't a fool. He could see that even if he didn't want to admit it, he knew that he wasn't a match for the northern and southern dynasties with his current strength. If he continued to fight, he wouldn't be able to gain the slightest advantage. Although he still had powerful trump cards in his hand, the northern and southern dynasties must have some as well. How could the reincarnation of a great sovereign not have any trump cards? Perhaps the trump cards they had were even more powerful than his. You want to run away after coming here? You won't have the chance. The eyes of the northern and southern dynasties trembled. Every time he attacked, he would kill. There had never been an enemy who could escape from his hands. It was impossible for Mo Wuxia to escape after he appeared. Eternal immortal wind. The northern and southern dynasties waved their hands. Endless waves of wind were unleashed. With them as the center, the powerful eternal immortal wind instantly enshrouded the entire void. The wind formed a huge barrier cage, sealing everything, trapping Mo Wuxia, who was about to leave. It's over. Upon seeing this, De Huang Dog couldn't help but shake his head with a face full of pity. If Mo Wuxia doesn't have any powerful means, I'm afraid that he will lose his life here today. Jiang Qin spoke flatly. No one knew and understood the scariness of the eternal immortal wind better than him. It was a wide-range combat technique. When it was used by the immortal emperors of the northern and southern dynasties, its power would increase by countless folds. Furthermore, the cage formed by the eternal immortal wind was even stronger than a domain. It would be very difficult to break it. Not good. Mo Wuqing cursed inwardly. But shortly after, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. With a flip of his palm, a black-colored talisman appeared in his hand. That was the devil talisman, emitting an ancient aura. Mo Wuqing coughed out a mouthful of blood, which landed on the devil talisman. Instantly the devil talisman transformed into a sharp blade. Mo Wuqing didn't hesitate in the slightest. He fiercely swung the dagger forward, and with a ripping sound, a hole appeared in the barrier formed by the eternal immortal wind. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Wuqing turned into a ray of black light and vanished, escaping from the barrier of the eternal immortal wind. Voila! The northern and southern dynasties waved their hands, keeping the eternal immortal wind. Looking at the place where Mo Wuqing disappeared, their eyes were filled with unprecedented anger. No one had ever escaped from their hands, but this Mo Wuqing had actually escaped. How could the northern and southern dynasties accept this? Mo Wuqing, I will kill you sooner or later. The voices of the northern and southern dynasties rippled across the void, shaking the world. Chapter 1576. Mo Wuqing had fled with an unparalleled imposing manner and left with his tail tucked between his legs. He was severely injured by the northern and southern dynasties and had even consumed his origin blood essence. It was almost impossible for him to recover from such injuries in a short period of time. It was imaginable that he wouldn't have a good time in the next 20 days unless he encountered some great fortune. Only then would he be able to recover quickly. Zhou. The northern and southern dynasties didn't return to the Broken Edge Cliff. Instead they shifted their gaze to Xianxia. The change happened without warning. Even Xianxia didn't expect that the northern and southern dynasties would suddenly shift their attention to him. He initially thought that given the arrogance of the northern and southern dynasties, they would surely return to the Broken Edge Cliff and wait for the next expert to arrive. De Huang, Sister Ning, don't follow me, Xianxia said to De Huang Dog and Wu Ningzhu. Then with a sway of his body he turned into a ray of light and flew towards the rear. He could sense a murderous intent from the eyes of the northern and southern dynasties. Perhaps the northern and southern dynasties weren't sure of his identity, but for figures like the northern and southern dynasties, even if they had the slightest doubt in their heart, they would directly kill him. Furthermore, at Nan Beichao's level, it was very difficult for strangers to attract his attention. However, Xianxia had already attracted his attention, and he felt a sense of familiarity from Xianxia. It was the feeling of a fated enemy, something he had never felt before. Zhou. The instant Xianxia vanished, the northern and southern dynasties also vanished, chasing in the direction where Xianxia disappeared. Not good. The northern and southern dynasties have discovered little Qinzi. De Huang Dog's countenance changed slightly. What should we do? The northern and southern dynasties are so terrifying now. Little Qinzi is certainly not their opponent. Doesn't that mean that little Qinzi's life is in danger? Wu Ningzhu panicked. She couldn't stay calm when it was related to Xianxia's safety. It doesn't matter. Given little Qinzi's means, even if he can't defeat the northern and southern dynasties, it shouldn't be difficult for him to stay alive. Let's not follow them now. It will only distract little Qinzi. They are fated enemies. Sooner or later they will collide. This golden horizon is just the beginning. De Huang Dog said. Although he said so, everyone could hear the worry in his words. After all, the northern and southern dynasties were too powerful. Even Mo Wuqing was no match for them and was almost killed. Although Xianxia was powerful, he was only an intermediate immortal king. The gap between him and Mo Wuqing was huge, let alone the northern and southern dynasties. In the void, Xianxia transformed into a dragon and kept breaking through the spatial barrier. He didn't want to fight with the northern and southern dynasties yet. Why are you running? A voice was heard from the void. A ray of golden light shone down from the front. Nan Beichao, who was carrying the qi of an emperor, blocked Xianxia's path. His eyes were like the scorching sun, staring at Xianxia. Upon seeing this, Xianxia halted his steps and couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed like he couldn't run away from this. He secretly circulated the great divination art to divine for himself. Although he couldn't divine any trace, he still had a bad feeling. I'm running. What does it have to do with you? Besides, given young Master Chao's ability, Would he put a puny intermediate immortal king like me in his eyes? I have troubled young Master Chao to give up the broken edge cliff and chase after me. Xianxia said flatly without the slightest hint of panic in his eyes. You aren't afraid of me? The northern and southern dynasties narrowed their eyes, seeming somewhat puzzled. One should know that if an ordinary intermediate immortal king encountered them, that person would have been shivering and prostrating on the ground. But this young man in front of them was full of calmness in front of them. That was the calmness that came from his bones. How could the northern and southern dynasties not be surprised? At the same time, they felt that their monarch Qi had been slightly damaged because the other party wasn't afraid of them. Why should I be afraid of you? What do you have to be afraid of? Xianxia sneered. These words came from the bottom of his heart. The northern and southern dynasties might be a terrifying figure in the eyes of others, but in Xianxia's eyes, they were merely a defeated opponent. Moreover, they had been killed twice by Xianxia. A defeated opponent indeed wasn't something to be afraid of. More importantly, there wasn't anyone in this heaven and earth that could make Xianxia afraid. The feeling you give me is very familiar, but I don't know where I have seen you before. But this isn't important. The feeling you give me is that of an enemy, a very bad feeling. This feeling makes me hate you very much. You should know what the consequence of being hated by this young master is. Lung of the northern and southern dynasties spoke. That was an intuition that told him that this puny intermediate immortal king was a very powerful figure. More importantly, the moment he saw Xianxia, he felt that this person was very familiar, as though he had seen him somewhere before. So when he saw Xianxia leaving, he chased after him without hesitation. There are a lot of people who hate me. Who do you think you are? Xianxia sneered. In front of the northern and southern dynasties he would never show any weakness. His pride was higher than the northern and southern dynasties. Even if the opponent was the reincarnation of a great sovereign, Xianxia wouldn't care. If that's the case, you shall die now. The northern and southern dynasties' qi fluctuated. They were about to strike. Their intuition told them that they had to kill this guy in front of them as though it was their destiny to do so. Their concern for this stranger had even surpassed the concern for a peerless genius like Mo Wuqing. Poof! The northern and southern dynasties pointed their fingers at the void. A ray of light lunged at Xianxia like a sharp sword. They had already launched a deadly attack, leaving no room for Xianxia. Xianxia didn't dare to waste any time. He immediately turned into a dragon. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand at once, slashing at the ray of light. Clang! The ray of light accurately collided with the heavenly saint sword. The heavenly saint sword immediately let out a wail and began to tremble. Xianxia was sent flying 100 zhang away by the powerful force, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Buzz buzz, Xianxia spurted out a mouthful of blood. The heavenly saint sword in his hand was trembling violently. The northern and southern dynasties were too strong. With his current strength he was no match for them at all. Even a casual tap from the other party wasn't something he could withstand. The heavenly saint sword kept on wailing. It was obvious that it was severely injured. The dragon transformation skill and Wood's spiritual qi were circulating rapidly, healing Xianxia's injuries at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xianxia raised his blood-red dragon eyes and glared at the northern and southern dynasties. The scene was similar to the first time the Qi province had clashed with the northern and southern dynasties. There was a huge gap between their strengths. It's you? You are the one who killed my 2 clones. I didn't expect you to still be alive. The expression of the northern and southern dynasties changed all of a sudden. They exclaimed in shock. The death of the 2 clones in Saint Origin World and Boundless World had always infuriated them. For a long time, there was a scene that appeared in their mind. A half-human half-dragon holding a sword and standing in front of them showing off his strength. However, the northern and southern dynasties couldn't see his face clearly. Now they finally knew why Xianxia was so familiar to them. It was the familiarity of qi. It was the illusory figure in their mind. Today the illusory figure had appeared in front of them. Chapter 1577. That's right. Your 2 clones were killed by me. So, you are just a defeated opponent. You don't have to be arrogant in front of me. You want to cultivate the monarch heaven art to become a true monarch. But it's a pity that your 2 clones have died tragically. Your path to becoming a monarch is fated to be incomplete. I Jiangqin am the one who is fated to restrain you. As long as I am here, all your efforts will be like flowers in a mirror and the moon reflected in the water. Your northern and southern dynasties will eventually become my stepping stone. This is the greatest meaning of your existence. Jiangqin said Lung. Every word of his was like a sharp thorn that pierced the hearts of the northern and southern dynasties. Shut up. Nanbei Chao bellowed. Both of his eyes had turned red because Jiangqin had hit his sore spot. What Jiangqin said was right. He had created a lot of doppelgangers in order to conquer the world in the mortal world. Now most of his doppelgangers had returned and completed the mission perfectly. As long as all of his doppelgangers could complete the mission, his monarch heaven art would evolve to the state of perfection. With his doppelgangers' abilities, no matter which world they went to, they would be able to become a true emperor and the master of the world. However, only Saint Origin World and Boundless World had met with accidents. Both of his clones had met his greatest nemesis. The tragic death of the two clones had caused his monarch heaven art to be unable to reach perfection. Such a loss was unimaginable to others. Only the northern and southern dynasties knew the pain and the hatred they had towards Jiangqin. Humph. Northern and southern dynasties, I have touched your sore spot. Even if you don't want to admit it, my existence, Jiangqin, is the biggest shadow in your heart. Jiangqin harumphed coldly. Since his identity had been seen through, there was nothing to hide. Jiangqin had never been afraid of anything. Plus, his current cultivation base was strong enough to protect himself. Jiangqin, you think too highly of yourself. Jiangqin, you think too highly of yourself. I, Nanbei Chao, am the only supreme being in the heavens and earth. I'm the true monarch. What qualifications do you have to fight me? You're just an ant. So what if you've killed two of my clones? You're still going to be killed by me. Once I kill you, my monarch heaven art will still reach perfection. The northern and southern dynasties burst into laughter. Their killing intent towards Jiangqin had solidified. Don't put on that high and mighty attitude in front of me. Even if you want to kill me, I, Jiangqin, am not that easy to kill. You couldn't even kill me when I just ascended, let alone now. Jiangqin's eyes sparkled. His previous injuries had already recovered. The effect of the double recovery from the wood's spiritual chi and the dragon transformation skill had reached an astonishing level. That's right. You were lucky enough to escape and survive, but today you won't be so lucky. The killing intent of the northern and southern dynasties was getting stronger and stronger. Previously, he had been paying attention to the changes of the world law in Saint Origin World and chose to strike when Jiangqin ascended. He thought that Jiangqin had already been killed by him. Unexpectedly, Jiangqin was still alive and had grown to such a terrifying level. Is that so? Kill me if you have the ability, Jiangqin said. The dragon wings on his back fluttered as he casted the 9 phantom wolves. Phantoms emerged one after another. Jiangqin's true body easily cut open the void and escaped once again. He still couldn't confront the northern and southern dynasties head-on. Given his current combat strength, he wouldn't be a match for the northern and southern dynasties even if he exerted all his strength. Given the current situation, escaping was the most important thing for him. The reason why he didn't let De Huang Dog and Wu Ningzhu follow him was to escape and attract the attention of the northern and southern dynasties. Want to leave? The eyes of the northern and southern dynasties glowed with golden light. They found Jiangqin's true body in an instant. With a claw, he tore the void apart and plunged into it. Jiangqin pushed his speed to the limit, attempting to shake off the northern and southern dynasties. In his dragon form, not only did Jiangqin's combat strength increase by 10 times, his speed had also increased by 10 times, but the northern and southern dynasties were still chasing after him. It wouldn't be easy to shake them off. How can this bastard's speed be so fast? And his combat strength? He's only an intermediate immortal king. Could it be that his talent is even higher than mine? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. That's right. That's impossible. The northern and southern dynasties were chasing behind Jiangqin, their hearts filled with astonishment. The thought that Jiangqin's talent was greater than theirs struck their hearts heavily. All along, the northern and southern dynasties had regarded themselves as the #1 genius in the world. Now that they had encountered someone with even greater talent than them, only they knew how they felt. The northern and southern dynasties were well aware of the power of their finger. Although it was just a casual finger, even an early immortal emperor genius wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even if the genius didn't die, he would be half dead, but Jiang Chen was unscathed. The northern and southern dynasties weren't willing to believe that Jiang Chen's talent was greater than theirs, but there was a fact that they had to admit. Both of their clones had died in the hands of Jiang Chen, which indirectly indicated that they were inferior to Jiang Chen. Just like Jiang Chen had said, his existence was destined to become the biggest shadow in the hearts of the northern and southern dynasties. In order to eliminate this shadow and attain the consummate stage of the monarch heaven art, the only way was to kill Jiang Chen with their own hands. Therefore, the northern and southern dynasties had to kill Jiang Chen at all costs. This was a chase that took place inside the spatial zone. It was the first time that the two speed immortal domains confronted each other. When the northern and southern dynasties realized that they couldn't catch up with Jiang Chen, they immediately used a secret technique to double their speed. Then they struck out with the hand of Great Sovereign, crushing layers of spatial zone and enveloping Jiang Chen with boundless power. Damn it. This bastard is too hard to deal with. It seems like I can't run away today. Jiang Chen cursed. This was the reason why he didn't like to encounter the northern and southern dynasties so early. Unless his strength increased again, he wouldn't have the strength to fight the northern and southern dynasties. Howl Jiang Chen swung his sword and slashed backwards. No one knew how many layers of the void had been torn apart by this slash. When it collided with the palm of the Great Sovereign, the void was immediately obliterated and the chi of destruction exploded. Barf. Jiang Chen couldn't withstand such a huge impact. He was sent flying a few hundred meters away while spurting out blood. Jiang Chen, you will die today. Once I kill you, my northern and southern dynasties will still be the strongest under the heavens. My monarch path will still be complete. Chapter 1578. The strength of the northern and southern dynasties was just too strong, giving Jiang Chen tremendous pressure. Given his current cultivation base, he could only run away from the northern and southern dynasties. Judging from the current situation, it wouldn't be easy for him to escape. The northern and southern dynasties were bent on killing him. They wouldn't give him a chance to escape. The wood's spiritual chi and dragon transformation skill were circulating rapidly. Jiang Chen's injuries were recovering rapidly. The dragon wings and the flaming wings on Jiang Chen's back, coupled with the 9 phantom wolves, were shuttling through the void. He had already pushed his speed to the limit, but he still couldn't get rid of the northern and southern dynasties who were using the same secret technique. The cultivation base of the northern and southern dynasties was at the early immortal emperor realm. Given Jiang Chen's current cultivation base, an early immortal emperor like Ling Du was more than enough to deal with him. However, it was a completely different story when he was facing the northern and southern dynasties who were at the same level as him. This bastard is merely an intermediate immortal king, but he actually possesses such powerful combat strength and speed. His talent is even above mine. It seems that if he is given more time to grow, he will become my greatest enemy sooner or later. There has never been a person whose silhouette could appear in my mind inexplicably. He is the only one. The northern and southern dynasties were incomparably shocked. The killing intent in their eyes grew denser. Today they had to kill Jiang Chen no matter what. They could feel the taste of destiny from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's silhouette had appeared inexplicably in their subconsciousness several times. Such a situation had already foreshadowed the importance of Jiang Chen in their lives. Wisdom King Fist shatter the space. Jiang Chen, you can't escape. The northern and southern dynasties' momentum was tremendous. Wherever they passed, the void would shatter. They struck out the Wisdom King Fist from the void, smashing at the fleeing Jiang Chen. The huge golden fist carried the taste of wisdom. The chi it emitted could make one feel suffocated. The punch had sealed the entire spatial zone, causing the airflow within the spatial zone to tremble. Jiang Chen let out a roar and turned into a real blood-red dragon. The dragon and sword merged into one, and at the same time, unleashed the eternal immortal wind. He was fleeing while resisting Nan Bei Chao's Wisdom King Fist. Hong Long. The void exploded, shaking incomparably. The Wisdom King Fist destroyed all of Jiang Chen's attacks, shredded his eternal immortal wind, and seriously injured Jiang Chen once again. A large part of the dragon's scales on the surface of his body was lifted off. Blood gushed out. He had suffered an unprecedented injury. The gap between them was just too great. Jiang Chen was no match for him. However, Jiang Qin should be proud that he could survive the attack of the Wisdom King Fist. If it was any other person, even if that person was an early immortal emperor supreme genius, he or she would have died without a doubt. They would be smashed into powder and their bodies would be completely shattered. Eternal immortal wind. Eternal immortal wind. How dare you use my eternal immortal wind? Damn it. The eternal immortal wind is a supreme existence. It's not something an ant like you can touch. This is a humiliation to the eternal immortal wind. Jiang Qin, this alone is enough for me to kill you 10,000 times. Seeing that Jiang Qin had cast out his unique technique, the fury of the northern and southern dynasties rose to another level. In their eyes, the eternal immortal wind was just like them, supreme and honorable. In the entire heavens and earth, apart from them, no one else could cast the eternal immortal wind. It was a disrespect to the eternal immortal wind and a great disrespect to themselves. Jiang Qin didn't say a word. He just kept fleeing, shuttling through layers of spatial zones, trying to get rid of the pursuit of the northern and southern dynasties. If there was no other choice, he could only rely on the Zulong Tower. After fleeing for tens of thousands of miles, Jiang Qin still couldn't get rid of the northern and southern dynasties. However, his condition was getting worse and worse. The continuous attacks from the northern and southern dynasties had shaken his body to the point of cracking. This was an unprecedented blow that Jiang Qin had encountered. If it was someone else, he or she would have been dead by now. No, I can't go on like this. I have to rely on the Zulong Tower. Although the dragon transformation skill and the wood's spiritual energy are terrifying, the rate of recovery cannot be compared to the destructive power of the northern and southern dynasties. If this continues, it is very likely that my essence will be damaged. At that time the loss will be great. Jiang Qin's face turned unsightly. Given the strength of the northern and southern dynasties, it was almost impossible for him to escape easily today. The northern and southern dynasties had already activated their secret techniques. He no longer had an advantage in terms of speed. Now the only means he had left was the Zulong Tower. This was his final trump card. As for the two blood demon kings in the Zulong Tower, Jiang Qin didn't dare to release them. Even if they were the powerful blood demon kings, they would only be killed by the northern and southern dynasties with a single punch. They wouldn't even be able to help him delay. The blood demon kings were also his trump cards. They could play a great role in the Golden Horizon. It wasn't easy for him to subdue them. If they were destroyed by the northern and southern dynasties as soon as they appeared, wouldn't it be a great loss? Swoosh. With a sway of his body, Jiang Qin opened a gap in the Zulong Tower and entered it. They're gone. The northern and southern dynasties who were running wildly suddenly disappeared. The faces of the northern and southern dynasties changed. Their eyes fell on the layers of space, looking incomparably sharp. Humph. It's impossible for anyone to disappear in front of me for no reason. It seems that they have relied on some kind of magic treasure. Eternal immortal wind. The northern and southern dynasties harumphed coldly. The eternal immortal wind blew from their bodies, completely sealing off a large area of space. As the unique technique of the northern and southern dynasties, the eternal immortal wind had long been integrated with the northern and southern dynasties. Once it was used, it was much more powerful than a domain. Could even seal off a spatial boundary. Jiang Qin, within my eternal immortal wind boundary, there's no way for you to escape. The golden hair of the northern and southern dynasties fluttered in the wind. He was simply too powerful. Streams of eternal immortal wind formed wind walls, completely sealing off this area. Mystical runes rushed out from his body, fluttering in the air. Within the eternal immortal wind boundary, these runes were like agile snakes dancing around. Everywhere they passed, even the slightest change could be sensed. The northern and southern dynasties was an extremely intelligent person. The instant Jiang Qin disappeared, he had already guessed what method Jiang Qin had used. He concluded that Jiang Qin had relied on some kind of magic treasure to conceal himself and didn't escape at all. Therefore he established the eternal immortal wind boundary, trapping Jiang Qin like a turtle in a jar. As long as he could find Jiang Qin's location, it would be the doomsday of Jiang Qin. The northern and southern dynasties' guess was right. Jiang Qin was indeed using the Zulong Tower to conceal himself. The Zulong Tower turned into a speck of dust and turned into a stream of air, completely merging with the void. Even the runes released by the northern and southern dynasties couldn't sense the existence of the Zhou Tower. A few minutes later, the northern and southern dynasties had no choice but to retract the runes. His face turned somewhat unsightly. He had already felt very depressed when he let Mo Wuqing escape. If he let the intermediate immortal King Xianxia escape from his hands as well, it would be a great humiliation to him. The ancestral dragon pagoda is indeed miraculous. It's a peerless means to protect one's life. Unfortunately, the current ancestral dragon pagoda is far from perfect. Can't be used to attack. Otherwise, I wonder how powerful this true dragon treasure would be. Jiang Qin heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the situation outside through the Zhou Tower. Of course, the northern and southern dynasties were powerful, but they still weren't powerful enough to find the trace of the Zhou Tower. It seems like I have to enter the 33rd level to recover my injuries. This time I have suffered an unprecedented injury. I have to recover as soon as possible. Judging from the looks of the northern and southern dynasties, I don't think they will leave this place anytime soon. Jiang Qin muttered to himself. In a flash he arrived at the 33rd level. The time law here was 30 times faster, which was very beneficial to Jiang Qin's recovery. In the previous collision with the northern and southern dynasties, Jiang Qin's origin had been injured. What he needed to do now was to recover as soon as possible. In any case, he couldn't leave this place now. The northern and southern dynasties wouldn't leave this place so easily. Plus, the Zhou Tower couldn't be moved. Now that the Zhou Tower had completely integrated with the void, the northern and southern dynasties couldn't discover it. However, if the Zhou Tower was moved, the traces of the Zhou Tower's movement would be detected by the northern and southern dynasties. Humph. Jiang Qin, you have already fallen into my eternal enchantment. You can't escape. I advise you not to waste time and come out by yourself. The northern and southern dynasties said loudly. Inside the Zhou Tower, Jiang Qin sneered. What a joke. Asking him to go out at this time? Wasn't that stupid? Jiang Qin wouldn't do such a completely impossible thing. The Zhou Tower was a safe place and he was very comfortable staying there. 10 minutes later, the northern and southern dynasties still couldn't find any trace of Jiang Qin. They had almost searched every inch of the eternal enchantment, but they didn't find anything unusual. It was as if Jiang Qin had completely disappeared. This situation made the northern and southern dynasties suspect that Jiang Qin had really disappeared. However, the northern and southern dynasties were very confident in their strength. They absolutely didn't believe that Jiang Qin could escape in front of them without a sound. Moreover, the void fluctuations here were very normal and there were no major fluctuations. Therefore, the northern and southern dynasties concluded that Jiang Qin must still be hiding here. Jiang Qin, do you really think you can escape from this young master's palm? You think too highly of your own means, Eye of Heaven. The aura of the northern and southern dynasties suddenly changed. He was determined to find Jiang Qin. He stretched out his index finger and shot runes at his eyes. Suddenly his eyes changed, becoming empty and bright. 2 rays of light with a sense of vastness shot out from his eyes, constantly sweeping through the void. Not good, this guy actually has such a terrifying trump card. He has obtained the legendary Eye of Heaven. Rumor has it that the Eye of Heaven can see through falsehood and see through the past and present. Although the northern and southern dynasties haven't cultivated the Eye of Heaven to its peak, my Zhou Tower is still half-baked. I'm afraid it can't escape the detection of the Eye of Heaven. Inside the Zhou Tower, Jiang Qin, who was recovering from his injuries in seclusion, suddenly felt the divine light of the Eye of Heaven. His expression immediately changed. Chapter 1579. The Eyes of Heaven, the legendary divine eyes of falsehood. This peerless divine technique had always been a legacy. As expected of peerless geniuses from the northern and southern dynasties, their luck reached the heavens, to be able to obtain such a divine technique. Under the illumination of the Eyes of Heaven, nothing could hide. Not even the Zhou Tower could escape the Eyes of Heaven's inspection. Jiang Qin's face sank completely. Originally he had thought that he could use the Zhou Tower to escape. Unexpectedly, the northern and southern dynasties possessed the terrifying Eyes of Heaven. It would appear that he was about to be discovered. When, under the illumination of the Eyes of Heaven, space trembled slightly. Enveloped by the light of the Eyes of Heaven, the Zhou Tower was clearly revealed. Xianxia, don't hide anymore. My eye of heaven has already discovered you. Under my eye of heaven all tricks are useless. Xianxia's eyes were filled with killing intent. The northern and southern dynasties shouted and their auras surged like tidal waves, causing the air currents within the space to crackle. Xianxia tore open the door to the Zulong Tower and stepped out. Since he had already been discovered, there was no need for him to continue hiding. Xianxia knew very well that he could not escape the eyes of heaven's inspection. After walking out from the Zulong Tower, Xianxia had a grim expression on his face. However, his injuries had mostly recovered. At any rate, the changes in the laws of time within the 33rd floor were relatively terrifying. Although only 10+ minutes had passed outside, the time inside was 30 times longer. That amount of time was more than enough for Xianxia to recover. However, due to the severity of his injuries, it would not be easy for him to recover to his peak state. Xianxia, I told you can't escape. The people this young master wants to kill only have one ending, and that is death. However, this young master is very interested in that treasure of yours. It actually forced this young master to use the eyes of heaven to discover it. If you hand over that treasure to this young master will grant you a quick death, saving you the pain of flesh and soul. The northern and southern dynasties spoke in a lofty tone, completely like the tone of an emperor. In front of an emperor, everything was an ant, a lowly existence. However, the northern and southern dynasties were extremely interested in Xianxia's treasure. A treasure that could force them to use the eyes of heaven to discover it was bound to be extraordinary. Moreover, even after using the eyes of heaven, they could only discover the existence of the treasure. They were unable to explore the inside of the treasure. This situation did not mean that the eyes of heaven were useless. It could only mean that Xianxia's treasure was too mystical, so mystical that the eyes of heaven could not see through it. That treasure of mine is a supreme treasure of the world. Only those with great luck can control and possess it. Who do you think you are? You are not worthy of such a treasure. Xianxia said Lung. This sentence undoubtedly raised the anger of the northern and southern dynasties to the peak. Not worthy? Someone actually said that he was not worthy? In this world, there were only things that were not worthy of the northern and southern dynasties. There was nothing that the northern and southern dynasties did not deserve. No one had ever dared to look down on him, and no one had ever dared to humiliate him. Xianxia was the first, and he swore that he would be the last. Anyone who looked down on him would only have one end: miserable, incomparably miserable. You dare say that I am not worthy? How dare you say that I'm not worthy? In the heavens and earth, as long as there is something that I, Nanbei Chao, fancy, it is their honor. How dare you say that your luck is stronger than mine? What a joke, what a joke. You are going to be killed by me soon, and all your luck will belong to me. In front of me you are destined to be an ant. How dare you talk about luck in front of me? Who gave you such confidence? The northern and southern dynasties were so angry that they laughed. They felt that Xianxia's words were a complete joke. However, they could also see that even if Xianxia's luck was not as good as theirs, it was definitely not bad. Xianxia's luck had surpassed the majority of monstrous geniuses. Such a person's luck was also heaven-defying. If he killed Xianxia, he would be able to absorb Xianxia's luck. In that case, he would be truly invincible in this world, and the monarch heaven art would directly reach the consummate stage. In fact, there was another fact that the northern and southern dynasties weren't willing to admit. He had to kill Xianxia because he could sense how terrifying Xianxia was in the depths of his heart. There had never been an immortal king who could tangle with him for such a long time. What made him even more surprised was that the recovery speed of Xianxia's injuries had simply reached a shocking level. Before Xianxia disappeared, Xianxia had already suffered a very serious injury. However, in just a few minutes, Xianxia's injuries had already mostly recovered. Such a heaven-defying recovery speed was something that even the northern and southern dynasties wouldn't be able to achieve. Such a terrifying and heaven-defying method. How could the northern and southern dynasties not feel fear and even envy? Northern and southern dynasties. What do you think this is? Xianxia spoke. His hand grabbed towards the Zulong Tower, directly pulling the fire Qilin out. At this moment, the fire Qilin's spirit was already in a dispirited state. After his origin bloodline was extracted by Xianxia, he was equivalent to an ordinary demonic beast. The divine beast bloodline in his body was already gone. As time passed, he would naturally become dispirited and listless. After the fire Qilin appeared, his spirit was shaken. He immediately let out a roar, as though venting the anger he had been suppressing for a long time. Fire Qilin. Upon seeing the fire Qilin, the northern and southern dynasties instantly shuddered. An even more intense anger gushed out from their bodies. Seems like they had found the right person today. This Xianxia not only killed 2 of their clones, he was also the one who captured the fire Qilin. Any one of these was sufficient for Xianxia to die. Master. When the fire Qilin saw the northern and southern dynasties, he immediately exclaimed. His majestic body struggled violently in Xianxia's hand, as though he had seen his savior. During this period of time he had been imprisoned by Xianxia, which made him feel as though he was going to go crazy at any time. Now that he had seen the northern and southern dynasties, he felt as though he had been rescued from a hopeless situation. Master? No wonder. Northern and southern dynasties, you are indeed a person with great luck. Even a divine beast like the fire Qilin is willing to follow you. It's a pity that I have already extracted the bloodline of the fire Qilin. Now he can no longer be considered as a divine beast. By the way, I remember that there was a white tiger beside your clone in St. Origin World. I killed it and absorbed its bloodline. Therefore, in the northern and southern dynasties, I, Xianxia, am destined to be your nemesis. You are doomed to be unlucky to meet me. Xianxia said indifferently. He wasn't too surprised by the fact that the northern and southern dynasties were the masters of the fire Qilin. After all, such figures in the northern and southern dynasties were full of legends. They were the reincarnations of powerful great emperors. Anything could happen to them. Back in St. Origin World, the clone of the northern and southern dynasties had a white tiger as a mount, but it was killed by Xianxia later on. From the clone to the white tiger and now the fire Qilin, one had to admit that Xianxia was the nemesis of the northern and southern dynasties. The insufferably arrogant northern and southern dynasties, the northern and southern dynasties that were walking the path of emperors, had changed when they met Xianxia. They became unlucky and unlucky. This was fate. If Xianxia didn't exist in this world, the northern and southern dynasties were destined to become earth-shattering figures, and the appearance of Xianxia seemed to be to obstruct the northern and southern dynasties. After saying so much, you still have to die today. Any one of the things you have done is enough for me to kill you. The fury of the northern and southern dynasties had reached an uncontrollable level. He had never hated a person so much and had never been so eager to kill a person. Now he was basically convinced that this guy in front of him was his fated enemy. He was very glad that he met Xianxia at this time so that he could get rid of Xianxia as soon as possible, removing the obstacles in his path of emperors. He felt that from this point of view his luck was still better than Xianxia's. Northern and southern dynasties, if you dare to take a step forward, I will immediately kill the fire Qilin. The fire Qilin is the symbol of your Nanbei family's luck. You won't just watch the fire Qilin die, will you? If the fire Qilin dies, the higher-ups of Nanbei family will blame you. Xianxia said as his dragon claw gripped the fire Qilin's head. As long as he exerted a little force, the fire Qilin would immediately die without being able to put up any resistance. Master, save me. The fire Qilin shivered in fear. He had dealt with Xianxia before, so he knew Xianxia's character and style of doing things. Xianxia was cruel and merciless. Wanting to kill the fire Qilin was definitely not a joke. Humph. A piece of trash dares to threaten my northern and southern dynasties? The fire Qilin has lost its divine beast bloodline, so he is no longer qualified to follow me, nor is he qualified to represent the luck of our Nanbei family. As for the blame you mentioned, what a joke. Only this young master of Nanbei family can blame others. This young master is the biggest symbol of Nanbei family's luck. Xianxia, I forgot to tell you, this young master has never been threatened by others. You want to use the fire Qilin to threaten me? You've made a mistake. The northern and southern dynasties let out a cold harumph. His entire being was filled with coldness. His gloomy eyes were devoid of emotions. The fire Qilin that had lost its divine beast bloodline was no longer worthy to be his mount. Xianxia die. The northern and southern dynasties made their moves decisively. The first move was a great sovereign's hand, tearing the void apart and shrouding Xianxia. Against their enemies, the northern and southern dynasties would never show any mercy. Even with the fire Qilin, they wouldn't allow him to hold back. Do you see that? Fire Qilin, your master doesn't care about your life or death. As a saint beast of the heavens and earth, your fate will only be a tragedy. Chapter 1580. The great emperor's hand broke through all obstacles and arrived in front of Zhou Xian in the blink of an eye. Fire Qilin, don't blame me. Your life was personally taken by your master. Zhou Xian grabbed the Fire Qilin and threw him towards the great emperor's hand. No. The Fire Qilin let out a roar filled with despair and unwillingness. He knew that he was done for. No one knew better than him how terrifying his master was. If the hand of the great sovereign was used on him, he would definitely be torn apart. He would die without a doubt. There was no hope for him to survive. Rumble? Nanbei Chao's eyes were emotionless, emitting an extremely cold light. The terrifying great sovereign's hand heavily bombarded the Fire Qilin's body. The Fire Qilin couldn't resist at all. Its body was smashed into pieces, dying a miserable death. Just like what Zhou Xian said, the existence of the Fire Qilin was a tragedy in itself. He didn't die in the hands of the enemy but in the hands of his own people. He died in the hands of his most loyal master. This was a mockery. The Fire Qilin's last thought should be filled with hatred. He had a reason to hate. Although Zhou Xian was cruel, he only extracted his bloodline and didn't take his life. However, the northern and southern dynasties just treated him as an obstacle and killed him without leaving any traces. Northern and southern dynasties, you heartless beast. You even killed the holy beast that followed you for so long. You are insane. Zhou Xian flapped his dragon wings and turned to run. This chase was destined to continue. Zhou Xian couldn't shake off the pursuit of the northern and southern dynasties for a while. Just a piece of trash. Nothing can stop the footsteps of the northern and southern dynasties. Zhou Xian, you are not qualified to be my enemy. The one who is qualified to be the enemy of the northern and southern dynasties hasn't appeared yet. Don't think so highly of yourself. The northern and southern dynasties chased after Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's aura was like a rainbow. Even the void couldn't conceal his qi waves. The great emperor's palm blasted out once more. The gigantic golden palm was like an unparalleled cage. If one was hit by it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if they didn't die, they would still be skinned alive. 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. Zhou Xian used the 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal to resist. 15 colorful dragons whizzed out and collided with the great emperor's hand behind him. At the same time, Zhou Xian continued to use Rapid Escape. Rumble. The void was once again shattered and there was destructive energy everywhere. Layers of spatial barriers were destroyed, and it was difficult to imagine just how much power the northern and southern dynasties' attacks carried. The berserk dragon that Zhou Xian had unleashed was torn apart on the spot. Dong. The huge rebounding force hit Zhou Xian's body like a mountain. Zhou Xian's dragon body immediately cracked, and blood gushed out, instantly covering Zhou Xian's entire body. Zhou Xian, you are already an arrow at the end of its flight. I'm not in a hurry to kill you. I want to torture you to death, to let you taste the taste of death bit by bit. I want you to know what despair is. The debt of the Fire Qilin will also be on your head. The northern and southern dynasties laughed maniacally. He was like an unparalleled king, constantly destroying Zhou Xian. Seeing Zhou Xian fleeing like a stray dog, he was truly delighted. Zhou Xian had killed his clone, seized the Fire Qilin's bloodline, and even caused his sovereign path to be unable to reach perfection. The northern and southern dynasties wanted to get back at him bit by bit. He didn't want Zhou Xian to die too easily because that would be too easy for Zhou Xian. He wanted Zhou Xian to die without a burial place. He wanted Zhou Xian to experience the feeling of death bit by bit. He wanted Zhou Xian to die in despair. Only then would he be able to resolve the hatred in his heart. Only then would his sovereign heaven art be perfected once again. Damn it, I can't go on like this. My body is constantly being injured. I have to think of a solution as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll really be in danger today. Zhou Xian couldn't help but curse. Today he had encountered a monster like the northern and southern dynasties. He had already done everything he could, but he still couldn't shake off the northern and southern dynasties. This was the biggest problem Zhou Xian had ever encountered. His path had always been smooth sailing and he had never been chased to such a sorry state. Among the geniuses of the younger generation, only the northern and southern dynasties had this ability. Xianxia, you won't be able to escape. Don't waste your energy. The northern and southern dynasties' auras soared into the sky as they continued to bombard Xianxia. Xianxia was beaten until he vomited blood and huge cracks appeared on his body. With such heavy injuries, even if he escaped now, it would take him a long time to recover. Zulong Tower. Xianxia shouted and directly struck out the Zulong Tower. The huge golden pagoda gave off an ancient light, and countless dragon roars came from the Zulong Tower. The Zulong Tower became solid and Xianxia took it out to use it as a weapon. Unfortunately, out of the 99 floors of the pagoda, only 37 were lit up. The rest were in a dark state and couldn't be activated. This was Xianxia's last and biggest reliance. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Xianxia wouldn't take out the Zulong Tower. The Zulong Tower was indestructible. The only thing he could do now was to use the Zulong Tower to block the powerful attacks from the northern and southern dynasties. Then he could find a chance to escape. What a good treasure. It gives off the aura of an ancient supreme being. Even I feel pressured. Xianxia, you are just a lowly person. How can you have such a good treasure? It's simply a stain. Today I'll take your treasure and it will be mine in the future. The eyes of the northern and southern dynasties fell on the Zulong Tower. Suddenly, a bright light shone from their eyes. It was a kind of greed, a kind of conquest. With the vision of the northern and southern dynasties, they could naturally see the power of the Zulong Tower. If they could take such a treasure for themselves, it would be an incomparably happy thing. The northern and southern dynasties once again used the great sovereign's hand, shrouding the Zulong Tower, trying to take the Zulong Tower. Unfortunately, the Zulong Tower was too heavy. Even the great sovereign's hand couldn't lift it up. Moreover, the Zulong Tower was extremely repulsive towards him. Damn it! Seeing that they failed, the northern and southern dynasties couldn't help but curse. They knew that such a divine weapon would have its own spirituality. The treasure in front of them had already been completely subdued by Xianxia. It had fused with Xianxia's origin and couldn't be moved. Even if they killed Xianxia, they wouldn't be able to obtain such a treasure. This made the northern and southern dynasties feel incomparably regretful. Since I can't obtain it, I'll just destroy it. If I can't obtain it, Xianxia, you can forget about obtaining it as well. The northern and southern dynasties coldly snorted and unleashed the Wisdom King's fist. A terrifying golden fist pierced through space and smashed onto the Zulong Tower. A huge tremor and terrifying shockwaves swept out like the ocean. This was a power that couldn't be withstood. The Wisdom King's fist heavily smashed onto the Zulong Tower. Even with the sturdiness of the Zulong Tower, cracks appeared on it. What? Xianxia cried out in shock and his expression changed drastically. He was connected to the Zulong Tower by life. If the Zulong Tower was damaged, he wouldn't feel good either. The northern and southern dynasties were too strong. Even the Zulong Tower couldn't block them. This situation exceeded Xianxia's imagination. If the northern and southern dynasties destroyed the Zulong Tower, it would bring him unimaginable losses. He might even lose his life here. However, there was nothing Xianxia could do about the current situation. He had already used all of his powerful skills, but the gap between him and Nan Beichao was just too huge. Everything he did was useless. Hee. 3 punches of wisdom. The northern and southern dynasties made their move again. They directly executed the 3 punches of wisdom and were prepared to destroy the Zulong Tower in one fell swoop. He could already tell that this was Xianxia's final trump card. As long as the Zulong Tower was destroyed, Xianxia would be completely finished and he would be at the mercy of the northern and southern dynasties. Dong dong dong. The 3 punches smashed onto the Zulong Tower, causing the Zulong Tower to shake violently. The cracks on the surface became denser and denser. The golden light also dimmed a lot and it seemed like it could completely shatter at any time. Xianxia vomited blood again. Although the attacks from the northern and southern dynasties didn't hit him, he was closely related to the Zulong Tower. If the Zulong Tower was damaged, he would also be injured. This was a fact that couldn't be changed. In the void, the Zulong Tower was on the verge of collapsing. It was in danger of collapsing at any time. Xianxia, I will shatter your tower. Let's see what else you can do. The northern and southern dynasties laughed maniacally. In their eyes, Xianxia was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He had completely become a turtle in a jar. As long as the tower was shattered, They could step on Xianxia at any time. Killing him would be as simple as stepping on an ant. The Great Emperor's Hand. The northern and southern dynasties didn't give Xianxia any chance to breathe. They attacked again with the Great Emperor's Hand. Xianxia's expression was extremely ugly. This was the most critical moment. If he took back the Zulong Tower, he might die under the Great Emperor's hand. He didn't want to be reborn again. However, if he didn't take back the Zulong Tower would completely shatter. By then all the effort he had put into the Zulong Tower would be in vain. Whoosh whoosh. The terrifying Great Emperor's hand could tear everything apart with a casual move. The northern and southern dynasties had a hideous smile on their faces. They seemed to be able to see the Zulong Tower completely shattering under the Great Emperor's hand. It would be a pity for a treasure to be destroyed just like that. However, they had no choice but to do so. For something that couldn't be obtained, it was best to destroy it. It was much better than letting it fall into the hands of the enemy. Buzz. Just as the Great Emperor's hand was about to touch the Zulong Tower that was about to shatter suddenly shook violently. It emitted an extremely intense buzzing sound as if a huge change was about to happen. Chapter 1581. It's the Wondrous Stone. What a huge movement. Is the creature inside the stone about to come out? Xianxia was shocked. He had obtained this wondrous stone in the ancient tomb in One-Line Sky. At that time not many people could move it. Later on he had to use the power of his bloodline to gain the approval of the wondrous stone. Later on he obtained the immortal execution order in the ancient tomb and saw a woman who looked exactly like Yan Qinyu lying in the immortal burying coffin. The wondrous stone contained an extremely powerful creature. But after Xianxia put the stone into the Zulong Tower, he didn't care about it anymore. He didn't know when the creature inside the wondrous stone would come out, so he just let it be. After a long time he almost forgot about the wondrous stone. Unexpectedly, the wondrous stone changed at the most critical moment. It seemed like the creature inside was about to come out. His intuition told him that the creature inside the wondrous stone was not simple. If it came out at this time, it might bring him a great turning point. He was being hunted by the northern and southern dynasties. Now was the most critical moment. At this last moment, any change might bring a turning point to Xianxia. Bang! All of a sudden, a golden light rushed out from the top of the wondrous stone. Xianxia could see clearly that it was a weapon. It was a 3 meters long iron rod. The rod was engraved with mystical runes. The moment the iron rod appeared, it rushed out from the Zulong Tower and collided with the great sovereign's hand of the northern and southern dynasties. Honglong. The extremely valiant iron cudgel pierced through the tyrannical hand of the great sovereign. The indestructible hand of the great sovereign seemed to become a fragile existence under the iron cudgel. It was destroyed on the spot. The horrifying aftermath rippled out and the iron cudgel poked a big hole in the space. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After destroying the great emperor's hand, the metal cudgel spun around in the void, shining with boundless divine light. Without any control, the metal cudgel actually began to expand. In the blink of an eye, it became a divine cudgel that was hundreds of feet long, standing upright in the sky. The golden divine light emitted from the metal cudgel covered a large area. The surface of the iron rod was carved with a coiling golden dragon. The golden dragon was vivid and lifelike, as if it was about to come to life. It emitted a dull dragon roar. What a mystical iron rod. This is definitely a supreme treasure of the heavens and earth. It contains a thick and ancient aura. This weapon must have a great origin. How could there be such a terrifying weapon inside the strange stone? No, the creature inside the strange stone hasn't appeared yet, only a weapon. Xianxia was shocked. Not only was he shocked by the miraculousness of the iron cudgel in front of him, but he was even more shocked by the terror of the creature inside the strange rock. With a casual stab of the cudgel, it had destroyed the hands of the great emperors of the northern and southern dynasties. What a wondrous treasure. This kid sure has a lot of treasures on him. To think that this iron staff could destroy my great sovereign hand. The northern and southern dynasties were similarly shaken. Their gazes landed on the metal cudgel, unable to shift away for a long time. Anyone could tell that this metal cudgel was extraordinary. There was a powerful source energy contained within, and it was a divine weapon that was blessed by the heavens and earth. After the appearance of the iron cudgel, the movements inside the strange rock became even greater. Xianxia was constantly paying attention to the strange rock. He felt that the strange rock might explode and the creature inside would jump out. However, the strange rock seemed to be unbreakable. There wasn't a single crack on its surface, but it didn't seem to be able to stop the creature inside from coming out. Whoosh! Another golden light appeared. After it appeared, it also rushed out of the Zulong Tower. However, this time it wasn't a weapon but a creature. Next to the iron cudgel, the shadow of a creature gradually solidified. At this moment, Xianxia and the gazes of the northern and southern dynasties landed on the creature without blinking. Countless golden light entered the body of the creature and was absorbed by it. The appearance of the creature was finally revealed. It was actually a monkey. That's right, the creature that came out was indeed a monkey. However, this monkey was extremely valiant. It was 8 feet tall and had a majestic body. It was wearing a golden armor that was much more valiant than the golden robes of the northern and southern dynasties. Just this armor alone was a rare treasure. The parts of its body that couldn't be covered by the armor were all golden hairs that were like steel needles, emitting dazzling divine light. Every strand of monkey hair was like a divine weapon, causing people to not dare to look at it directly. The most noteworthy thing was the monkey's eyes. His eyes were too bright. His golden pupils were constantly revolving. The materialized golden gaze caused the void to tremble. The monkey stood there like a god of war that soared into the sky, becoming the only existence in the world. His aura was too strong. His blood chi soared up into the sky, wanting to pierce a hole in the sky. Even the northern and southern dynasties seemed to be dimmer in front of him. This is a powerful primordial creature. How terrifying. De Huang was right. This wondrous stone is indeed not simple. Xianxia was shocked. This primordial creature was too strong. It caused such a huge commotion the moment it appeared. However, the appearance of this monkey made Xianxia incomparably excited. It seemed like this monkey was on his side. If that was the case, it would be very difficult for the northern and southern dynasties to kill him today. Swish! The monkey moved. He stretched out his palm and grabbed the iron cudgel beside him. The iron cudgel seemed to have received some kind of summon and landed in his hand. After that, it became one zhang long and was picked up by the monkey in an extremely smooth and skillful manner. The monkey raised his eyes. He didn't look at the northern and southern dynasties. Instead, he looked at Xianxia and spoke. His words almost angered Xianxia to death. Idiot. This was the first sentence the monkey spoke when he saw Xianxia. Xianxia staggered and almost fell out of the spatial zone. If it wasn't for the fact that he had coughed out too much blood today, he would have coughed out another mouthful of blood. Motherfucker, why did this monkey greet him like this? The first sentence he spoke was to curse him. Xianxia carefully recalled that he didn't seem to have offended this monkey before. If you put Grandpa Monkey in the 33rd level, Grandpa Monkey would have been born long ago. The monkey said angrily. Hearing this, Xianxia was stunned. He had nothing to say because the monkey was right. If he had placed the wondrous stone in the 33rd level, it would have been born long ago. He wouldn't have had to wait for such a long time. No wonder the monkey said that he was an idiot. In that case, he really was an idiot. However, when he obtained the wondrous stone, the 33rd level hadn't been opened yet. When it opened, he had completely forgotten about the wondrous stone. What surprised Xianxia was that although the monkey had been in the wondrous stone, it seemed to know everything that had happened outside. Otherwise, it wouldn't have known about the 33rd level. Then the monkey turned around and looked at the northern and southern dynasties. His sharp eyes suddenly burst out with endless anger and killing intent. You idiot, you almost destroyed Grandpa Monkey's cultivation place. You deserve to die 10,000 times over. The monkey was extremely arrogant. At least he looked more arrogant than the northern and southern dynasties. He had just been born and he was insufferably arrogant. Battle Saint Ape? Xianxia, I didn't expect you to have a Battle Saint Ape hidden around you. The northern and southern dynasties were shocked when they saw the origin of the monkey. The Battle Saint Ape was an immemorial battle spirit, an extremely rare divine beast that had obtained the essence of heaven and earth. I didn't expect a Battle Saint Ape to be hidden in the wondrous stone. There were 2 great ape species in ancient times, the Battle Saint Ape and the heaven-devouring devil ape. I didn't expect to see both of them. In the secret space of Genius Prefecture, A heaven-devouring devil ape has been sealed by Senior Yang Junlong. Now another battle saint ape has appeared. Jiang Qin was shocked. He had heard of the legend of the battle saint ape. Rumor had it that the first battle saint ape was born from the stone. Later on, it entered Buddhism and became an ancient great Buddha. The one in front of him now had the complete bloodline of the battle saint ape and was a rare descendant. Battle saint ape? Humph. You've underestimated the bloodline of Grandpa Monkey. Just based on this point alone you deserve to die. The monkey harumphed coldly. Suddenly he felt the anger of being looked down upon. This immemorial battle spirit seems to have more than one bloodline in his body. Let me use the Eye of Heaven to see if it's real or not. Immediately, the northern and southern dynasties casted the Eye of Heaven and scanned the body of the monkey. Immediately their expressions changed. It's a battle saint ape, a fusion of the bloodline of the ancient battle saint ape and the golden battle dragon. How could such a creature be born in the heaven and earth? The northern and southern dynasties were shocked. The Eye of Heaven had seen through the monkey. As the reincarnation of a great sovereign, he knew a lot of things. That was why he was able to see through the monkey. But shortly after, the shock on the faces of the northern and southern dynasties turned into excitement. Jiang Qin, I never thought that you would give me such a great gift before you die. This battle saint ape will also be killed by me. I will extract its bloodline and obtain endless benefits. This monkey is a huge treasure. The bloodline of the golden crow of the golden clan is nothing compared to it. My northern and southern dynasties are indeed the most prosperous in the heaven and earth. This monkey will become my greatest harvest and significance in entering the golden horizon this time. The northern and southern dynasties burst into laughter. They felt that they could control everything. Now the attraction of this monkey had even surpassed Jiang Qin. As long as they could subdue this immemorial battle spirit, they would be able to obtain endless benefits from it. Just this benefit alone would make this trip to the golden horizon worthwhile. Haha. Laugh your ass. How dare you look at Master Monkey with a pair of broken eyes? You're simply courting death. Fiery golden eyes. The monkey seemed to have a very bad temper. The Eye of Heaven of the northern and southern dynasties swept across its body as though it was looking at a treasure, which made the monkey extremely annoyed. The monkey bellowed. All of a sudden, its eyes turned into two flaming mountains, shooting out two streams of raging fire. Or it should be said that those were flames transformed from red light. Just these two gazes were enough to destroy everything. The Eye of Heaven that the northern and southern dynasties were so proud of suddenly dimmed under the reflection of the fiery golden eyes. The divine light emitted from the fiery golden eyes destroyed the light emitted by the Eye of Heaven and shot into the eyes of the northern and southern dynasties without warning. Chapter 1582. The fiery golden eyes were too terrifying. Even the Eye of Heaven wasn't a match for it. With a poochie sound, the sharp eyes of the northern and southern dynasties suddenly spurted out two streams of blood. Arg! The northern and southern dynasties covered their eyes with their hands on the spot, letting out miserable shrieks. Their eyes were severely injured. This was an unimaginable blow. Even if it was a powerful immortal venerable, having his eyes destroyed was still the greatest pain. Damned monkey, how dare you destroy this young master's Eye of Heaven? Damn it! Damn it! The golden hair of the northern and southern dynasties fluttered in the wind. Their eyes were bloodshot. They were enraged to the extreme. The destruction of the Eye of Heaven was too great a blow to them. Putting aside the blow to themselves, just the loss of the Eye of Heaven wasn't something that could be taken lightly. It wouldn't be easy to recover it. For God's sake, isn't this monkey too awesome? Jiang Chen's mouth was agape, revealing a rare look of astonishment. Not only was he astonished, but he was also horrified. With just a single gaze, this monkey had dealt a heavy blow to the northern and southern dynasties. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. However, this could also be blamed on the bad luck of the northern and southern dynasties. Their eyes were injured because they were caught off guard. Otherwise, given the strength of the northern and southern dynasties, they wouldn't be so weak. What truly shocked Jiang Qin was the power of the fiery golden eyes. It was actually above the Eye of Heaven. Under the radiance of the fiery golden eyes, the Eye of Heaven of the northern and southern dynasties couldn't even withstand a single blow. The fiery golden eyes was the innate ability of the battle saint ape. It was inherited from the first Monkey King. It was unparalleled in the heavens and earth. Even the legendary Eye of Heaven wasn't a match for the fiery golden eyes. You're blind and you still dare to talk back to Master Monkey? If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how powerful Master Monkey is. The monkey's aura was tremendous. Carrying his metal cudgel, he arrived before the northern and southern dynasties in the blink of an eye. The metal cudgel whizzed out and smashed onto the bodies of the northern and southern dynasties. The northern and southern dynasties reacted extremely quickly. Although his eyes were temporarily blind, his senses were extremely sharp. A suit of armor immediately appeared on the surface of his body. It was the armor of immortals. Bang! Monkey's stick smashed heavily on Nanbei Chao's body. Nanbei Chao was sent flying. No one knew how far Nanbei Chao was sent flying. In any case, he was sent flying very far away. He couldn't even find the edge of the impact. Damn monkey Xianxia, I'll remember what happened today. The next time I see you, I'll definitely kill you. The voices of the northern and southern dynasties gradually faded away and soon disappeared. Someone as strong as him was sent flying by a single strike from the monkey. This scene was really shocking. At least Xianxia was really shocked. He gave the monkey a thumbs up and praised him from the bottom of his heart. Other than that, he was also deeply grateful. If the monkey hadn't appeared in time today, his life would have been in danger. Not only would he have died, but the Zulong Tower would have been destroyed as well. The monkey kept his metal cudgel and swaggered towards Xianxia. He swayed his head as he walked, looking completely insufferably arrogant. Let me introduce myself. I'm Long Xian. You can call me Brother Xian from now on. Brother Monkey is truly awe-inspiring. As expected of a battle saint ape. You've just been born and you already have such skills. Thank you for saving me today. Otherwise, I would have failed miserably. Xianxia gave the Long Xian a thumbs up. These words came from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for Long Xian's timely appearance today, it would be hard for him to imagine how he could escape from the entanglement of the northern and southern dynasties. As for the northern and southern dynasties, Xianxia could only smile. The northern and southern dynasties were destined to be unlucky to meet him. Be it their incarnation in the mortal world or their main body in the immortal world, as long as they met him, they would be unlucky. Those emperors who could dominate everything would eventually lose to him, Xianxia. Today's situation was the same. Although the northern and southern dynasties were far stronger than Xianxia, he was still unlucky in the end. Not only did he fail to kill Xianxia, he was also blinded by the monkey. It could be said that he was extremely unlucky. This was the first time that the northern and southern dynasties suffered a setback in the immortal world. Although it was Long Xian who made the move, the root cause was still Xianxia. Without Xianxia, there would be no Long Xian. It was Xianxia who took the wondrous stone back then that led to the birth of Long Xian today. Xianxia didn't let Long Xian continue to chase after the northern and southern dynasties because he knew that the northern and southern dynasties were still at their peak. Moreover, he had many tricks up his sleeves. Even if Long Xian chased after them, he might not be able to take the lives of the northern and southern dynasties. More importantly, Xianxia wanted to keep this powerful enemy for himself. With the northern and southern dynasties, Xianxia wouldn't be lonely. This was the driving force for his continuous growth. Congratulations, my ass. It's not time for Master Monkey to come out yet. If I wasn't forced by that kid, Master Monkey wouldn't have come out at this time to waste my essence, chi and spirit. Otherwise, how could I let that idiot escape today? I have to go back now. Put the stone in the 33rd level. This will help me come out. Alright, that's all for now. Long Xian said. With a sway of his body, he went back into the wondrous stone. The dazzling golden wondrous stone instantly dimmed and became the same as before. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see anything special about this stone. Seeing that the monkey had returned to the wondrous stone, Xianxia finally understood why the wondrous stone didn't explode. It turned out that Long Xian hadn't really come out yet. It was because the northern and southern dynasties wanted to destroy the Zulong Tower, so Long Xian had to come out. Xianxia didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly moved the wondrous stone to the 33rd level of the Zulong Tower. The rule of time here was 30 times faster. It was very beneficial for the breeding of the Monkey King. It could greatly shorten the time for Long Xian to come out. For an immemorial battle spirit like the monkey to come out, it means that it's going against the heavens. Forcing it to come out won't bring any benefits. It will have a negative impact on its body. I really don't dare to imagine how strong it will be after it comes out. Jiang Qin sighed. In this world there were some incomparably powerful creatures. They had the bloodline of the immemorial battle spirit in their bodies. They were innately belligerent. Once they came out they would shake the world. They were all favored by the heavens and had great luck. Xian was such a person. It was the combination of the sacred battle ape and the golden battle dragon. It had the bloodline of two divine beasts and inherited the fiery golden eyes of the sacred battle ape. Such a heaven-defying existence would set off a great storm once it came out into the world. Jiang Qin was already looking forward to it. He was even looking forward to the scene of fighting side by side with Xian. It would definitely be very carefree. The crisis had been resolved, but Jiang Qin's serious injuries were still there. What he needed to do now was to recover his injuries as soon as possible. The opening time of the Golden Horizon is getting longer and longer. I have to race against time. Fortunately, I have the 33rd level of the spatial zone. This time, the Zulong Tower has also suffered heavy damage and needs to recover. I can only come out after my injuries have fully recovered. Jiang Qin muttered. The most urgent thing now was to heal his injuries. In this Golden Horizon that was filled with dangers everywhere, he had to maintain his vigilance at all times and ensure that he was in his peak state at all times. Only in this way could he cope with any sudden changes. Jiang Qin didn't leave this spatial zone. He directly used the Zulong Tower to hide himself. In the 33rd level of the spatial zone, he sat beside the wondrous rock and began to meditate. He quickly circulated the dragon transformation skill and with spiritual qi to heal his injuries. Although the injuries he had suffered this time were serious, fortunately his foundation wasn't damaged. The damage to his origin wasn't serious either. It wasn't a problem for Jiang Qin. With his terrifying recovery speed, it wouldn't take long for him to fully recover. However, it wouldn't be that easy for the Zulong Tower to recover. Fortunately, the Zulong Tower was extremely solid and wouldn't collapse. After he got out of this place, he would find some powerful evil spirits and let the Zulong Tower refine and absorb them. Then it would slowly recover. By staying here, Jiang Qin wasn't afraid that the northern and southern dynasties would return. The Eye of Heaven of the northern and southern dynasties had been damaged by Xian's fiery golden eyes. It would take a certain amount of time to recover. In a short period of time, the northern and southern dynasties wouldn't come back and shouldn't take the initiative to find trouble with him. After all, the northern and southern dynasties didn't know that Xian had only walked out of the wondrous rock for a short period of time. I've separated from De Huang and Sister Ning, but Sister Ning has De Huang's protection. Her safety shouldn't be a problem. It just so happens that she also needs to search for her own fortune in the Golden Horizon. Jiang Qin thought of the separated De Huang dog and Wu Ningzhu. Although he was a little worried, he wasn't particularly worried. He was very confident in De Huang dog. With De Huang dog around, it wouldn't be easy for anyone to hurt Wu Ningzhu. He was afraid that he was at least hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Broken Edge Cliff. He had no idea where Jiang Qin had run to. Even Jiang Qin himself didn't know where he was in the Golden Horizon. However, all these weren't important. The most important thing now was to recover from his injuries. This was the top priority. Broken Edge Cliff. The northern and southern dynasties had disappeared for a long time, but the number of people here was increasing. Presumably, the news of the Broken Edge Cliff must have spread out and attracted a lot of people. But now that the main character had disappeared, many people couldn't wait any longer and kept leaving. What the hell? Isn't he going to set up an arena to challenge the geniuses of the world? Why did he suddenly disappear? I think this young Master Chow has lost his interest. After all, even Mo Wuqing isn't a match for him. Such a genius is indeed too terrifying. Seems like he is really the reincarnation of a great sovereign. I think I saw him chasing after a young man. I don't know what happened. It seems so. I've seen it too, but that young man seems to only have an early immortal king cultivation base. There's no need for young Master Chow to chase after him. Let's go and disperse. Don't waste your precious time here. There are plenty of benefits in the Golden Horizon. We better continue to search for our own fortune. Chapter 1583. Wu Ningzhu and De Huang Dog were still in the crowd. Their expressions didn't look too good. After all, they had personally witnessed the strength of the northern and southern dynasties. It was impossible for them to not be worried now that they were chasing after Jiang Qin. De Huang, do you think little Qinzi will be fine? Wu Ningzhu asked worriedly. Don't worry. That kid has heaven-defying means. He will be fine. Even if he can't defeat the northern and southern dynasties, he can still escape easily. De Huang Dog could only comfort Wu Ningzhu like this. In fact, he was also incomparably worried in his heart. He could imagine that if the northern and southern dynasties continued to chase after Jiang Qin definitely wouldn't have a good time. His life might even be in danger. Of course, he couldn't say these words to Wu Ningzhu because it would only increase Wu Ningzhu's worries and wouldn't be of any help. However, De Huang Dog believed that Jiang Qin wouldn't die so easily. This was a person with great luck. He would always be able to create miracles at the most crucial moment. In the eyes of De Huang Dog, Jiang Qin was the nemesis of the northern and southern dynasties. It would be hard for him to die even if he wanted to. De Huang, why did the northern and southern dynasties suddenly chase after junior brother Jiang Qin? Xianxia asked in puzzlement. He really didn't know when Jiang Qin offended this young Master Cao. Even if he did, given young Master Chao's status and strength, he wouldn't put an immortal king in his eyes. However, after the northern and southern dynasties defeated Mo Wuqing, they did indeed chase after Jiang Qin. This was a fact. You ask me? Who should I ask? Sister Ning, let's go. De Huang Dog was distraught and couldn't be bothered with Xianxia. He brought Wu Ningzhu and left. There was no meaning in continuing to wait. The northern and southern dynasties definitely wouldn't return, let alone Jiang Qin. Where are we going to look for little Qinzi now? Asked Wu Ningzhu. I really don't know. I also can't divine the current location of little Qinzi. Let's just ignore him for now. Let's go to Golden Horizon to look for benefits. Don't worry. Jiang Qin definitely won't die. He will come looking for us. De Huang Dog said, then brought Ningzhu and vanished from the broken edge. In the void of the Golden Horizon, Nanbei Chao was sitting cross-legged in the void. His entire being had completely integrated with the spatial law. He had created a small world here that was hard for outsiders to discover. At this moment, Nanbei Chao's eyes were no longer bleeding and had regained their clarity. However, it was undoubtedly impossible for him to restore the Eye of Heaven, at least not in a short period of time. That damned bastard! How dare he destroy my eye? Nanbei Chao gritted his teeth fiercely. Not only was his Eye of Heaven injured, his body had also been smashed by Dragon Shursan's cudgel, which almost broke his body apart. Even moving was painful. That cudgel carried the power to destroy the heaven and earth. If he hadn't used the immortal armor at the last moment, the consequences would have been much more serious than this. Battle Saint Ape. I have never thought that such an unusual being would be born in the heavens and earth. A powerful immemorial battle spirit sure is terrifying. That fiery golden eyes is truly powerful. Even my Eye of Heaven isn't a match for it. Humph. However, today's matter won't end just like this. When I fully recover and my cultivation base has advanced to the intermediate immortal emperor realm, I must tear that monkey apart. If I can obtain his bloodline, my cultivation base will reach a very terrifying level, and I will gain tremendous benefits from it. And that Jiang Qin will become a great threat to me sooner or later. He must be killed as soon as possible. Nanbei Chao said fiercely. As the reincarnation of a great sovereign, he had never suffered such a huge blow since he was born. This was the first time. This failure had seriously affected his monarch heart. It was originally an undefeatable heart, but after experiencing a failure, it became imperfect. This was extremely disadvantageous to Nanbei Chao's path to becoming a monarch. Nanbei Chao's monarch heart was extremely powerful. The northern and southern dynasty closed his eyes and began to recover from his injuries. He was proficient in many secret arts. Although the speed of his recovery wasn't as fast as Jiang Qin's with spiritual qi, it was absolutely not bad. Except for the slow recovery of the Eye of Heaven, everything else wasn't a big problem. In the 33rd level of the Zulong Tower, 2 months had passed. Jiang Qin's injuries had fully recovered. Waves of powerful qi surged out of his body, swirling rapidly in the 33rd level. Jiang Qin opened his eyes. Two substantial eyes rushed out with a swoosh and fell on the wondrous rock beside him, causing it to buzz. Xianxia, you bastard. Long Xian's voice came from the wondrous rock, sounding very angry. Sorry, I was too excited. Xianxia chuckled. It really wasn't intentional this time. It was completely an accident. Not only did he fully recover from his injuries, but his potential energy had also been stimulated, causing the number of dragon marks in his body to increase by 10,000, reaching 1,190,000. He was only 10,000 dragon marks away from the 1,200,000 late immortal king realm. Although the increase of 10,000 dragon marks didn't allow Xianxia's cultivation base to advance to the late immortal king realm, it had increased Xianxia's combat strength to another level, making him even more terrifying. What's there to be excited about? Isn't it just recovering? Master Monkey is still inside. Long Xian was incomparably depressed. 13. How can you talk when you haven't been born? Why are you talking nonsense when you're meditating inside? Xianxia stared at the wondrous rock curiously. He was very interested in this Long Xian. Plus, Xianxia liked Long Xian's character very much. Long Xian was both righteous and evil, unrestrained, decisive and never sloppy. Plus, he was naturally narcissistic, which was almost comparable to De Huang Dog. Xianxia could imagine that when Long Xian was born he would meet De Huang Dog. It would be very lively. There's nothing Master Monkey doesn't know. Even if I'm in the wondrous rock, I can still know everything that's happening outside. The law of time here is very mystical. It's 30 times faster. I'm not far from being born. Long Xian said narcissistically. Hearing this, Xianxia nodded. This kind of primordial creature was very terrifying and full of mysticism. It wasn't strange for it to be able to sense everything outside from the wondrous rock. After seeing Long Xian's strength, Xianxia began to regret that he didn't put the wondrous rock in the 33rd floor of the Zulong Tower earlier. Otherwise, Long Xian would have been born long ago. Since you can speak, why didn't you tell me to put you in the 33rd floor? Xianxia asked curiously. What do you know? Master Dog has to test your character, right? What if you have evil intentions towards me? Wouldn't it be very dangerous? Long Xian said. How's your test? Xianxia asked. Not bad. Kid, you're not bad. Whether it's your cultivation talent or your way of doing things, you're top-notch. You're almost 1/10 of me. Master Monkey admires you very much. Long Xian said shamelessly. Xianxia was speechless. He thought that this monkey was praising him, but it turned out that he was praising himself. This monkey really didn't let go of any chance to be narcissistic. This was still in the wondrous rock. If he came out in the future, how narcissistic would he be? Chapter 1584. Long Xian's current state was basically fixed. If he hadn't forcefully dealt with the northern and southern dynasties, he might have been completely born by now. However, with his current state he wasn't far from being born. Time passed too fast in the 33rd level. It was no wonder that Long Xian scolded Xianxia as soon as he came out. If the wondrous stone was placed here when the 33rd level was just formed, Long Xian would have been born long ago. Monkey, why are you called 13? Who gave you this name? Xianxia asked curiously. How could a creature that had just been born and had never walked out of the wondrous stone know his name? Such a creature shouldn't have a name. I don't know. This name is subconsciously in my mind. I have the golden bloodline of the ancient golden battle dragon in my body, so my name has the word dragon in it. As for why I'm called 13, I don't know. Long Xian said. However, it was obvious that he didn't care so much about his life. After all, it was just a title. However, from Long Xian's tone, it could be heard that Long Xian also felt that his name should have some origin, but as for the specific origin he didn't know. A powerful ancient battle spirit, the battle saint ape. Such a heaven-defying creature, how can it not have some secrets? Xianxia thought. He was very interested in Long Xian, but he also knew that all the information about Long Xian might not even be known to him. However, Xianxia knew that the birth of Long Xian indicated that there was another heaven-defying existence in this world. A monstrous genius was destined to be brilliant. Putting aside the bloodline of the golden battle dragon, Long Xian had completely inherited the inheritance of the battle saint ape. The fiery golden eyes and the iron staff had already explained everything. Alright, you continue to stay here. Don't forget to inform me in advance when you're going to be born. My Zulong Tower has been severely damaged. There are a lot of cracks on it. It won't be able to withstand a monkey's torment. I've been in seclusion for 2 months. The Golden Horizon has been opened for 8 or 9 days. It's time for me to go out. Jiang Qin stood up from the ground and casually patted his buttocks. He didn't forget to remind Long Shan that this heaven-defying monkey was also a tyrant of the world. When he was born, he might cause a huge commotion. If this monkey was born in the 33rd level of Zulong Tower, wouldn't he turn the Zulong Tower upside down? Go to the northeast. There's good stuff there. There are good things there, reminded Long Shan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. It seemed like he had obtained another treasure. This monkey was the same as De Huang Dog. They were both heaven-defying deities of the heaven and earth. They were born with magical abilities. De Huang Dog was already very good at sensing treasures. Now it seemed like this monkey could do the same as well. Since the monkey said that there were good things in the northeast, Jiang Qin would absolutely believe it. Since he didn't know where he was going, he might as well follow Long Shan's instructions and head to the northeast. All right. Jiang Qin nodded. With a sway, he walked out of the Zulong Tower and flew towards the direction pointed by Long Shan. In front of him was a vast wilderness that stretched as far as the eye could see. Jiang Qin didn't know where he was. In any case, he was already very far away from the Broken Edge Cliff. During the chase with the northern and southern dynasties, he had already flown hundreds of thousands of miles in the spatial zone. He had long left the boundary of the Broken Edge Cliff. Rumble. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from the end of the wilderness. Even if it was far away, one could still feel the extremely strong fluctuations of the battle. The impact of the energy caused the sky to tremble violently. Someone is fighting. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. He immediately flew towards the direction of the battle. Since he had nothing to do, he wanted to see who was fighting. Jiang Chen's speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the end of the wilderness. In front of the wilderness, he saw 8 or 9 people fighting fiercely with each other. Seemed like the battle had been going on for some time. Now it was the final moment. 5 of them were besieging the other 4 in the center. Jiang Qin looked around and immediately saw some familiar figures. Xianxia, Crown Prince. Jiang Qin saw 2 familiar faces. One was the 7th Prince of Great Cloud Empire, Xianxia, and the other was the Crown Prince. At this moment, the 4 people who were besieged were the people of Crown Prince Palace. One of them was Yu Hao of Crown Prince Palace. Yu Hao had always wanted to enter Dan Prefecture, but because of Jiang Qin, Dan Prefecture had cancelled his qualification to recruit disciples. He had been brooding over this. However, at this moment, Crown Prince Palace was obviously at a disadvantage. Except for the Crown Prince, Yu Hao and the other 2 were only half-step immortal emperors. All 4 of them had severe injuries, especially the Crown Prince. His injury was the most serious. One of his arms had been chopped off. His body was covered with blood. Normally, the Crown Prince wouldn't be so weak. It was because the enemy's camp was just too strong. Among the 5 of them, apart from Xianxia, the other 3 were half-step immortal emperors. Such a camp alone wouldn't be able to pose a great threat to the Crown Prince. The real threat to the Crown Prince was another man. That man had an imposing appearance, black and white hair, and incomparably powerful qi. More importantly, his cultivation base had already reached the terrifying intermediate immortal emperor realm, the same level as Yanglang of Great Qian Empire. Jiang Qin wasn't a fool. He could naturally see what was happening in front of him. Great Qian Empire and Great Cloud Empire had always been hostile to each other. They had been at war for years. Now that they had encountered each other in the Golden Horizon, they naturally wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. Besides, the other party was the Crown Prince of Great Qian Empire, the heir to the throne. If he was killed, it would undoubtedly bring great benefits to Great Cloud Empire. As for the Crown Prince, he was undoubtedly very unlucky. His cultivation base was only at the early immortal emperor realm. If he encountered Xianxia head-on, he wouldn't be afraid at all. As a matter of fact, he did encounter Xianxia alone at the beginning. After a fierce battle, both of them were equally matched. Both of them were ready to stop and search for their own fortune, but he didn't expect that an intermediate immortal emperor of Great Cloud Empire would appear at this time. Given Yun Zhangxiao's character, he naturally wouldn't let go of such a great opportunity to kill the crown prince. After losing his face in Dan Prefecture, Yun Zhangxiao had always been depressed. He didn't have the slightest good impression of the people of Great Qian Empire. He secretly swore that as long as he met anyone from Great Qian Empire in the Golden Horizon, no matter who they were, he would kill every one of them. He would kill every two of them until he felt the balance in his heart. Ah, Crown Prince, your luck is really too bad. But this is your fate. Killing you today can be considered as this prince venting out some of my depression. The seventh prince Yun Zhangxiao laughed aloud. In his eyes, the crown prince was already a turtle in a jar. There was no doubt that he would die. Yun Zhangxiao, it was Jiang Qin who embarrassed you last time, not me. You should go and kill Jiang Qin. As a matter of fact, the two of us can work together. Jiang Qin's existence is also a great trouble to me. If you let me go today, we can work together in the future. The crown prince spoke. The thought of Jiang Qin seemed to have found a breakthrough. He wanted to find a chance of survival from Jiang Qin. He knew very well how much Yun Zhangxiao hated Jiang Qin. When the name Jiang Qin was mentioned, Yun Zhangxiao's face turned cold all of a sudden, gritting his teeth. Humph. Crown Prince, look at your current appearance. What qualification do you have to cooperate with me? As for that damn Jiang Qin, he will die for sure once he comes to Golden Horizon. He won't be able to escape from my palm. I will kill you first and seize your luck and fortune. The next time I meet Jiang Qin, I will make him suffer a fate worse than death. Yun Zhangxiao harumphed coldly. He wasn't interested in the cooperation proposed by the crown prince. In his eyes, Jiang Qin must die, the crown prince must die, and the people of Great Qian Empire must die. As long as there was a chance, he would kill them all. Yun Zhangxiao, don't go too far. Given your ability, you are no match for me. You are only relying on others. What's there to be proud of? The crown prince spoke ferociously. He could already see that he was going to die today. There was an intermediate immortal emperor in the enemy's team. Plus, he was already seriously injured. He didn't even have the chance to escape. His injuries were caused by the intermediate immortal emperor. Yun Yi of Great Cloud Empire was a rare genius of Great Cloud Empire. He had already reached the intermediate immortal emperor realm at a young age, which made him an existence on the same level as Yang Lang. Plus, he had a very good relationship with Yun Zhangxiao. He had always supported Yun Zhangxiao to become the next emperor of Great Cloud Empire. He had also comforted Yun Zhangxiao about the humiliation he suffered in Genius Prefecture. Now that he had finally met the crown prince of Great Qian Empire, he naturally had to do his best to help Yun Zhangxiao. Cut the crap. Death is death. Defeat is defeat. There's no need for so many reasons and excuses. Crown Prince, the fact that you have fallen into my hands today means that your luck has come to an end. Your luck should be Yun Zhangxiao's. Yun Zhangxiao was a decisive man. With a swing of the sword in his hand, he advanced step by step towards the crown prince with cold killing intent. Little Qinzi, this crown prince is a man of Great Qian Empire. Aren't you going to save him? The voice of Long Shersan was heard from the wondrous rock. This bastard was able to sense everything that was happening outside despite being in the rock. Save him? Do you think I'm a living bodhisattva? Didn't you hear? This bastard is about to die, yet he still wants to join hands with the other party to kill me? Even if Yun Zhangxiao doesn't kill him, I still want to kill him. But now is the best time. If I kill the crown prince, it will cause a lot of trouble in Great Qian Empire in the future. Now I can borrow Yun Zhangxiao's hand to kill the crown prince, and then I can kill Yun Zhangxiao to avenge the crown prince. Chapter 1585. Asking him to save the crown prince was simply a fool's dream. The crown prince and Jiang Qin were absolute enemies. Although they were both from Great Qian Empire, the crown prince hated him to the bone. Jiang Qin knew this very well. This could be seen from the crown prince's reaction just now. The crown prince was about to die, yet he still wanted Yun Zhangxiao to kill him. Jiang Qin would never be polite to such a person, but Jiang Qin couldn't kill Jiang Qin. After all, this was Golden Horizon. If the news of killing each other was spread out, it would be despised by the world. At that time, he wouldn't be able to stay in Great Qian Empire any longer. The current situation couldn't be any better. After Yun Zhangxiao killed the crown prince and the people of Crown Prince's palace, he would act decisively and eliminate them. Jiang Qin wouldn't be polite to Yun Zhangxiao either. Jiang Qin wouldn't be lenient to any enemy who wanted to kill him. The best way to deal with an enemy was to kill them completely. At that time he could use the excuse of avenging the crown prince to kill the crown prince. In that case, even if the crown prince died, it wouldn't have anything to do with him. If the news spread out, he would still be considered as a person who knew how to unite. At that time, the outsiders would say that Jiang Qin was still willing to avenge the crown prince at all costs, even though the crown prince had treated him like that. How could an ordinary person have such a high level of awareness? Good boy. You're really insidious. You want to kill two birds with one stone. Brilliant, brilliant. Your intelligence is already 1/5 of Master Monkey's. Long Xian praised Jiang Qin in the wondrous rock and didn't forget to be narcissistic. Get lost. Jiang Qin said snappily. This guy really wouldn't miss any opportunity to praise his narcissism. It's not every day that we get to kill two birds with one stone. They're just unlucky to have encountered it today. I was chased by the northern and southern dynasties, and I had nowhere to vent my anger. They came at the right time. Jiang Qin said coldly. He had a belly full of anger right now. Ever since he was reincarnated, he had never suffered such humiliation. He had been chased for hundreds of thousands of miles, and had been beaten to the point that his feces almost came out. If he didn't vent his anger, he wouldn't like to see anything else. This group of people in front of him was the perfect target for Jiang Qin to vent his anger on. He would clap his hands happily if either of them died. It seemed like the direction that Long Xian had pointed him in was pretty good. Whether or not he could get the treasure aside, he could at least vent his anger. Little Qinzi, I don't think it's easy for you to vent your anger. I can see that the opponent has an intermediate immortal emperor expert. Given your current combat strength, I'm afraid that you won't be a match for an intermediate immortal emperor genius. Long Xian said. Have you forgotten about the Blood Demon King? I didn't bring them here for nothing. The corner of Jiang Qin's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. The Blood Demon King was enough to deal with Yun Yi. As for Yun Yi, Jiang Qin didn't plan to kill him because it wasn't realistic. Even if the Blood Demon King attacked, he could only suppress Yun Yi at most. It was almost impossible to kill such a genius. It was still very easy for an intermediate immortal emperor genius to escape. Master Monkey has forgotten about those two bastards. Jia, Master Monkey will be waiting to watch a good show. Long Xian's sinister laughter was heard. His laughter was as obscene as De Huang Dog. He knew very well about the Blood Demon King. Although Long Xian had been staying in the wondrous rock, he knew everything that had happened outside ever since he followed Jiang Qin. It could be said that he had watched Jiang Qin grow up. Therefore he had been talking to Jiang Qin like a friend or even a brother. This was because Long Xian thought highly of Jiang Qin, and Jiang Qin was worthy of Long Xian's attention. One should know that an immemorial battle spirit like Long Xian was extremely terrifying. The legendary battle Saint Ape had an unimaginable arrogance in their bones. They wouldn't make friends with ordinary people because the other party wasn't worthy of them. They would only be friends with those who were noble and proud. Only those whom they looked up to and approved by them could be friends. Long Xian was like this, and so was De Huang Dog. Both of them could see the capability of Jiang Qin, and their characters were like-minded. Therefore they were destined to be good brothers who fought side by side with Jiang Qin. Ahead, Yun Zhangxiao had already arrived in front of Crown Prince and the others. The long sword in his hand radiated cold light and undisguised killing intent. Swoosh. Yun Zhangxiao pointed his sword at a half-step immortal emperor disciple who was also seriously injured. Don't kill me. The crown prince was trembling with fear. As a genius of Genius Prefecture and the favorite of the crown prince, he had never thought that he would die one day. He felt that he had a bright future and could reach a height that ordinary people couldn't reach. This time he came to Golden Horizon with great hope and fantasy, dreaming of finding a powerful opportunity so that he could show his might after leaving this place. However, the reality was just too cruel. Only he knew the fear of dying soon. Yun Zhangxiao didn't give him the slightest chance. The long sword pierced through his glabella with a poochie sound. A stream of dark red blood spurted out. That person's eyes were still filled with despair before death. Unfortunately, his life force had already vanished and he died tragically in this ancient battlefield. Next, it's your turn. Yun Zhangxiao raised his sword and walked to the side of another half-step immortal emperor disciple. I'll fight you to the death. The disciple raised the combat sword in his hand and lunged at Yun Zhangxiao. He seemed much more courageous than the previous disciple. In any case, he knew that he wouldn't be able to live any longer. Countless people had died in the war between Great Qian Empire and Great Cloud Empire. He didn't expect the other party to be merciful and let him go. Instead of standing here and waiting for death, he might as well take the initiative to attack and die a heroic death. Puqi, unfortunately, all his resistance was futile. The gap between them was just too great. Putting aside the fact that he was already seriously injured, even if he was in his peak state, he still wouldn't be able to fight Yun Zhangxiao. Just like Crown Prince, Yun Zhangxiao was an early immortal Emperor Supreme expert. 2 people were killed in the blink of an eye. The expression of the Crown Prince and Yu Hao turned incomparably ugly. The Crown Prince was also afraid of death. The higher the status of a person, the greater the fear of death. Yun Zhangxiao, must you kill all of us? The Crown Prince spoke unwillingly. Crown Prince, don't blame me. If this prince had fallen into your hands, would you have spared this prince's life? Yun Zhangxiao picked up the brocade pouch of the 2 disciples and said. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince fell silent and chose not to speak anymore. Yun Zhangxiao's words made him speechless. What Yun Zhangxiao said was right. If the Crown Prince was in his position, he wouldn't have given Yun Zhangxiao a chance to live. In fact, he might have done something even more outrageous. Putting aside the fact that both of them were enemies, the fact that he could absorb Yun Zhangxiao's luck and obtain the identity brocade pouch of Yun Zhangxiao was a great temptation. Come on, I admit defeat today. The Crown Prince gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with despair. 7th Prince, don't kill me. I can join your Great Cloud Empire. I'm a powerful alchemist. I will certainly bring benefits to your empire. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to follow you in the future and work like a slave. Yu Hao knelt on the ground with a puff. He didn't want to die. Death was too terrifying for him. At this time, dignity and integrity should go to hell. Chapter 1586. Yu Hao's sudden performance stunned the Crown Prince. However, his eyes were immediately filled with intense anger. The Crown Prince couldn't help but be angry. Haha, Crown Prince, did you see that? You are such a failure. Someone is betraying you when you are about to die. The genius alchemist of your Great Qian Empire is going to join our Great Cloud Empire. Yun Zhangxiao burst into laughter. He wouldn't let go of any opportunity to attack the Crown Prince, but he didn't look at Yu Hao. The disgust and contempt on his face was obvious. Obviously, he hated fence-sitters like Yu Hao the most. You're right. I'm indeed a failure. The Crown Prince smiled bitterly and shook his head. He suddenly felt a sense of loneliness. He was the Crown Prince, but he didn't even have a single person who was willing to live and die with him. Yu Hao was the person he trusted the most. He had never thought that Yu Hao would do such a thing at the last moment. To the Crown Prince, this was the greatest mockery. Crown Prince, don't blame me. I still have a bright future ahead of me. I don't want to die in Golden Horizon like this. I hope you can understand. From now on, Yu Hao, will no longer be a person of Great Qian Empire. I will join Great Cloud Empire and serve the 7th Prince. Yu Hao spoke solemnly to the Crown Prince. A person like Yu Hao would do anything to survive. He had almost no dignity or bottom line. Motherfucker. This bastard is too shameless. Master Monkey can't stand it anymore. If Master Monkey can get out now, I'll send him to heaven with one strike. Long Shirshan, who was in the Wondrous Rock, couldn't stand it anymore. There's no need for you to do anything. He won't survive today. Do you think Yun Zhangxiao will want such a person? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a faint smile. Yu Hao thought too highly of himself. He thought that Yun Zhangxiao would attach importance to him just because he was a genius alchemist. He had neglected the fact that Yun Zhangxiao was also a powerful alchemist. In front of Yun Zhangxiao, all of Yu Hao's advantages were gone. Moreover, would Yun Zhangxiao want a person who betrayed his master at the critical moment? If Yun Zhangxiao didn't have any feelings for Yu Hao at the beginning, he was now filled with disgust. Humph. Yu Hao, do you really think you're strong enough to survive? The Crown Prince harumphed coldly. At such a close distance he could easily kill Yu Hao, but he didn't because he knew that even if he didn't do anything, Yu Hao wouldn't be able to live. He understood Yun Zhangxiao better than Yu Hao. He wanted to let Yu Hao know how foolish his choice was. Puqi. Just as the crown prince's voice fell, Xianxiao's long sword pierced through Yu Hao's head, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Until death, Yu Hao didn't know why. He had clearly surrendered, and he felt that no matter where he went he would be valued. A young genius alchemist was a fortune for any major force. He didn't know why Xianxia wanted to kill him and why he killed him first instead of the crown prince. Bah, trash. Xianxia spat at Yu Hao's corpse. Yu Hao's ending was a warning to the world that one should never put one's position too high, and one shouldn't always think of oneself as important. One's life and death all depended on one's luck. One shouldn't die with the reputation of trash, which was disgusting. Yu Hao was bound to die today, but he had chosen the most cowardly way to die. Originally, he could have died a very heroic death just like the previous two geniuses. His name would be remembered by the genius prefecture of Great Qian Empire. But now Yu Hao's name would also be remembered, but he would be the target of contempt and curses. Crown Prince, it's your turn now. What else do you have to say? Xianxia looked at the Crown Prince. He was very excited that he was going to kill this big rival of his. At least this was an opponent that he could look up to. Come on, this Crown Prince has fallen into your hands today. I have nothing to say. The Crown Prince closed his eyes and gave up resisting. Given his current combat strength, he was no longer a match for Xianxia. Moreover, there was an even more powerful Yunyi standing behind him. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to escape. Since there was no way for him to escape, he could only accept his fate. Very well, Crown Prince. You are also someone that I, Xianxia, admire. After killing you, I will tell the world that you, the Crown Prince, died in the hands of Xianxia. Xianxia spoke and thrust the sword in his hand forward. While the Crown Prince was defenseless, the sword pierced through the glabella of the Crown Prince. It was a fatal wound, almost killing the Crown Prince. Stop. How dare you kill the Crown Prince of Great Qian Empire? Just as Xianxiao's sword pierced through the Crown Prince's glabella, a loud bellow suddenly sounded from afar. Then a man in fluttering white robe rushed over in an imposing manner. How shameless! Long Shisan couldn't help but say. Jiang Chen's timing was just too good. The moment Xianxia killed the Crown Prince, he made a false impression that he was late to save the Crown Prince. Not only did he achieve his goal, but he also let the Crown Prince see Jiang Chen's arrival before he died, causing him to die in depression. Not to mention the hostile relationship between Jiang Chen and the Crown Prince. For the Crown Prince, no one came to save him, and the person who saved him came half a step too late were two completely different feelings. The former was despair, and he no longer held any hope of survival. The latter was the feeling that he could live on, but it was because the other party came late, just a little bit too late. The Crown Prince didn't know whether Jiang Chen did it on purpose or if he really let bygones be bygones and rushed out to save him at the critical moment. In any case, the Crown Prince was in a very depressed mood. Of course, he was also about to die. Motherfucker. The Crown Prince rolled his eyes and cursed before he died. Then he lay down on the ground. Crown Prince. Crown Prince. Not good. The Crown Prince is dead. Xianxia, how dare you kill our Crown Prince? How dare you? I, Jiang Chen, will avenge the Crown Prince today. Jiang Chen exclaimed twice, then bellowed furiously. He transformed into his dragon form, looking as if he was going to avenge the Crown Prince, as if the Crown Prince was his own brother. If the Crown Prince wasn't dead, he would probably be moved to the point of bursting into tears. That's right, the Crown Prince is the Crown Prince of the Crown Prince. Shameless. Too shameless. Even I, Master Monkey, am inferior to you. Long Shisan's face was full of admiration. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen someone as shameless as this. Not only did he get rid of the Crown Prince, but he also had an excuse to kill Xianxia. At the same time, he could leave a good reputation for being united and forgiving. This was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Jiang Chen. The sudden appearance of this killer also shocked Xianxia. His reaction was a little too big, as if he had killed the other party's father. However, when he saw that it was Jiang Chen, Xiao's eyes widened in an instant, and then he became excited. It's really a case of wearing out iron shoes in fruitless search only to find it by chance. Jiang Chen, you met me, but instead of running away you took the initiative to come out. Did your head get kicked by a donkey? Xiao laughed and said with great interest. Xiao, do you think you can kill me? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? How dare you kill the crown prince of my empire? How audacious! I, Jiang Chen, am going to avenge the crown prince now. Jiang Chen's voice and expression were stern, as if he was grieving. If someone didn't know the truth, he would think that Jiang Chen and the crown prince had a life-and-death relationship. This was also what made Yun Zhangxiao speechless. Others might not know, but he knew that Jiang Chen and the crown prince were enemies. Jiang Chen was King Fan's man. Just a moment ago, the crown prince wanted to kill Jiang Chen with him. But now Jiang Chen came out to avenge the crown prince. What the hell was going on? Jiang Chen, are you out of your mind? The crown prince wanted to kill you just now, and now you want to avenge him? Shouldn't you be happy that the crown prince is dead? Yun Zhangxiao was speechless. What's there to be happy about? The crown prince regards me as his enemy, but in this golden horizon, our great Qian empire is the most united. You are my real enemy. You have killed the crown prince and I happen to bump into you. If I don't do anything, won't I be looked down upon by others? Jiang Chen said in a serious manner, feeling like he was a hero. Yun Zhangxiao rolled his eyes and almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. Even he didn't know if what Jiang Chen said was true. The so-called unity was bullshit. There were battles everywhere in the immortal world. Once there was a chance to kill the enemy, no one would be willing to let it go. He didn't believe that Jiang Chen would have such a broad-minded heart. However, these were no longer important. He didn't care what Jiang Chen's purpose was. Since he had come, he had to stay. The person he hated the most in Great Qian Empire wasn't the Crown Prince or King Fan, but this Jiang Chen in front of him. Back in Dan Prefecture, Jiang Chen had made him lose his face. This matter had always been bothering him. If he didn't vent his anger, he wouldn't be able to see anything. This was the same as when Jiang Chen was hunted by the northern and southern dynasties. Is he that Jiang Chen? Yuni looked at Jiang Chen and asked casually. After seeing through Jiang Chen's cultivation base, his eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. Given his intermediate immortal emperor cultivation base, how could he put an intermediate immortal king in his eyes? Yes. Yun Zhangxiao gritted his teeth and said, "Seventh Prince, how could you be defeated by such a person? I really can't understand it." Yuni chuckled. This joking remark had undoubtedly pricked Yun Zhangxiao's heart once again, opening up the scar in his heart. After I kill him, I will be able to wash away the previous humiliation. Yun Zhangxiao said hatefully, "Seventh Prince, there's no need for you to deal with such a puny figure. Just let your subordinate kill him." Chapter 1587. Those who hadn't fought with Jiang Chen would never understand how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Just like this genius of Great Cloud Empire, he didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all the moment he saw that Jiang Chen was only an intermediate immortal king. This was a fatal mistake and a very stupid way of doing things that would cost him his life. That genius rushed forward. No one stopped him. Even Yun Zhangxiao and the others had the mentality of watching a show, because they didn't know how scary Jiang Chen was. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was just a clown. Jumping out at this time meant that his brain had been squeezed by the door and he was courting death. AI. Seeing the half-step immortal emperor charging at him, Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. Some people were just like this. They didn't take their own lives seriously. This kind of behavior would only lead to an incomparably miserable ending. Jiang Chen, you're right. You're right. Jiang Chen, face your death. How dare you disrespect the seventh prince? You'll die for sure. Since you want to avenge your crown prince, you should accompany him in hell. The genius was incomparably arrogant. He launched a punch towards Jiang Chen's head. The fist was radiating red light. The lethality of this punch was undoubtedly very shocking. No one knew how much energy was contained in this punch. If Jiang Chen was hit by it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Of course, this kind of power also depended on the target. In front of Jiang Chen, the attack of this genius was just a showy but impractical fist. It was like a child's play. It couldn't be put on the stage. The incomparable speed of the genius's punch was extremely fast. It tore the void apart and reached Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen was as motionless as a mountain. There wasn't even the slightest ripple in his eyes. He raised his palm casually and casually. Although he looked very confident, his movement was extremely fast. Before the genius's fist could hit Jiang Chen's head, it was caught by Jiang Chen's palm. Bang! When the genius's fist collided with Jiang Chen's palm, It was like a small hammer hitting a mountain. It was like a drop of water falling into the ocean, unable to cause any ripples. What? The genius's expression changed drastically and he immediately cried out in shock. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. He suddenly felt a huge pressure coming from Jiang Chen's body. Under this invisible pressure he found it extremely difficult to breathe, as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his body. The genius was not a fool. He knew that he had underestimated Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was far more terrifying than he had imagined. He might not be a match for Jiang Chen at all. Retreat. At this moment the first thing he could think of was to retreat. If he couldn't win he could only run away. Otherwise he would lose his life. The genius was about to retreat, but to his horror he found that his arm had been completely controlled by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's palm was like a pair of pliers, gripping his fist tightly. No matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. He couldn't break free from Jiang Chen's grasp. You came with such momentum, but now you want to run? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. He exerted force on his arm and a wave of destructive energy rushed out. Bang! Arg! A loud bang was heard. Under the destructive attack of Jiang Chen, the genius's entire arm was shattered, turning into a mist of blood. It was pulverized on the spot by the terrifying force. A mournful wail sounded in the void. The genius used his other hand to hold his broken arm and yelled in agony. His heart was now filled with regret, cursing himself for being so impulsive. He had never thought that his opponent would be so powerful. An intermediate immortal king wasn't someone he could fight at all. Too bad it was too late. One of his arms had been broken by Jiang Chen. To him it was a huge loss. Even if he didn't die, his cultivation would probably stagnate in the future. Of course, it was a rare luxury for him to not die at this moment. Since Jiang Chen had decided to attack, he wouldn't show any mercy. With a sway of his body, he came to the side of the genius and punched with his iron fist. His fist landed heavily on the genius's head. Pong! The outcome was already imaginable. The genius's wail stopped abruptly. His head was crushed by Jiang Chen's punch. An identity brocade pouch floated out from the genius's body and fell into Jiang Chen's hand. Instant kill. This was a true instant kill. It was just like squashing an ant. It was too easy and casual. The genius's death could be said to be tragic. When he attacked, he wanted to crush Jiang Chen's head with a single punch, finishing off Jiang Chen and showing off in front of the seventh prince and Yun Yi. He didn't expect that his head would be crushed by his opponent. It was too ironic. What? This time it was Yun Zhangxiao and the others' turn to exclaim. The expression on their faces hadn't disappeared completely. It was replaced by another kind of horrified expression, making everyone's expression incomparably complicated. Jiang Chen killed the genius too quickly. It happened in just a blink of an eye. A half-step immortal emperor genius was killed by Jiang Chen with a single punch. This didn't mean that the genius was weak. The only explanation was that Jiang Chen was too powerful, so powerful that it shocked them. What a powerful bastard. The way Yun Yi looked at Jiang Chen had completely changed. There was no longer the contempt he had before. Although he still didn't regard Jiang Chen as his opponent, the fact that an intermediate immortal king genius could kill a half-step immortal emperor so casually was enough to astonish him. He had never seen such a heaven-defying genius before. Once such a genius grew up, he would be the most terrifying and the greatest threat. At this time, Yun Yi finally understood why Yun Zhangxiao would lose to such a person and lose all face in the hands of such a person. Damn it. What the hell is this guy? How can he be so powerful? His cultivation base is merely at the intermediate immortal king realm, but his combat strength has already reached such a terrifying level. Even with our cultivation base, we won't be able to kill him. That's right. No wonder the seventh prince would lose his face in his hands. Seems like this opponent is truly extraordinary. It seems like the reason why he dares to stand out is because he has a certain level of strength. But even if he can kill a half-step immortal emperor, he's still too arrogant. The seventh prince and senior brother Yun Yi are both mighty immortal emperors, especially senior brother Yun Yi, an intermediate immortal emperor supreme expert. Killing him will be as easy as playing a game. The geniuses of Great Cloud Empire were shocked. The way they looked at Jiang Chen was no longer as contemptuous as before. They didn't have the qualifications to despise someone who was stronger than them. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, the strong would only be respected even if they were their enemies. What a good fellow, Zhou Xian. I have never thought that not only your alchemy skill is world-shaking, but your combat strength is also so heaven-defying. It's truly unfortunate for Great Qian Empire to have such a figure like you. An existence like you is the greatest threat to our empire. However, you really shouldn't have rushed out today. This is the stupidest decision you have ever made. You have given me another chance to kill the #1 genius of Great Qian Empire, Xianxia spoke. His words didn't conceal his admiration for Zhou Xian. Although they were enemies, Xianxia had to admit that Zhou Xian was an extremely terrifying opponent. Putting aside his combat strength, Xianxia was convinced by Zhou Qian's alchemy skill. Back then in Dan Prefecture he was also convinced by Zhou Qian's strength. He had never seen a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill in his life. It was Zhou Qian who had given him the opportunity to broaden his horizons. Xianxia, I know that you have always wanted to kill me to wash away the humiliation you suffered in Dan Prefecture, but unfortunately you will never have the chance because you are no longer a match for me. Plus, you are very unlucky to have met me today. I'm not in a good mood. Zhou Qian spoke. Boasting shamelessly. I have to say that you are much more arrogant than the Crown Prince. Do you think that you can fight me just because you killed a half-step immortal emperor? How ignorant. Today I will show you my means and let you know how powerful a true immortal emperor is. I will kill you with my own hands to wash away the humiliation of that day. The 7th prince laughed aloud as if he had heard the funniest joke in the heavens and earth. You talk too much nonsense. Hurry up and make your move. I don't want to waste time. Zhou Qian spoke. He didn't put Xianxia in his eyes at all. Given his current combat strength, Xianxia was no match for him. The number of dragon marks in his body had already reached 19 million. He only needed 10,000 more to advance to the late immortal king realm. His cultivation base had already stabilized at the peak of intermediate immortal king realm. Defeating Xianxia was nothing to him. Since you are so eager to die, I will fulfill your wish. Xianxia spoke, then leaped up into the sky. He kept the combat sword in his hand because in his opinion he didn't need any weapon to deal with Zhou Qian. He was very confident in his means and power. He felt that killing an intermediate immortal king was just a piece of cake. Honglong. Xianxia unleashed his powerful qi. He transformed into a huge golden hand and lunged at Zhou Qian. The huge golden hand was like a cage, shrouding everything in its path. It was like a huge mountain that could slap the opponent to death with a single blow. True Dragon Palm. Zhou Qian attacked. Facing Xianxia, he didn't show any mercy. Both of them had long established a hostile relationship. Once they encountered each other, it would be either you or I die. There was no need to say anything. Previously, Zhou Qian had been chased by Nanbei Chao for hundreds of thousands of miles, which made him feel extremely depressed. Now that his cultivation base had improved, he naturally wouldn't show any mercy. He immediately used the true dragon palm. Honglong. The huge blood-red dragon claw was as huge as a mountain. It collided violently with Xianxia's palm. Chapter 1588. Under the powerful impact of the true dragon palm, Xianxia's attack became vulnerable and was destroyed on the spot. An earth-shattering dragon roar erupted from the powerful true dragon palm, pushing Xianxia 100 meters back before he could regain his balance. Xianxia's body was numb from the impact. His blood and qi were churning, giving him an indescribable discomfort. No. This is impossible. Xianxia was completely horrified. He couldn't believe this result. He was pushed back by a single strike from Zhou Qian. This was even more horrifying than Zhou Qian killing a half-step immortal emperor genius with a single strike, because this was a totally different concept. Terrifying. Too terrifying. How could there be such a heaven-defying figure in the heavens and earth? As a matter of fact, as an alchemist, Xiao's combat strength wasn't very advantageous. In this world, there was no expert who was proficient in everything including alchemy and combat strength. Zhou Qian was just an anomaly. Therefore Xiao's combat strength was simply not enough to stand in front of Zhou Qian. Little Qinzi, even Master Monkey has to say that you are truly ferocious. You are almost half as strong as Master Monkey. Long Shisan's voice was transmitted to Jiang Chen's ears from the wondrous rock. Monkey, can you motherfucking shut your mouth? I'm in the middle of a fight. Such a soul-stirring scene isn't suitable for your narcissism. Jiang Chen said speechlessly. This bastard was too narcissistic, but his level was constantly improving. He had been praised by this monkey 3 times in a row. The first time was 1/10 of his, the second time was 1/5 of his, and now it was 1/2 of his. His progress was really not small. Go, use your ultimate move and kill him in your most ferocious manner. Long Shisan seemed incomparably excited in the wondrous rock. Jiang Chen felt that if it wasn't for the lack of time, this bastard would have already rushed out with his iron staff. The atmosphere of the scene became incomparably solemn all of a sudden. It wasn't just Yun Zhangxiao who was shocked. Everyone in Great Cloud Empire was stunned, including Yun Yi. They already knew that Jiang Chen was very powerful, but they didn't expect him to be this powerful. After all, killing a half-step immortal emperor and defeating an early immortal emperor were 2 completely different concepts. Yun Zhangxiao, I didn't expect you to be just like this. How dare you threaten to kill me with such little capability? I really have no idea where you got your confidence from. Today none of you will be leaving. All of you will die. Jiang Chen's qi was unparalleled. His killing intent was overflowing. He would never show any mercy to the people of Great Cloud Empire. All of you, you sure talk big. Do you think that I, Yun Yi, am just a decoration? After listening to Jiang Chen's arrogant words, Yun Yi was the first one who couldn't stand it anymore. No one had ever dared to look down on him. Jiang Chen was indeed powerful. He was the most powerful genius he had ever seen, an absolute monstrous genius, but genius didn't mean invincibility. From Jiang Chen's attack just now, Yun Yi had already seen that although Jiang Chen's combat strength could defeat the early immortal Emperor 7th Prince, Yun Zhangxiao, Jiang Chen was absolutely no match for him. You are right. I have really treated you as a decoration. I'm going to kill Yun Zhangxiao now. Let's see how you are going to stop me. Jiang Chen spoke, then struck out the Azure Dragon 5 steps. Each step was as heavy as millions of tons of force, lunging at Yun Zhangxiao with extreme speed. Yun Yi, you don't have to do it. I don't believe that I can't deal with a puny intermediate immortal king. Yun Zhangxiao stopped him just as Yun Yi was about to make a move. He was a very arrogant man. From the very beginning he had never put Jiang Chen in his eyes. Plus, Jiang Chen had brought him great humiliation. If he couldn't kill Jiang Chen with his own hands today, how could he wash away the humiliation? More importantly, if he had to rely on Yun Yi to kill Jiang Chen, it would add to his humiliation. Because he had been defeated in the collision just now, he was defeated in alchemy and combat. Even if Jiang Chen died, it would leave a lingering shadow in his heart. More importantly, Yun Zhangxiao didn't believe that he wasn't a match for Jiang Chen given his current strength. The attack just now was just a probing attack. It was all because he underestimated Jiang Chen that he was defeated. If he was serious, Jiang Chen absolutely wouldn't be a match for him. Yun Zhangxiao was very confident about this. It was a pity that people tended to be overconfident at times, and once that happened the ending would be more miserable. Boundless palm. Yun Zhangxiao no longer concealed his strength. In the face of Jiang Chen's powerful attack, he displayed the unique immortal technique of Great Cloud Empire. Both of them struck out complicated seals and a huge boundless palm, which was many times more powerful than the palm he had formed just now. With unparalleled destructive power, it shrouded Jiang Chen. At this time, Jiang Chen's Azure Dragon's 5 steps had reached the 4th step. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps was a powerful offensive true dragon combat skill. Every step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps carried boundless destructive force. The void could be crushed at any time. Just like now, the first 3 steps of Jiang Chen's Azure Dragon's 5 steps had created 3 huge holes in the void. The power of the 4th step was almost equal to the total power of the previous 3 steps. Bang! Jiang Chen stepped on the boundless palm. The dignified immortal technique of Great Cloud Empire was so vulnerable in front of Jiang Chen's Azure Dragon 5 steps. It was crushed into pieces on the spot. After the boundless palm was destroyed, Yun Zhangxiao once again suffered a certain amount of recoil, forcing him to take a dozen steps back. At this time, no matter how confident he was, he knew that he was no longer a match for Jiang Chen. He couldn't understand why Jiang Chen could be so powerful, but that wasn't important anymore. What was important was that his goal of killing Xianxia today was no longer achievable. Bang! After shattering the boundless palm, Xianxia didn't stop there. He had already used the last step of the Azure Dragon 5 steps and arrived above Yun Zhangxiao in the blink of an eye. If he stomped down on Yun Zhangxiao, even if he couldn't kill Yun Zhangxiao, he wouldn't be able to survive. Not good. Yun Zhangxiao exclaimed. He could feel the terror of Xianxia's move. Given his current condition, he was no match for Xianxia, or perhaps he couldn't withstand it at all. He could feel the threat of death from Xianxia. Under such a threatening situation, he felt his soul trembling. It was a feeling that he had never felt before. Although Yun Zhangxiao was an early immortal emperor peerless genius, he was still an expert in alchemy. In terms of combat strength, he was still slightly inferior to experts like Yang Bufan and Crown Prince. Now that he was facing Xianxia, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Yun Zhangxiao died. Xianxia's black hair fluttered in the wind. His body was radiating dazzling golden light, like a war god soaring into the sky. The terrifying foot that was manifested was a few dozen meters in size, like a mountain pressing down on Yun Zhangxiao. Azure wings, save me. At this moment of life and death, Yun Zhangxiao couldn't care less about his face anymore. At this time, only Azure wings could save him. Yun Zhangxiao didn't even need to shout. Yuni was already ready to strike. He couldn't just watch the seventh prince be killed by someone else. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to explain it to his superiors. The seventh prince had a very high status in Great Cloud Empire. He was a young king and a genius alchemist. He was very famous in East Xuanyu. He could be said to be the pride of the young generation of Great Cloud Empire. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be the future emperor of Great Cloud Empire. If he was killed by Xianxia, it would be a great loss to Great Cloud Empire. Stop! Yuni bellowed. He turned into a stream of light and lunged at Xianxia. I've said it before. You can't save him, blood demon. Xianxia bellowed coldly. The door of the Zulong Tower opened with a clatter. Then an earth-shattering roar was heard. An extremely majestic blood demon king appeared out of thin air like a ghost, blocking Yun Yi's path. The blood demon king roared again and again. Ever since he was subdued by Xianxia, he had been staying in the ancestral dragon pagoda obediently. He had long been driven mad by the suffocation. Now that he had the chance to come out and kill, he naturally wanted to release the depressed and tyrannical chi in his heart. What the hell? Yuni was dumbfounded on the spot. He had never thought of this sudden change. What shocked him was that this big guy that appeared out of nowhere had an astonishing combat strength. His cultivation base was almost the same as him, an intermediate immortal emperor. Yuni was stunned on the spot. Get out of my way. Yuni bellowed and struck out a palm at the blood demon king. He didn't expect this palm strike to kill the monster in front of him, but he must force it back. Otherwise Yun Zhangxiao would be in real danger. That Xianxia was obviously not a kind person. He wouldn't show any mercy when he attacked. As long as there was a moment of delay, Yun Zhangxiao would probably die tragically in the hands of Xianxia. Roar! The blood demon king bellowed. He raised his fist and punched at Yun Yi's attack. The physical body of the blood demon was just too strong. Plus, the blood demon king had swallowed a blood dragon fruit, which made his combat strength even more terrifying. Even if he couldn't defeat a powerful figure like Yun Yi, he could still ensure that he wouldn't be defeated. Hong Long. Yun Yi and the blood demon king clashed fiercely in an instant, neither of them winning or losing. Bang! With such a delay, Xianxia's foot had already landed heavily on Yun Zhangxiao's body. This was the peerless power of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Yun Zhangxiao was already trembling in fear. Plus he thought that Yun Yi could save him. So he didn't even put up any effective resistance and was trampled by the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Arg! A miserable wail resounded through the sky. One of Yun Zhangxiao's arms was crushed by Xianxia. His body was covered with blood and his eyeballs were about to pop out. But Yun Zhangxiao was after all an immortal emperor expert. Even though he wasn't trampled to death immediately, it didn't make any difference. His entire being was like an arrow at the end of its flight. He was grabbed by Xianxia like a dead dog. Seventh Prince. Chapter 1589. The geniuses of Great Cloud Empire couldn't keep their composure. The seventh prince was their master. The higher-ups of Great Cloud Empire had said that he would have great luck and opportunity after entering the Golden Horizon, but at this moment the seventh prince's life was in the hands of others. Yunyi was also blocked by an evil spirit that came out of nowhere. It seemed like he couldn't spare any effort to save the seventh prince. Jiangqin, let go of the seventh prince or else you will die miserably. Yunyi was in a terrible state, but he still couldn't get rid of the Blood Demon King. The Blood Demon King was just too powerful and belonged to the same level as him. It was already very good that he could fight the Blood Demon King to a draw. It was obviously impossible for him to save Yun Zhangxiao. Yunyi roared at Jiangqin. At this time he could only threaten Jiangqin with words, even though he knew that such a threat wouldn't have any effect on Jiangqin. Jiangqin, how dare you hurt our seventh prince? Hurry up and let the seventh prince go, lest you make a grave mistake. Damn it. Jiangqin, do you know what you are doing? Each of the half-step immortal emperor geniuses of Great Cloud Empire was anxious, but none of them dared to take the initiative to attack. Even the seventh prince wasn't a match for Jiangqin and was almost trampled to death by Jiangqin's foot. There was no doubt that Jiangqin could kill them with a single breath if they rushed forward. You fools. How dare you threaten me at this moment? I really don't know what's in your mind. Could it be that only you are allowed to kill the crown prince of Great Qian Empire, but I can't kill your prince? Do you know what you are doing when you killed my crown prince? You have made a grave mistake. Now is the time for me to avenge my crown prince. Jiangqin laughed aloud, carrying Yun Zhangxiao like a dead chicken. Presently Yun Zhangxiao didn't even have the strength to struggle in Jiangqin's hand, let alone resist. He was already considered lucky that Jiangqin's Azure Dragon 5 steps didn't take his life. What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and save the seventh prince. Yunyi shouted at the few half-step immortal emperor geniuses of Great Cloud Empire. Upon hearing this, their facial expression changed dramatically, and they began to curse in their hearts. Yunyi had really opened his mouth. Asking them to save the seventh prince was no different than asking them to die. But if they watched the seventh prince being killed by Jiangqin, they would no longer be able to show their faces in Great Cloud Empire anymore. Not to mention the future, they reckoned that Yunyi himself wouldn't let them go. Let's attack together. Let's buy some time first. Some of them gritted their teeth and took out their immortal weapons. Several of them rushed out at the same time towards Jiangqin. Right now they had no other choice. Even though they knew that their opponent was a ferocious tiger, they still had to act. Humph. Trash like you guys aren't even qualified for me to personally deal with you. Blood Demon, come out and kill them all. Jiangqin harumphed coldly. Along with his command, another blood light rushed out of the Zulong Tower, followed by an earth-shattering roar. Another Blood Demon King rushed out. Although its cultivation base wasn't as strong as the one that was fighting Yunyi, it was still an early immortal emperor. It was just too easy for it to kill these half-step immortal emperor geniuses of Great Cloud Empire. Damn it. Another evil creature. How can this be? Why are these powerful evil creatures obeying Jiangqin's command? It's too late. This evil creature has already reached the early immortal emperor realm. We are no match for it. All of a sudden they panicked. They could feel a strong sense of crisis from the Blood Demon King. That was a threat to their lives. I only know that you want to kill me, so I will kill you. It's very fair, don't you think? Jiangqin said faintly. He was determined to kill Yun Zhangxiao today. No matter what reason Yun Zhangxiao gave, it couldn't stop Jiangqin's determination to kill him. Jiangqin would never leave an enemy who deliberately wanted his life in this world. I didn't expect that I, Yun Zhangxiao, who has been smart all my life, would eventually die in your hands. Yun Zhangxiao suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was incomparably sad. He was very unwilling. He had a great future and might be the emperor of an empire in the future. Now everything was over. All his dreams had become a bubble. Everything would no longer exist. Die. Jiangqin slapped Yun Zhangxiao's head mercilessly, killing him on the spot. His brocade pouch also fell into Jiangqin's hand. By killing Yun Zhangxiao, Jiangqin had obtained the luck of both Yun Zhangxiao and the crown prince. However, Jiangqin didn't care about this luck. Although both of them were the crown prince and the crown prince, Their luck was too weak compared to Jiang Chen's. Jiang Chen, you have killed the 7th prince. Be prepared to face the revenge of Great Cloud Empire. You will die miserably and without a burial place. Yun Yi struggled to shake off the Blood Demon King's attack. After leaving a ruthless remark, he flew away and vanished in the blink of an eye. Brr. The Blood Demon King bellowed, preparing to give chase. There's no need to chase after him. Jiang Chen spoke, signaling the Blood Demon King to stop pursuing Yun Yi. If Yun Yi wanted to leave, it would be useless to chase after him. Jiang Chen had already achieved his goal. Letting Yun Yi go would be beneficial to him. He could use Yun Yi's mouth to spread the news of today's battle. Jiang Chen would be able to avenge the Crown Prince by killing the 7th Prince of Great Cloud Empire. This news would be very beneficial to Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan. When they returned to Great Qian Empire, their status would rise once again. Jiang Chen didn't care about the identity and status of Great Qian Empire, but he wanted to do something for Yang Bufan. After all, the Crown Prince was dead. Next would be the battle between Yang Bufan and King Ping. By helping Yang Bufan, he could suppress King Ping's arrogance and improve King Fan's status. This was what Jiang Chen wanted to see. In Jiang Chen's heart, Great Qian Empire was merely a relay station. He still had a long way to go. He wouldn't stop at a place like Great Qian Empire. But now that he was here, he wanted to do something for Yang Bufan. He wanted to witness Yang Bufan's growth and personally help Great Qian Empire build an unparalleled emperor. That bastard actually escaped. Humph. That bastard is really lucky. Master Monkey can't come out yet. Otherwise, Master Monkey would have sent him to the Western Paradise with one strike. Long Shisan's voice came from the wondrous rock. This bastard was starting to be narcissistic again. However, Jiang Chen had absolute faith in Long Shisan's words. Even the powerful northern and southern dynasties weren't a match for Long Shisan, let alone a mere Yun Yi. Letting him go won't do me any harm. I can use his mouth to spread the news for me. Now I'm going to keep the corpses of the Crown Prince and the others so that I can claim credit when I return. Hee. Jiang Chen chuckled and kept the corpses of the Crown Prince and Yu Hao into the Zulong Tower. He could claim credit when he returned. Sinister, but I like it. Long Shisan praised Jiang Chen's sinister behavior from the wondrous rock. All right. My depression has been vented after killing Yun Zhangxiao. Where are we going next? Monkey, do you have a destination? Asked Jiang Chen. Keep going in the same direction. There's an immortal vault there, said Long Shisan. Chapter 1590. Jiang Chen didn't have the slightest doubt about the monkey's words. He kept the 2 Blood Demon Kings into the Zulong Tower and quickly flew towards the direction that Long Shisan had pointed out. His intuition told him that according to the direction that Long Shisan had pointed out, he would surely be able to obtain some fortune. Now that the Golden Horizon had been opened for 8 to 9 days, the great fortune should have appeared. Besides, if it wasn't for Long Shisan, Jiang Chen wouldn't have met Yun Zhangxiao at all, and wouldn't have been able to get rid of such a formidable enemy, let alone release the depression that was brought to him by the northern and southern dynasties. At least now, Jiang Chen felt refreshed and indescribably comfortable. Hong Long. Just as Jiang Chen flew forward for 10,000 miles, a dull roar suddenly rang from the front. Then a beam of light soared into the sky. Even though the light was thousands of miles away, Jiang Chen could still see it clearly. The beam of light was as thick as an arm, swaying back and forth in the void. It was as white as jade, like a white dragon. Wherever the white light swayed, the void would also sway. It was caused by the void being torn apart. Just a single beam of white light already had such a powerful force. Haha. Did you see that? An immortal vault is about to be unearthed. Little Chinzi, let me tell you, as long as you follow Master Monkey, I guarantee that you will benefit endlessly. Seeing the white light, Long Shisan immediately burst into laughter excitedly. His laughter didn't forget to contain a trace of narcissism. Jiang Chen nodded secretly and tolerated the monkey's narcissism. He had to admit that the monkey was indeed powerful. In terms of sensing treasures, it was almost comparable to the De Huang dog. These 2 guys, one was a dragon horse variant and the other was a battle ape. They were the most unusual species in the world and could not be judged by common sense. It's the chi of the immortal vault. Master Dongfang once said that the Golden Horizon is an ancient battlefield. There are many ancient relics in it, many of which were left behind by ancient experts. Back then, countless powerful immortal venerables had fallen here. It's said that even great sovereigns have fallen here. This place is mysterious and unpredictable. I wonder what kind of treasures will be unearthed this time. Xianxia spoke. The Golden Horizon was an ancient battlefield. Any changes that occurred here couldn't be underestimated. The opening of each immortal vault represented great luck and opportunity. It would certainly attract geniuses to come and fight for it. Don't waste time. Hurry up. Xian hurriedly urged. Why are you more excited than me when you come out from the stone? Xianxia rolled his eyes. This monkey wouldn't be able to come out for the time being. Even if there was a huge immortal vault outside, it had nothing to do with the monkey. That's for sure. Master Monkey is currently relying on the chi of your Zulong Tower. The stronger your Zulong Tower is, the faster I can come out. Any immortal vault here is full of danger. There must be plenty of powerful evil spirits. When the time comes, you can go on a killing spree and at least restore the Zulong Tower. Xian spoke. So you have your eyes on the Zulong Tower. No wonder you were willing to be kept by me back then. Xianxia came to a sudden realization. He recalled the time when he first encountered the wondrous stone in the ancient tomb. No one could lift its chi. Only he could use the Zulong Tower to keep it. Now it seemed that it wasn't because he was powerful, but because Xian had taken a fancy to the environment inside the Zulong Tower. It seemed that the environment of the Zulong Tower had indeed helped Xian a lot. Otherwise, Xian wouldn't have grown so fast. Thinking of the tragic situation of the northern and southern dynasties, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. The northern and southern dynasties could have cultivated the Eye of Heaven, but unfortunately they encountered Monkey. The fiery golden eyes of Monkey had blinded their Eye of Heaven, causing all their efforts to go to waste. It was imaginable how aggrieved and angry the northern and southern dynasties were. Chapter 1591. More and more people arrived. Many of them were no longer as excited as before. Their faces began to reveal gloomy expressions. These people were generally not very strong. The more experts there were, the greater the threat to them. Their chances of obtaining treasures and opportunities would be reduced by a lot. After all, there were too many experts. They still had some self-awareness. They knew that competing with these geniuses for treasures and resources was an act of courting death. But still no one backed out. What a joke, who would want to back out at this time? Compared to the tens of thousands of people that came in, these people were not that competitive. Moreover, after entering the immortal trove, they just needed to be careful and try not to collide with those monstrous experts. If their luck was good, it was not impossible for them to obtain some precious treasures. Rumble. The pure white light in the sky was about to condense into a substance. It shook its head and swayed its tail. Every time it swayed, a powerful roar would be heard. The momentum of this white light alone was enough to show that this immortal trove was not ordinary. But as for what kind of treasures were inside and what kind of powerful expert left this immortal trove, no one knew. Perhaps they would only know after the exit was opened. This was what everyone was looking forward to. At this moment, an incomparably eerie aura flew over from afar. A black shadow streaked past like a black gust of wind in the night, arriving in front of the mountain in the blink of an eye. The newcomer was a young man dressed in a loose black robe. There were several skulls embroidered on the black robe and it was extremely eerie. This young man was very thin but his neck was very long. His lips were black. At first glance, it was obvious that he was not a righteous person. His body emitted an evil aura. It seemed that he cultivated an evil technique, which was even more sinister than the people of the devil religion. Jia, there are quite a lot of people here. The young man's sharp eyes looked around and gave a cold smile. It's He Lang from the Corpse Yin sect in East Xuanyu of the ethereal immortal domain. I didn't expect him to also appear. He's really annoying. That's right, the people of the Corpse sect are really annoying. They cultivate evil techniques that are even worse than the devil sect. They specialize in refining other people's corpses and are extremely ruthless. If we go against the people of the Corpse sect, there is an 80% chance that we will die. After we enter the immortal treasury we should stay away from this fiend. I have heard of the East Xuanyu sect. The people of this sect live in the dark. Their way of doing things is despised by the world. They are all insidious and ruthless. This He Lang's cultivation base has already reached the peak of intermediate immortal emperor realm. His means are also extremely terrifying. In any case we just have to stay away from him. The appearance of He Lang immediately aroused the disgust of many people. The corpse sect itself was a repulsive sect because their way of doing things was not tolerated by the world. Even in East Xuanyu, very few people were willing to deal with the corpse sect. Everyone stayed away from them and didn't want to provoke them. After the emergence of the black silhouette, a few intermediate immortal emperors appeared one after another. All of them came from different regions or even different immortal worlds. As the number of people increased, the vigilance of each other increased. So far, however, there was only one late immortal emperor, Yi Peng. After all, such experts were too rare and they might not be in this region. It was already amazing to have one of them appear. Additionally, the emergence of Yi Peng had made many of the geniuses feel tremendous pressure. After all, no one was willing to clash with Yi Peng. Plus, Yi Peng was a member of the Immortal Court. Who would dare to provoke the Immortal Court unless they were tired of living? Even a major power like Great Qian Empire wouldn't dare to provoke the Immortal Court for no reason. The mighty Immortal Court could easily annihilate Great Qian Empire. With a flash of brilliance, a peerless beauty appeared. She was clad in blue clothes, walking in the air. The appearance of this woman immediately attracted countless gazes. Or rather, it could be said that she attracted everyone's gazes. Beautiful. Very beautiful. This was a very beautiful woman. Her blue dress fluttered in the wind, but it couldn't hide her graceful and exquisite figure. Her impressive breasts gave her the greatest pride of a woman. The woman's face was as white as jade, and her lips were red even without lipstick. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and her eyes were like black gems, deep and bottomless. She had flat eyebrows and proud eyes. The arrogance radiating from her bones was a kind of noble temperament. Her face was cold, giving people the feeling that she was 1,000 miles away from them. What a beautiful woman! Who is she? She has already reached the terrifying intermediate immortal emperor realm at such a young age. Is she the saintess of some major power? It's Lan Lingji, the saintess of exquisite paradise of East Xuanyu. I've long heard that Lan Lingji is unparalleled and beautiful. Now that I've seen her today, she's truly extraordinary. I wonder how many heroes would covet such a peerless beauty. Not only is this Lan Lingji beautiful, but her talent is also extremely terrifying. I heard that she is the disciple of Venerable Ling Long. She has already reached the intermediate immortal emperor realm at such a young age. It's truly an honor to see her today. Innumerable exclamations of amazement were heard. A woman like Lan Lingji would undoubtedly cause a great commotion wherever she went. This was an undeniable fact. The saintess of exquisite paradise was a famous figure among the younger generation of Eastern Profound Domain. She was a representative. There are really a lot of geniuses here. Jiang Qin nodded. The unearthing of the immortal vault had allowed him to truly witness the outstanding talents of the young generation of the immortal world. Compared to these early immortal emperors like Yun Zhangshao and King Ping seemed to be more than enough. Of course, figures like King Ping and Yang Bufan couldn't be underestimated, because they were people with great luck. As long as they could obtain some fortune here, they would be able to advance to the intermediate immortal emperor realm at any time. At that time, both their cultivation base and status would advance further, allowing them to stand shoulder to shoulder with figures like Lan Lingji. Brat, you already have 3 wives. Why are you still staring at Lan Lingji? Don't you have any shame? Long Shisan's voice was heard disdainfully. Fuck you. Who has 3 wives? Who's staring at Lan Lingji? Do you think I'm looking at her seriously? Jiang Qin was speechless. Lan Lingji, I didn't expect to meet you here. I've missed you very much. A discordant and insidious laughter sounded all of a sudden. The voice came from He Lang's mouth. Lan Lingji raised her beautiful eyes to look at He Lang and harumphed coldly. He Lang, I'm going to dig your eyes out if you continue to look at me. The saintess of exquisite paradise has quite a temper. Lan Lingji, you are getting more and more charming. You have made me miss you every day and night. If you marry me, Exquisite Paradise and Corpse Insect will form a marriage alliance. The day of us competing for hegemony in East Xuanyu will be just around the corner. He Lang's lustful eyes kept sweeping across Lan Lingji's body, not concealing his desire for her at all. Courting death. Lan Lingji's temper obviously wasn't good. Immediately she struck out a blue light at He Lang. With a sway of his body, He Lang had already teleported away, leaving an afterimage behind. Lan Lingji's blue light could only destroy the afterimage of He Lang. Eventually, He Lang turned into a black light and vanished. Your temper isn't small, but I like it. I'm going to get you sooner or later. He Lang licked his lips as if he had seen a gluttonous prey. He Lang, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish now. Immediately, Lan Lingji's body erupted with ice-cold killing intent. It seemed like she was going to kill He Lang at any moment. I won't play with you for now. After I enter the immortal vault and obtain the treasures, I'll go and subdue you. He Lang said. Innumerable murderous gazes fell upon He Lang. If gazes could kill, He Lang would have been dismembered. One should know that Lan Lingji was a goddess-like existence in the eyes of many people. He Lang's act of profaning the goddess in front of so many people naturally aroused public indignation. However, they couldn't deny He Lang's guts. In East Xuanyu, there weren't many who had the guts to flirt with the saintess of Exquisite Paradise. He Lang had done what most of them wanted to do but didn't dare to. As for those murderous gazes, He Lang didn't care at all, as if they weren't looking at him. He Lang, why are you so arrogant? Your brother He Kuei has been killed, but you couldn't do anything about it. Now you're here to make a fool of yourself. Even I feel ashamed for you. Lan Lingji spoke coldly, not letting go of the chance to attack He Lang. Upon hearing this, He Lang's face turned incomparably cold. Substantial killing intent burst out from his body. I don't need you to remind me. I'll kill that Xianxia sooner or later to avenge my brother. He Lang spoke coldly. Little Chenzi, it seems like you have one more powerful enemy. Long Shisan reminded. He Kuei's elder brother? Very well. I hope he won't provoke me. Otherwise, I'll let him reunite with his brother. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. He already had a lot of enemies, so adding one more wouldn't matter. Although he didn't expect that He Lang was He Kuei's elder brother, it didn't matter to him. He wouldn't hesitate to kill as many people of Corpse Insect. It was fine if He Lang didn't provoke him, but if he did, Jiang Chen wouldn't show any mercy. The means of Corpse Insect were naturally incomparably ruthless and powerful, but they were destined to be unlucky if they encountered Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's existence was simply the natural enemy of the people of Corpse Insect. He was no different from dealing with demonic devils and evil creatures. All of a sudden, the white light in the sky began to emit a buzzing sound. The powerful white light gradually dimmed. Look, the white light is dimming. The exit is about to appear. That's right. When the white light disappears, the exit will surely appear. The immortal vault is finally going to be unearthed. Everyone get ready. When the exit appears, we'll enter it immediately. Chapter 1592. All of a sudden the white light dimmed a lot. This meant that the immortal vault was about to be unearthed. When the white light vanished, the exit of the immortal vault would appear. At this moment, everyone was fully prepared, ready to rush into the exit as soon as it appeared. Very soon the white light completely disappeared. In the place where the light disappeared, a spatial gate appeared. It was an illusory gate that looked very unreal. That gate exuded an ancient aura along with rays of golden light. It was calm and dignified, giving off an extremely dignified feeling. The door has appeared. Someone yelled. Silhouettes began to rush towards the door. There were two people at the front, one of them was Yi Peng and the other was He Lang. You want to compete with me? Yi Peng glared at He Lang Lung, who was almost on par with him, and spoke with a trace of killing intent in his eyes. I don't dare. You go first. Immediately, He Lang revealed a smile and made a gesture of inviting Yi Peng to go first. Although he was arrogant and condescending, he wasn't a fool. It wouldn't do him any good to become Yi Peng's enemy at this time. Each of the geniuses of the immortal court was incomparably terrifying. He Lang knew that he absolutely wasn't Yi Peng's opponent, at least not now. Yi Peng flicked his sleeves and was the first to rush into the spatial door. Seeing Yi Peng vanish, He Lang's eyes flickered with a sinister and cold light. Humph! How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? When I advance to the late immortal emperor realm, I will kill you first and take away your luck. He Lang's character was just like his name. He was a mad wolf. Anyone who made an enemy of such a figure wouldn't have a good end. He would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Once someone was marked by him, one must always be on guard. Such a person's style of doing things was incomparably ruthless. He never cared about morality. In his heart there was only his own benefit. Everything he did was to pave the way for his own goal. After Yi Peng and He Lang entered, a large group of people started to rush towards the door. All of them fought to be the first because they knew that this kind of door to the immortal treasury had existed for countless years and was left behind by experts when they were still alive. There was a time limit to opening it, and if they couldn't enter within the time limit, it was very likely that they wouldn't be able to enter again and miss a great opportunity. In just a minute, all the geniuses on the mountain range had entered the immortal vault. Xianxia was the last to enter. He roughly estimated that there would be at least 2,000 geniuses entering the immortal vault. The number of geniuses entering the immortal vault could only be more, not less. Such a lineup was already very scary. After entering the void gate, everyone entered a space of nothingness. This was an alternate space, or rather, it was a space personally created by an unparalleled expert. It was incomparably sturdy, completely isolated from the outside world. The space was very vast and one could not see the end of it. The atmosphere was lifeless. Haze was everywhere in the space, but everyone had already prepared themselves for such a situation. After all, this was an ancient tomb, a spatial relic left behind by an ancient person. No one knew how many years it had existed. It was very normal for it to emit an ancient air of decay. Judging by the structure of this space, I'm afraid that it's a relic left behind by an intermediate immortal venerable expert, or even a late immortal venerable expert. He must be a peerless figure. I wonder what kind of treasures are inside. Someone spoke. Those who came in were all experts. The lowest cultivation base among them was at least a half-step immortal emperor. They were proficient in the control of the spatial law. They could judge the cultivation base of the expert who created this spatial zone through the range and hardness of the spatial zone. There's nothing here. It's just a vast expanse of whiteness like a country of nothingness. Where are we going to look for treasures? Someone looked around. This place was too illusory. Even the path under their feet was illusory. Everything was like an illusion, incomparably unreal. Under such circumstances, even if they wanted to look for treasures, they wouldn't know where to go. More than 2,000 people stopped in a country of nothingness. Even Yi Peng and He Lang, who came in first, had no choice but to stop, because they didn't know where to go. Everyone felt as though they had entered an illusory realm instead of an immortal vault. Voila! Suddenly, a huge ancient stone tablet appeared out of thin air without any sign. The stone tablet was very large, about 30 meters tall. It was floating in front of them. There were cracks everywhere on the stone tablet. No one knew how long it had existed, but the surface of the stone tablet was spotless and incomparably clean. It's a stone tablet! Someone exclaimed. Everyone's eyes fell upon the stone tablet. Voila! All of a sudden the surface of the stone tablet flickered. It was a golden light. Xianxia could tell at a glance that it was the Buddha light, an incomparably pure Buddha light. Every ray of light that was emitted seemed to be the chanting of a great Buddha. It's the Buddha light. It seems like it's a Tao legacy left behind by an ancient great Buddha. Xianxia's eyes trembled. His eyes stared unblinkingly at the stone tablet. This reminded him of the blood-red stone tablet in Tyrant's hand. However, these two stone tablets didn't have the slightest connection. They were completely different existences. The stone tablet in Tyrant's hand was a true supreme treasure, a supreme divine weapon. It emitted the same qi as the Zulong Tower. As for the stone tablet in front of him, it was just an ordinary stone tablet without any qi of an immortal weapon. Look, there are words on the stone tablet. Someone exclaimed. As the Buddha's aura continued to increase, rows of large words appeared on the stone tablet. The words were written, "This old monk has been fated with Buddha all my life, but in the end I was unable to attain enlightenment. Hence I left behind my Tao legacy. 9 by 9 returns to 181 difficulties. There are 81 ancient roads here and each road is filled with danger and danger. However, this old monk's treasures are also hidden within these 81 ancient roads. Those who are able to enter this place will have to go through hardships to obtain the treasures left behind by the original deity. At the end of the 81 ancient roads, there are 9 drops of the great earth immortal milk left behind by the original deity. Those with great luck will be able to know about it. Every golden word on the stone tablet was vigorous and powerful, giving off an incomparably heavy qi. When everyone saw the words Great Earth Immortal Milk, their breaths began to turn heavy. Countless eyes began to turn blazing. Great Earth Immortal Milk. I can't believe such a peerless treasure like the Great Earth Immortal Milk actually exists. According to the legends, this immortal medicine contains the essence of the heavens and earth. Not only can it cleanse one's body, but it also has the effect of bringing the dead back to life. Even an idiot can become a peerless genius after getting a drop of the Great Earth Immortal Milk, let alone us. If I can get a drop of the Great Earth Immortal Milk, my entire body will undergo a transformation and my future path of cultivation will be smooth. I never thought that the legendary Great Earth Immortal Milk would actually exist. The ancient Great Buddha had left it here, giving hope to the later generations. This great Buddha's cultivation base is at least at the peak of late immortal venerable realm. He said that he couldn't attain enlightenment in the end, which shows that he had failed to break through to the sovereign realm. How disappointing. The Great Earth Immortal Milk is indeed a good thing. Sure enough, there are immortal vaults everywhere in the Golden Horizon. It's a pity that it's absolutely not an easy task to get the Great Earth Immortal Milk. There are 81 ancient roads and each of them is full of danger. It's still uncertain whether we can reach the location of the Great Earth Immortal Milk through the ancient roads. That's right. Even if we are lucky enough to pass through the ancient roads, there are just too many experts here. With Yi Peng, Hei Lang and Lan Lingji around, I'm afraid that we won't have a share of the Great Earth Immortal Milk. However, this great Buddha has also said that he left his legacy and treasures in each of the ancient roads. If we are lucky enough to get some of them, we will also benefit immensely. The scene began to stir. The appearance of the Great Earth Immortal Milk had made them unable to maintain their composure. This was a peerless treasure, but no one was blinded by joy. They knew that it was an incomparably difficult task to obtain the Great Earth Immortal Milk. As the saying goes, opportunity and danger coexisted. Buddhism emphasized on karma, on rebirth and tribulations and on returning to one. Now that the ancient Buddha had brought the karma of Buddhism to this place, the 81 ancient roads were no trivial matter. Putting aside the Great Earth Immortal Milk, it would be considered a success if one could successfully pass through all 81 ancient roads. Little Chinzi, get a drop of Great Earth Immortal Milk for Master Monkey. Master Monkey will be born immediately. Long Xian, who was in the wondrous rock, seemed incomparably excited. Although he was currently in the 33rd level of the Zulong Tower, he didn't know if he would be able to walk out of it in a day or two. Being born was a major event for him. Not only did it require time, but it also required a lot of energy. If he could get a drop of the Great Earth Immortal Milk, Long Xian would have enough confidence to leave the wondrous rock completely. All right. If I can get it, you will be the first one. Jiang Qin nodded without hesitation. He knew very well how powerful Long Xian was. If he could come out at this time, it would bring him endless benefits. Even the northern and southern dynasties weren't a match for him. Once Long Xian came out, it would be hard for the geniuses of Golden Horizon to find an opponent. Jie, this Great Earth Immortal Milk is mine, Hei Lang's. Hei Lang let out a sinister laugh, his eyes gleaming with greed. Hei Lang, I can see that you can't even pass through the ancient roads. How can you think of getting the Great Earth Immortal Milk? You must be daydreaming. Your corpse in sect is an evil sect. This place is the orthodoxy of Buddha sect left behind by the ancient Buddha. There are many traps inside which are the nemesis of evil like you. If I were you, I would leave this place as soon as possible. If you are burned by the great Buddha, not even the gods can save you. Lan Lingji spoke in a mocking tone. Chapter 1593. At first He Lang didn't think that this place was actually an immortal vault left behind by a Buddha venerable. If it wasn't for the great earth immortal milk he would have turned and left. After all, he wasn't interested in the things of Buddha sect. Even if he obtained it, it wouldn't be of any use to him. Instead it would restrain him. However, the temptation of the great earth immortal milk was just too great. He Lang had no choice but to stay. Even if he felt uncomfortable he wouldn't leave just like that. His only purpose of staying was to obtain the great earth immortal milk. As long as he could obtain it, his cultivation base would improve tremendously. It wouldn't be a problem for him to advance to the late immortal emperor realm in a short period of time. Humph. Lan Lingji, do you believe that I, He Lang, will get rid of you in this immortal vault? He Lang harumphed coldly. He Lang, you will die sooner or later for blaspheming me. Lan Lingji's tone turned incomparably cold. The saintess of exquisite paradise was pure and aloof. No one had ever dared to blaspheme her. Judging from her expression, if they weren't in the immortal vault, she would have already attacked He Lang. Look, the ancient roads. At this moment someone exclaimed. Behind the ancient monument, ancient roads appeared one after another. These ancient roads were densely packed like the roads of the void. They were illusory and solid at times, giving people an illusory feeling. Each of the ancient roads was like a passageway. Ancient Sanskrit chants could be heard coming out from them, calming one's soul and making one feel indescribably comfortable. The ancient roads are densely intertwined. There are 81 of them. Which one should we choose? Some people were dazzled and couldn't make up their minds. The 81 ancient roads in front of them were exactly the same, even their auras were the same. Just from the surface there didn't seem to be any difference. However, everyone knew in their hearts that these ancient roads that looked exactly the same were actually different from each other. They all contained unimaginable dangers, and different dangers were equivalent to different opportunities. These ancient roads might look the same, but in reality the differences are huge. If I'm not wrong, the ancient roads aren't as simple as the Buddha's last words. Among these ancient roads, some of them have great fortune and great benefits, while some of them are places of death, filled with killing intent. If you choose the wrong one, not only will you not be able to obtain the treasure, you might even be consigned to eternal damnation. Everyone's expression became incomparably solemn. The immortal vault had been opened, the 81 ancient paths had also appeared. Now the biggest problem they faced was to make a choice. Any choice they made could determine their future fate. Some people might obtain the treasures and soar up to the heavens. Some people might be consigned to eternal damnation, their bodies would vanish and their Tao would vanish, forever buried in this ancient tomb. I can't care so much anymore. I have to make a choice and I'll choose this one. Whether I live or die, I'll leave it to fate. Someone couldn't wait any longer. He leaped up and randomly chose an ancient path directly flying over. After entering the ancient path, that person directly disappeared without a trace, as if he had been swallowed by the ancient path. It was extremely terrifying. It all depends on my luck. I believe that my luck isn't that bad. I won't enter a land of death. A hint of ruthlessness was revealed in someone's eyes. It wasn't easy for the immortal vault to be unearthed. This was a rare opportunity to any of them. Even if there was danger, they wouldn't be able to stop them. There were dangers everywhere in Golden Horizon. If they were afraid of danger, they wouldn't have chosen to come here. Those who decided to come here were all courageous and resolute. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Silhouettes flew towards different ancient paths like a tidal wave. On the surface, it seemed that the number of geniuses who entered each ancient path was about the same. Those intermediate immortal emperors didn't enter the ancient path so quickly. They would only make their choice after most of the geniuses had entered the ancient path. Yi Peng's eyes sparkled, falling on the 81 ancient paths. He wanted to find out what was inside, but the final result would probably disappoint him, because even after exerting all his strength, he still couldn't sense the situation inside the ancient path. In the end, he had no choice but to randomly choose an ancient path. After Yi Peng disappeared, the others also made their choice one after another. They had been waiting for Yi Peng to make his choice, because no one was willing to go to the same place as him. Among all the experts who entered this time, Yi Peng's strength was the strongest and the only late immortal emperor. Furthermore, he was a figure of the immortal court of Mi Luo immortal domain, a figure that wasn't to be trifled with. Just as Zhou Xian was about to take a step forward, he was stopped by Xian, who was in the wondrous rock. Don't rush. Let's wait for them to enter first. Master Monkey has the fiery golden eyes. I can find out what's inside. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qian's face revealed a hint of delight. He had actually forgotten about Monkey at such a critical moment. Although the ancient path was mysterious and was left behind by the ancient Buddha, if the experts of the northern and southern dynasties were here, he would be able to find out what was inside with the Eye of Heaven, let alone the fiery golden eyes, which was even more powerful than the Eye of Heaven. Now that there were so many people here, Xian naturally couldn't use his fiery golden eyes. He could only wait for everyone to step into the ancient path before Xian could make his move. Lingji also moved. She chose the centermost ancient path. After she entered the ancient path, He Lang followed suit. It seemed like he was waiting for Lingji to make her choice. This bastard seemed to be very interested in Lingji. It seemed like he was determined to follow Lingji's footsteps. If there was a chance, He Lang would definitely attack Lingji. Very quickly, the crowd of 2,000 to 3,000 people vanished from sight. All of them had chosen their own ancient paths. Seeing that the ancient paths were about to disappear, Xian finally made his move. 2 golden lights shot out from the Zulong Tower. No one could imagine that these were actually 2 rays of light from his eyes. Just a mere pair of eyes could already contain such a powerful force. In the entire heavens and earth, apart from the fiery golden eyes, there was probably no one else who could do this. He was the nemesis of evil spirits. He casted out the great soul derivation technique. Powerful soul power spread out like tidal waves. Under the perception of the technique, the evil spirit had nowhere to hide. An evil spirit bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws suddenly rushed out from the depths of the void, pouncing at Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian's 5 fingers were like sharp blades, crushing the head of the evil spirit with a cracking sound. A puny half-step immortal emperor wants to sneak an attack on me. Chapter 1594. A half-step immortal emperor evil spirit was killed effortlessly by Zhou Qian, but this level of evil spirit wasn't very useful in repairing the Zulong Tower. After all, the damage that the Zulong Tower had suffered this time was greater. Although its foundation wasn't damaged, it wouldn't be easy to restore it to its original state. At least, a half-step immortal emperor evil spirit was far from enough. The roars of the evil spirits rang from the inside of the void. The surrounding void began to tremble. It seemed like the entire spatial zone was going to collapse at any time, but Zhou Qian knew that this was the doing of the evil spirits. The spatial zone here was incomparably solid. It was impossible for it to break. These evil spirits were born in this spatial zone. So no matter how powerful they were, they couldn't escape the shackles of the law of this spatial zone. Good. There are indeed a lot of evil spirits here. There will be more evil spirits attacking you soon. This is too wonderful for words. Little Qinzi, kill all these evil spirits and the Zulong Tower will be restored. Inside the wondrous rock, Xian was incomparably excited, clapping his hands and applauding. Zhou Qian couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had the urge to rescue this damned monkey from the wondrous rock and give him a good beating. How could this be? He was about to be besieged by the evil spirits, but in the eyes of this monkey, it had become a joyous occasion. This bastard only cared about the restoration of the Zulong Tower and helping him out of the wondrous rock, but he didn't care about Zhou Qian's feelings at all. How shameless. In an instant the void rippled. At least a few dozen powerful evil creatures walked out from the void, instantly forming a circle trapping Zhou Qian in it. These evil creatures were baring their fangs, looking extremely ferocious. Damn it. Why are there so many evil spirits? Could it be that we have encountered all the evil spirits in this spatial zone? Zhou Qian had the urge to spurt out blood. Xian had used his fiery golden eyes to check the situation, but he didn't expect to see such a result. Although Xian had reminded him that there were a lot of evil spirits in this spatial zone, it shouldn't be this many. Zhou Qian would never believe that the others would also be besieged by so many evil spirits the moment they entered this spatial zone. Even if there were a lot of evil spirits here, It was impossible for them to be everywhere. The only explanation was that most of the evil spirits had gathered together and coincidentally encountered them. Even if they wanted to restore the Zulong Tower, Xianxia would never believe that such an encounter was an opportunity. Only Zhou Xian would be so excited when facing such a siege. Little Chenzi, this is great news. In my opinion, I'm afraid that all the evil spirits in this spatial zone have gathered here. I even saw an intermediate immortal emperor. If we can kill all of these evil spirits, not only will the Zulong Tower be restored, it will also condense the 38th floor. Zhou Xian spoke. Monkey, be honest with me. Did your fiery golden eyes see that all the evil spirits have gathered in this place? That's why you let me in. I was lucky enough to walk straight to this place. Xianxia said with a smile. He felt that the monkey must have done this on purpose. Master Monkey is doing this for your sake. These evil spirits are the best nourishment for you to condense the Zulong Tower. If you kill all of these evil spirits now, the Zulong Tower will be restored immediately. The 37th and 38th floor will be completely condensed. Perhaps your cultivation base will advance to the late immortal king realm. Isn't this a great opportunity? Zhou Xian said. Although I really want to beat you up now, what you said is indeed the truth. Xianxia spoke, immediately transforming into his dragon form. There were more than 100 evil spirits in front of him. There were more than 10 early immortal emperor evil spirits, one of which was an intermediate immortal emperor and the rest were half-step immortal emperors. If all of these evil spirits were refined, Xianxia felt that the 39th floor of the Zulong Tower would be completely condensed. However, because the current Zulong Tower wasn't in its peak state and had suffered serious damage, it would require a great amount of blood qi and essence to recover. Even so, condensing the 38th floor wouldn't be a problem. More importantly, with so much energy, Xianxia would be able to obtain great benefits from the Zulong Tower. Currently, he was only 10,000 dragon marks away from the late immortal king realm. If he was lucky, the energy he absorbed from these evil spirits would be enough for him to advance to the late immortal king realm. This was what Xianxia was looking forward to the most. After all, in this golden horizon, the higher one's cultivation base was, the more advantage one would have. If Xianxia's cultivation base had already reached the late immortal king realm, he wouldn't have been hunted down by the northern and southern dynasties so miserably. The evil spirits roared. These evil spirits had been living in this space ever since they were born. On this illusory ancient path, their intelligence wasn't very high. In other words, although they were relatively strong, they were still machines that only knew how to kill. All the evil spirits locked onto Xianxia. They could smell the powerful blood qi in Xianxia's body. That was what they liked the most. Eating Xianxia would bring them great benefits. Come on. Xianxia transformed into his dragon form. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand. The surface of the sword was covered with flames. That was the fusion of 3 types of supreme flames, which was the biggest nemesis of these evil spirits. With his current dragon form, killing an early immortal emperor expert was as easy as playing a game for Xianxia, but it was far from enough to deal with an intermediate immortal emperor genius. However, it was a different story when it came to dealing with these evil spirits. The intermediate immortal emperor evil spirits were indeed incomparably powerful, but because of Xianxia's great restraint on them, the gap between them was pulled back. Given Xianxia's strength, these hundreds of evil spirits weren't enough for him to kill. 5 to 6 powerful evil spirits lunged at Xianxia first. The physical body of the evil spirits was incomparably strong and destructive. 5 to 6 half-step immortal emperor evil spirits were enough to tear everything apart. In the face of the attack of the evil spirits, Xianxia moved. His eyes were filled with flames. With a swoosh, he slashed forward. A sword light that carried powerful flames destroyed everything. 6 half-step immortal emperor evil spirits were slashed to death by Xianxia. The door of the Zulong Tower was opened. The huge bodies of the 6 evil spirits were instantly sucked dry. Ka-ka. With the replenishment of blood qi and essence, the cracked Zulong Tower began to make cracking sounds and began to repair itself automatically. Seeing Xianxia killing 6 evil spirits with a single slash, the other evil spirits became even more furious. Each of them lunged at Xianxia without any regard for their lives. Humph! Chapter 1595. The 6 evil spirits were killed by Xianxia with a single slash, but this deterrent didn't have any effect on the other evil spirits. These evil spirits didn't seem to know fear and didn't even know what death was. In other words, they were inanimate objects. After being born, they only knew how to kill. If they could eat human flesh, then they would have a fundamental change. Rumble. The void was shattered in an instant. Hundreds of evil spirits unleashed their attacks at the same time. Terrifying chi waves and sharp claws interweaved into a huge energy net, shrouding Xianxia fiercely. Eternal immortal wind. Xianxia roared out. He did not place these evil spirits in his eyes at all. Against such a group he would naturally need to use his most terrifying area of effect skill. The eternal celestial wind was undoubtedly the most suitable. At this moment he was not worried that the northern and southern dynasties would be able to sense him through the eternal celestial wind. After all, he was currently within the ruins of an ancient Buddha. No matter how powerful the northern and southern dynasties were, they would not be able to sense him. Even if they did sense him, Xianxia would not be afraid. The celestial eyes of the northern and southern dynasties had suffered severe damage. At this moment they were most likely hiding somewhere to recover from their injuries. Furthermore, the northern and southern dynasties knew that he had a powerful existence like Zhou Xian by his side. Unless they increased their strength once again, they would not come looking for him. Whoosh whoosh. The eternal immortal wind unleashed a tidal wave of wind, forming a large domain. The 5 elemental domains fused together to envelop all the evil spirits before them. The powerful eternal immortal wind formed a wall of wind in all directions, almost like a cage. Whoosh! The violent immortal wind wreaked havoc in this domain. Those half-step immortal emperor evil spirits couldn't withstand the attack of the immortal wind at all. Many of them were instantly torn apart by the wind. Ah! Those evil spirits let out mournful screams. One by one, their huge bodies were sliced into pieces by the eternal immortal wind. Blood mist fluttered in the air. However, the blood mist was quickly absorbed by the Zhou Tower. The bodies of those evil spirits that had been sucked dry couldn't withstand the fierce blow of the eternal immortal wind. They turned into powder on the spot and completely disappeared. It was an incomparably violent scene that made one's scalp go numb. In just a minute, all the half-step immortal emperor evil spirits were blown to death by the immortal wind. Because of the Zhou Tower, these evil spirits didn't even leave their corpses behind. They had completely vanished from this heaven and earth. This scene was too horrifying, too frightening. If outsiders were to see this, they would definitely be shocked to the extreme and their souls would leave their bodies. Awesome. This group attack technique is truly awesome. So many evil spirits have been killed by you in an instant. Now the damage on the Zhou Tower has been completely repaired. If you kill the remaining evil spirits, the 37th and 38th floor of the Zhou Tower will be fully condensed. Xian, who was in the wondrous rock, was incomparably excited. Despite his pride, he had to admit that the eternal immortal wind was an incomparably terrifying technique, especially when used in a group attack. It was simply an invincible existence, much more terrifying than any other powerful technique. After absorbing the blood chi and essence of these half-step immortal emperors, the cracks on the Zhou Tower had been completely repaired, returning it to its previous peak state. The next thing to do was to upgrade the Zhou Tower. Xianxia's murderous intent soared to the sky. He had the intention to advance to the late immortal king realm. All the energy he had obtained from killing so many half-step immortal emperor evil spirits had been used to repair the Zhou Tower. Xianxia didn't get any benefit at all. Now that the Zhou Tower had been fully restored, Xianxia would be able to obtain some pure energy from the evil spirits he killed next, which would then be converted into dragon marks. There were still a dozen powerful evil spirits in front of him. All of them were early immortal emperors and one of them was an intermediate immortal emperor. Putting the others aside, an intermediate immortal emperor evil spirit alone was enough to condense a floor of the Zhou Tower. The rest of the early immortal emperor evil spirits would at least be able to condense another floor. The 37th floor of the Zhou Tower was about to be fully condensed. According to Jiang Chen's estimation, not only would the 38th floor of the Zulong Tower be fully condensed, but half of the 39th floor would also be condensed. Constantly upgrading the Zulong Tower was one of Jiang Chen's most important goals. The usefulness of the Zulong Tower was just too great. He had been looking forward to the day when the Zulong Tower was fully condensed and reached the peak of the 99th floor. How terrifying would it be? Seeing so many of their kind being killed in an instant, the remaining powerful evil spirits were completely infuriated. Unfortunately, their rage wasn't of much use. Now that they had fallen into the eternal immortal wind, they had to divert most of their energy to resist the wind. Additionally, they had to be severely restrained by the flame in Jiang Chen's hand. Under such a situation, the outcome of these evil spirits was pretty obvious. The mighty eternal immortal wind itself had an extremely strong lethality. Except for the intermediate immortal emperor evil spirit that could easily resist it, the other evil spirits had to divert most of their energy to resist it. Playing. The heavenly saint sword in Jiang Chen's hand was like a true dragon. His speed had reached the extreme, allowing him to appear anywhere in the domain of the eternal immortal wind at will. An early immortal emperor evil spirit was beheaded by Jiang Chen, dying tragically on the spot without the slightest strength to resist. A massive amount of blood qi and essence was instantly absorbed by the Zulong Tower. The evil spirits themselves were incomparably powerful. Their combat strength was also incomparably astonishing. Under the siege, they had a tacit understanding with each other. Unfortunately, they had encountered a monster like Jiang Chen, who had swept them with the eternal immortal wind the moment he arrived. Currently, all of the evil spirits were deeply traumatized. Let alone maintaining their teamwork, all of them had lost their composure. 9 phantom wolves. Jiang Chen bellowed once more. Phantoms appeared in the eternal immortal wind. The long sword in his hand moved as fast as lightning. This time, the continuous upgrade of the Zulong Tower had brought boundless benefits to Jiang Chen. Not only did he obtain great benefits, he had also condensed a large number of dragon marks. More importantly, the higher the floor of the Zulong Tower, the stronger the Zulong Tower would become. If the Zulong Tower was in its current state during the war against the Northern and Southern dynasties, it would be extremely difficult for the Northern and Southern dynasties to destroy the Zulong Tower. Chapter 1596. Very quickly, the battlefield regained its tranquility. The Zulong Tower had obtained tremendous benefits this time. Not only had it fully recovered from its injuries, it had also successfully condensed 2 more levels. The 39th level had already been condensed by more than half. However, this didn't end there. Currently, Jiang Chen had also obtained tremendous benefits from the Zulong Tower. The number of dragon marks in his body had reached exactly 10,000. Including the previous 190,000 dragon marks, the current number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body was exactly 1,200,000. This number was exactly at the late Immortal King realm. In other words, Jiang Chen was about to break through to the late Immortal King realm. Once he advanced to the late Immortal King realm, Jiang Chen's combat strength would certainly improve tremendously. At that time, it would be extremely difficult for anyone to kill him in this golden horizon. Even though he might not be a match for the Northern and Southern dynasties now, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state like the last time when he was almost killed. Hoo-hoo. A golden aura was rolling on the surface of Jiang Chen's body, like waves of wind, wave after wave. This bastard is going to advance again. Xianxia, who was in the wondrous rock, couldn't help but speak. Regarding Jiang Chen's advancement, Xianxia's tone was filled with incomparable excitement and happiness. After all, he knew very well how terrifying the Golden Horizon was. He knew that nothing was more important than strength in this place. Plus, Jiang Chen had too many enemies. The Golden Horizon had just opened not too long ago. At the final moment, the geniuses here would absolutely have an earth-shattering war. Given the number of enemies that Jiang Chen had, Jiang Chen would certainly be the focus of attention. In other words, Jiang Chen's current progress was to prepare for the final war. But Jiang Chen would never be complacent, because he and Xianxia knew very well that while he was improving, the others were also improving, especially those late immortal emperor geniuses who came from the immortal court. Once they obtained the opportunity to advance again, they would become an invincible existence. Buzz buzz, Jiang Chen's body buzzed. Powerful qi waves rolled like tides. A large number of Emperor-grade immortal metastones were absorbed by Jiang Chen as if they were worthless. Very quickly the total of 1.2 million dragon marks was completely stabilized. Jiang Chen's cultivation base had finally reached the late immortal king realm. His combat strength was many times stronger than before. Not bad. Now that you have advanced to the late immortal king realm, your combat strength is even more terrifying. Long Xian praised. It's a pity that the number of dragon marks is still not enough. My current cultivation base is only at the threshold of the late immortal king realm. My combat strength isn't as terrifying as I imagined, but it's enough to deal with those intermediate immortal emperor geniuses. Let's go deeper and see if there are any other benefits. Jiang Chen's body shuddered and his aura grew much stronger than before. In the blink of an eye he disappeared, heading deeper into the space. Is that ancient Buddha joking with us? He said that every ancient path is full of danger. I thought there would be powerful evil spirits everywhere. I didn't expect it to be so peaceful. It seems like we are lucky to have chosen a relatively safer ancient path. Since this place isn't that dangerous, I'm sure there will be great benefits. In the void, two geniuses were talking to each other. They were somewhat surprised by the tranquility of this place, because this place wasn't as dangerous as they had imagined. They had been wandering around for such a long time, but they hadn't seen a single evil spirit. This made them feel that they were lucky to have chosen a relatively safer ancient path. As a matter of fact, this ancient path was the most dangerous one. More than 100 powerful evil creatures had gathered together. Before they could disperse to different parts of the spatial zone, they encountered Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, all of them were killed by Jiang Chen. Otherwise, it would be a disaster for those geniuses who had just entered the spatial zone if these evil creatures were dispersed to different parts of the spatial zone. One should know that less than 3,000 geniuses had entered the immortal vault this time. Each of the 81 ancient paths only had a few dozen geniuses, which was too weak compared to the evil spirits. One had to admit that the geniuses who had entered this place were considered lucky. They should thank Jiang Chen for resolving the crisis and removing the obstacles for them, giving them the chance to focus on searching for treasures. Monkey, use your fiery golden eyes and see where the treasures are. Jiang Chen spoke. With the great advantage of Long Xian, it would be a waste if he didn't use it. The direction he had chosen was different from the others. In addition, the number of geniuses that had entered this place was lesser, so it would be somewhat difficult for them to encounter each other. Furthermore, Jiang Chen's current strength was formidable. Even if he encountered anyone, he wouldn't be afraid of them. Currently, apart from the Saintess of Exquisite Paradise, Lan Lingji, no one else was a match for Jiang Chen. As for that He Lang, Jiang Chen didn't put him in his eyes at all. Even if he hadn't advanced to the late immortal king realm, he wouldn't be afraid of He Lang. The means of corpse insect were indeed terrifying, but Jiang Chen specialized in restraining them. If He Lang encountered them head-on, He Lang would definitely cry. Alright, let me see. Long Xian spoke, then cast out his fiery golden eyes. The fiery golden eyes were incomparably powerful. It was inherited from the old ancestor of the battle Saint Ape. Even though Long Xian hadn't been born yet, the radiance of the fiery golden eyes couldn't be blocked even though he was in the wondrous rock. After scanning the surroundings with the fiery golden eyes, Long Xian retracted them. After all, he was still in the wondrous rock. Even if he used the fiery golden eyes, it couldn't be used for a long time. Otherwise, it would affect the time of his birth. Go in this direction. There seems to be an ancient palace in front. Dragon Xian said. His divine sense rushed out of the wondrous rock, pointing a direction for Jiang Chen. As the spatial zone was too illusory, Jiang Chen couldn't tell which direction was which. So Dragon Xian could only rely on his divine sense to guide the way. All right. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate and flew in the direction that Long Xian pointed. Long Xian's fiery golden eyes could see through everything. Since there was an ancient palace here, it proved that there must be something good here. The things left behind by the ancient Buddha were definitely not ordinary. This point Jiang Chen was almost certain. According to the direction pointed by Dragon Xian, An ancient palace soon emerged in front of Zhou Xian. It was a very small ancient palace without any foundation. It was just floating in the air, but the surroundings of the palace were filled with chaotic airflow, variegated and variegated. There's a matrix outside the ancient palace, Zhou Xian said. He could tell at a glance that the air currents around the ancient palace were ancient matrices. This ancient palace is covered by a matrix. There must be treasures inside. Little Xianxia, although this matrix is strong, it has been around for too long. Its power has weakened a lot. It shouldn't be difficult for you to break this matrix easily. Xian said. You're right. If this matrix was created at the beginning, even an early immortal venerable might not be able to break it, but because of the passage of time, most of its power has already disappeared. Plus there are plenty of flaws in it. It won't be difficult for me to break it. Zhou Xian nodded his head, then strode towards the ancient palace. When he saw the formation, he couldn't help but think of Big Yellow. If Big Yellow was here with his proficiency in the heavenly book of source formation, all the grand formations would be useless to him. I wonder where De Huang and Sister Ning are now. Although Big Yellow's combat strength wasn't too strong, given his strength he could go anywhere in the golden horizon. Nothing could stop him, and killing Big Yellow would be an incomparably difficult task. Zhou Xian thought to himself. But he wasn't worried about Wu Ningzhu following Big Yellow. Although Big Yellow's combat strength wasn't too strong, given his strength he could go anywhere in the golden horizon. Very quickly Zhou Xian came to the front of the ancient palace. The great soul derivation technique spread out like tidal waves. Very quickly Zhou Xian found the weakness of the matrix. Then Zhou Xian conjured seals with both of his hands, striking out a series of complicated seals. Very quickly, these seals merged into a miniature matrix and collided with the weak point of the matrix. Bang! A loud bang was heard. Cracks instantly appeared on the spiraling formation. Zhou Xian took a deep breath and struck out another restriction. Due to the passage of time, the ancient formation couldn't hold on any longer and shattered on the spot. After breaking the matrix, Zhou Xian came to the front of the ancient palace. The ancient wooden door looked very shabby. Traces of time could be seen everywhere on it. Zhou Xian casually gave it a push. The decayed wooden door immediately shattered. A decaying aura rushed towards Zhou Xian, causing him to frown. Zhou Xian didn't rush in. Instead he used his soul force to scan around first. He wanted to make sure that there was no danger inside before entering. In this golden horizon that was filled with strange things, it was never wrong to be cautious. His soul force didn't detect any dangerous aura. Only then did Zhou Xian stride in. The interior of the ancient palace was very small and seemed very empty. There was nothing inside. It was eerie, like a haunted house, giving people an extremely uncomfortable feeling. But very soon, Zhou Xian saw a box at the front of the ancient palace. It was a golden box. This was probably the only thing in the ancient palace. Quickly bring it over. There's a treasure in that box. Xian hastily reminded. Zhou Xian strode forward and came to the front of the golden box. After such a long time there weren't any scars on the box. It could be seen that the material of the box was extraordinary. Zhou Xian held the box in his hand. It wasn't as heavy as he had imagined. It was very ordinary. There was no lock on the box and it could be opened directly. Zhou Xian casually struck out a stream of qi and the box was opened. Immediately a bright light burst out from the box. Golden Buddha light rushed out from the box and filled the entire ancient palace in an instant. Golden Sanskrit could be seen fluttering in the Buddha light like beautiful butterflies. Chapter 1597. Sanskrit fluttered in the air. The originally dilapidated ancient palace was instantly filled with endless Buddhist light. It looked like a kingdom of Buddhism. Sanskrit fluttered in the air as if there was a great Buddha chanting. Invisibly, an illusory great golden Buddha was suspended in the golden light with a dignified posture. What a fucking ancient Buddha. Looks like Buddha. Zhou Qian's gaze fell on the ancient Buddha and he couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. Everything was illusory but everything seemed so real. The kingdom of Buddhism was pure and solemn, and no one dared to blaspheme it. If He Lang were to appear in such a place, the illusory figure of the ancient Buddha would make him tremble in fear and prostrate on the ground. Swish. Soon, the illusory figure of the ancient Buddha disappeared, but the golden light emitted from the box was even more vigorous. It was almost unimaginable that the item in the box was definitely not ordinary since it could emit such a powerful aura. Quick, take a look at what's in the box. Xian couldn't help but feel a little excited. Okay. Zhou Xian nodded and couldn't wait. He looked into the box and found a piece of paper neatly placed in the box. It was a golden piece of paper with tadpole-like words engraved on it. The golden light in the entire ancient palace was emitted from this piece of paper. It's a Buddhist heart sutra. Zhou Xian's eyes lit up. Each of the supreme scriptures of Buddhism was incomparably precious and could be said to not be passed down to the world, just like the Great Compassion Mantra and the edifying light that Ancestor Green Lotus possessed. The Heart Sutra in front of him was engraved on the golden piece of paper. Just by looking at the strong and pure Buddha's light that it emitted, one could tell that the Heart Sutra was definitely not ordinary. Even in the vast Buddhist sect, it probably had a very high status. Take it out and let me have a look. When Xian heard that it was only a Heart Sutra, he immediately lost interest and his tone became much more casual. Zhou Xian reached out and took the Heart Sutra in his hand. He only felt that the Heart Sutra was as light as a feather. It was completely weightless and smooth and he couldn't tell what material it was made of. However, Zhou Xian didn't care about the material of the paper. What he cared about was the content of the Heart Sutra. There were 5 words engraved neatly on the top of the Heart Sutra: Great Freedom Heart Sutra. Zhou Xian couldn't help but frown as he couldn't understand the content of the scripture. However, this was within his expectation. He wasn't a disciple of Buddha sect. He had only come into contact with the edifying light of Buddha sect. It was normal that he couldn't understand the profound Heart Sutra of Buddha sect. However, there was no doubt that this scripture was a rare treasure. Even if he couldn't use it, he could still give it to Tyrant. If Tyrant cultivated the Heart Sutra on it, his cultivation base would surely improve once again. Heart Sutra. Great Freedom Heart Sutra. Let me have a look and quickly send it to the strange stone. When he heard the words Great Freedom Heart Sutra, Xian, who had lost interest, instantly became extremely excited and couldn't wait to read the scripture. Judging from his tone, if they were outside, he would probably directly start to snatch it from Zhou Xian's hands. You're a battle saint ape. What relationship do you have with Buddhism? Can you understand the Heart Sutra? Zhou Xian was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that the scripture would make Xian so interested. Xian's excitement was also unexpected. Xian was a battle saint ape and had nothing to do with Buddhism. Even if he was interested in the treasures left by the ancient Buddha, he might not be interested in the Heart Sutra of Buddhism. What do you know? The ancestor of the battle saint ape finally achieved the position of Buddha and cultivated the body of Holy Buddha. As the descendant of the battle saint ape, I naturally have the fate of Buddha in my body. You can't understand the Heart Sutra of Buddhism, but it doesn't mean that I can't. This Great Freedom Heart Sutra may be of great use to me. Quick, let me have a look. Xian urged. The inheritance of the battle saint ape was very strange. Xian obviously had the complete bloodline of the battle saint ape and directly obtained the inheritance of the ancestor. It was extremely magical and terrifying. Zhou Xian didn't hesitate anymore and quickly threw the Heart Sutra into the strange stone. Not long after, the strange stone began to shake violently. Obviously, such a big movement was caused by Xian. Zhou Xian couldn't understand why this guy was so excited when he saw the Heart Sutra of Buddhism. Sure enough. I'm going to be born soon, Xian's wild laughter came from inside. His excitement couldn't be concealed at all. Monkey, don't be excited. Tell me what's going on. Zhou Xian was dumbfounded. Little Chinzi, you've helped Master Monkey a lot this time. Do you know what the meaning of this Great Freedom Heart Sutra is? Xian calmed himself down and said, Tell me about it. Zhou Xian asked with great interest. It's the supreme sutra left behind by the Great Freedom Ancient Buddha. Legend has it that the Great Freedom Ancient Buddha cultivated this sutra and became a free and unfettered body. The law of myriad realms couldn't bind him and he could walk freely between the heavens and earth. I didn't expect that the Great Freedom Ancient Buddha had obtained the Great Freedom Heart Sutra. Unfortunately, this sutra is very difficult to cultivate and it's even more difficult to achieve the true freedom. Otherwise, the Great Buddha wouldn't have died here. It wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the Emperor realm just by relying on this sutra. Long Xian explained. He knew the origin of this sutra. That was why he was so excited. Hearing this, Xianxia was also shocked. Even he didn't expect the sutra to be so powerful. The heavens and earth were too big and there were too many worlds. Who could be above the myriad realms? Who could be beyond the myriad realms? Who could be outside of the 5 elements? Who could be truly free and unfettered? Who could be truly free? That was a kind of supreme realm. It was a kind of comprehension that surpassed all other realms. The change in the state of mind was the most important and also the most difficult. The Great Freedom Heart Sutra was left behind by the ancient Buddha of freedom. Its preciousness was unimaginable. If this Heart Sutra were to be spread out, the White Dragon Temple would not be able to remain calm immediately. The entire White Dragon Temple would be alarmed and even the unparalleled Buddha would have to take action personally. To put it bluntly, this sutra is the most precious thing in this immortal vault. Even the 9 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk are far less valuable than this ancient sutra. Of course, this is only relative to Buddha sect. After all, this ancient sutra can't be used by anyone. Those who have nothing to do with Buddha sect would suffer a backlash if they read this sutra. Long Xian said. According to what you said, this ancient sutra is indeed the greatest treasure in this immortal vault. I didn't expect that Buddha Venerable to hide it here, on one of the 81 ancient roads. I'm afraid that no one would have thought that the most valuable treasure would be hidden here. The attraction of the 9 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk has covered everything. Xianxia sighed. He was really lucky this time. Of course, most of this was because of Long Xian. If it wasn't for Long Xian's fiery golden eyes, he was afraid that it would be unrealistic to find this ancient sutra and it would have fallen into the hands of others. Monkey, you want to rely on this sutra to break the shackles of the wondrous stone, right? Said Xianxia. Given his intelligence, he had already guessed the key point. You're right. Given my current strength, I'm fully capable of coming out of this world, but everything has its limit. For a heaven-defying immemorial battle spirit like me, even if I'm fully nurtured, I won't be able to come out of this place. But even so, it won't be a short period of time. Even if the journey in Golden Horizon is over, I still won't be able to get out of this place. Watching all of you wandering around here has made Master Monkey very anxious. If I have this great unrestrained heart sutra, I will be able to break the shackles and become a free body. Of course, this free body of mine is still far from the original intention of the great unrestrained heart sutra. It's impossible for me to reach the level of unrestrained ancient Buddha, but with this ancient sutra, it won't be a problem for me to get out of the wondrous stone quickly and break the shackles. If there are no accidents, I will be able to break out of this place in 3 days at most. Long Xian said. 3 days in the Zulong Tower was only a few hours outside. Upon hearing Long Xian's words, even Xianxia couldn't help but feel excited. He finally knew why Monkey had such a huge reaction when he heard the words Great Unrestrained Heart Sutra. It turned out that this ancient sutra could help Monkey come out of the world faster. If Long Xian could come out of the stone faster, it would be a great thing for Xianxia. There was no doubt about this. Given Long Xian's ability, there were only a few experts in Golden Horizon who could compete with him. Just when Xianxia and Long Xian were still excited, 2 silhouettes suddenly walked into the ancient palace from the outside. They were 2 men in yellow robes. They looked exactly the same. They were twins. Their cultivation base was extremely powerful, having already reached the terrifying early immortal emperor realm. As soon as the 2 of them saw Xianxia, they immediately revealed killing intent. Both of them unleashed their qi at the same time, enveloping Xianxia. Hand over the treasure and we can spare your life. One of them spoke. What treasure? Xianxia asked nonchalantly. Brat, stop pretending. Just now there was a burst of golden light. We brothers happened to pass by. There must be a precious treasure in this ancient palace. Now that the golden light has disappeared, the treasure must have been kept by you. You are just a puny immortal king. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and hand over the treasure. Otherwise, humph. Chapter 1598. Xianxia immediately understood what was going on. The sudden appearance of an ancient palace would surely attract the attention of others. Most likely those who passed by this place would come over to see if there were any treasures. These two twin brothers just happened to pass by this place and saw countless golden lights rushing out from the ancient palace. Naturally, they believed that there were treasures inside. This was understandable. In fact, it was just as they thought. The Great Unrestrained Heart Sutra was indeed a peerless treasure. The Buddha light released by the Great Unrestrained Heart Sutra vanished the moment Jiang Qin placed the ancient scripture into the wondrous stone. The two brothers happened to see Jiang Qin alone in the ancient palace. Even an idiot would think that it was Jiang Qin who kept the treasures. Looking at Jiang Qin again, he was merely an immortal king. Given their cultivation base, why would they put a puny little immortal king in their eyes? Since they encountered Jiang Qin, they must seize the treasures. Or what? Jiang Qin stared at the two brothers with interest. These two bastards really didn't want to go far today. Of all people, why did they have to rob him? Weren't they courting death? It had always been him, Jiang Qin, robbing others. No one had ever robbed him, Jiang Qin. Otherwise you will die without a burial place. Let me tell you, we are from the Huang family of southern Xuanyu of ethereal immortal domain. You are just a puny little immortal king. You better behave yourself. As long as you hand over the treasures you obtained from the ancient palace, we will spare your life. Naturally, don't think that we brothers are kind. A trash like you isn't qualified to be our enemy. You don't even have the qualifications to die in our hands. One of the Huang brothers said. His attitude was extremely arrogant and he had a condescending attitude. He didn't put Jiang Qin in his eyes at all. His attitude showed that he was looking down on Jiang Qin, so what could Jiang Qin do about it? Little Qinzi, don't waste your breath on these two idiots. This master monkey is going into seclusion to comprehend the ancient scripture. Hurry up and finish them off. Long Xian spoke. After that, he went into seclusion to comprehend the Great Unrestrained Heart Sutra. According to Long Xian's character, if these two bastards dared to rob him here, he would immediately kill them. He wouldn't even bother to waste his breath on them. You two are right. I have indeed obtained a good treasure, but it's impossible for you two to snatch it away because you don't have the ability to do so. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you leave now, it's still not too late. I might be merciful enough to spare your lives. If you two persist in going about things the wrong way, I'm afraid that you will die here. Jiang Qin spoke in a persuasive tone. He was giving these two brothers a last chance. He hoped that they would cherish it because he was in a good mood right now. He could spare their lives, but he wasn't a merciful person. If the two of them persisted in going about things the wrong way, Jiang Qin wouldn't mind killing two more of them. It was just too common for two people to die in this golden horizon. However, after hearing Jiang Qin's words, the reaction of the two Huang brothers was the same as the others. They burst into laughter. They felt that they had heard the biggest joke in their lives. An immortal king actually used such a tone to talk to them. This itself was a very funny thing. Kid, I think you are tired of living. One of them spoke in Leng Leng's voice. Big brother, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. Just kill him and the treasure will naturally be ours. The other man had a cold smile on his face. He unleashed his killing intent and walked towards Jiang Qin step by step. In his point of view, this immortal king brat who came out of nowhere was simply courting death. Going against them brothers was already a road that led to death. Upon seeing this, Jiang Qin couldn't help but shake his head. Given his current cultivation base, perhaps he didn't even need to use his dragon transformation to deal with these two early immortal emperors. But under the situation where he couldn't use his dragon transformation, he would still need to use his powerful means to deal with these early immortal emperor geniuses in one strike. Kid, I will give you one last chance. Hand over the treasure now and you might still have a chance to live. That person's expression immediately turned cold and gloomy. You talk a lot of nonsense. Jiang Qin spoke. His entire being turned into a phantom and took the initiative to attack. His arms suddenly became incomparably thick and strong, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Jiang Qin struck out with the terrifying Qilin arm, not giving his opponent the slightest chance. According to Long Xian, he was going to end the battle as soon as possible. What? The Huang brothers' facial expression changed dramatically. Although they were arrogant, they weren't fools. The moment they saw Jiang Qin's qi, they knew that they had made a grave mistake. They knew that they had completely underestimated this immortal king in front of them. The moment the opponent attacked, the qi that erupted from him had already surpassed any one of them. Brr. The incomparably majestic Qilin arm instantly appeared in front of the Huang brothers. The terrifying qi waves instantly enveloped the Huang brothers. Under such pressure, the Huang brothers had no way to escape. The only thing they could do was to fight against Xianxia head-on. Sadly, the Huang brothers had underestimated Xianxia from the start. They basically didn't expect that Xianxia would be so powerful to this extent. Now that Xianxia acted decisively, the Huang brothers could only rely on their quick reflexes to react. They lifted their fists and unleashed their combat prowess, smashing towards the Qilin arm. Upon seeing this, a sneer appeared on Xianxia's face. Clashing head-on against the Qilin arm? What a foolish method of combat. In truth, the Huang brothers also knew that this method of combat was extremely foolish. But right now they had no other choice. If they couldn't even do such a foolish action, they could only wait for death. But in reality, even if they made such a futile attempt, their fate would still be unchangeable. Honglong. In an instant, the fists of the Huang brothers collided with Xianxia's Qilin arm. A loud bang was heard. One of the Huang brothers' arms was smashed into pieces, followed by half of his body. The remaining half of his body was sent flying and fell at the feet of the other Huang brothers. After wriggling a few times, there was no sign of life. Then a brocade pouch flew out from the corpse and fell into Xianxia's hand. Second brother. The remaining Huang brother's facial expression changed dramatically. Both of his eyes turned red instantly. It was too fast. Everything happened too fast. Before he could react, his brother had already died tragically in the hands of his opponent. As a matter of fact, the Huang brothers weren't that weak. They were born from the same mother. The cooperation between them had already reached a perfect level. Although they were only early immortal emperors, their combat prowess was enough to fight an intermediate immortal emperor. Unfortunately, they had underestimated their opponent too much, which led to such an ending. They were killed by their opponent's punch before they could even display their combat prowess. It was truly miserable. You have killed my brother. The eldest brother stared at Xianxia with bloodshot eyes. The flames in his eyes were burning. It was a kind of hatred. The fact that Xianxia had killed his brother made him unable to keep his composure. Since you two have such a deep brotherly relationship, go down and accompany your brother. Xianxia said and struck out violently once more. It was the Qilin divine arm again. It reached the eldest brother in the blink of an eye in a destructive manner. He couldn't care less about the Huang family of southern Xuanyu. To him, those who robbed his treasures were merely his enemies. Xianxia didn't care about the identity and background of the other party. Not to mention the Huang family, even the experts of the immortal court would face death if they offended him. As the saying goes, one won't worry when one has too many debts and one won't itch when one has too many lice. Xianxia was like this now. He had too many enemies. He didn't care about the Huang family at all. Honglong. Arg. Not long after that, another blood-curdling scream was heard from the ancient palace. The violent energy had overturned the decaying ancient palace. The ancient palace that had existed for countless years was completely destroyed. Xianxia walked out of the palace as if he was taking a stroll in the garden. As for the two Huang brothers, they would never be able to come out again. They were buried here together with the ancient palace. It was a tragedy for the Huang brothers. Given their teamwork, they should have been able to live well in the Golden Horizon. If they had the chance, they would have obtained plenty of benefits. Unfortunately, they had offended Xianxia, a person that they shouldn't have offended. Eventually, they lost their lives here. There were tens of thousands of geniuses in the Golden Horizon. It was too normal for two of them to die. Even if one had an illustrious reputation in the outside world, he was just a member of a single log bridge here. If he didn't go well, he would sink into the bottomless abyss. In the following time, without the help and guidance of Zhou Xian, Xianxia wandered aimlessly in the spatial zone. He didn't expect to find any more treasures. After all, these things depended on luck. However, the direction that Xianxia was heading towards was the center of the spatial zone. He knew very well that as long as he reached the end of this spatial zone, he would be able to walk out of this place and reach the center of the immortal vault, where the great earth immortal milk was located. A few hours later, the Zulong Tower suddenly shook. Xianxia's divine sense moved and discovered that the 33rd level of the tower was shaking violently. Then countless golden rays of light rushed out from the stone. Little Chinzi, quickly let me out. Master Monkey is about to be born. Long Shisan's voice was heard. He laughed heartily, seeming incomparably excited. He had already comprehended the great unrestrained heart sutra. Although he had just grasped the basics, it was enough for him to come out of the stone. After enduring for so long, he was finally going to be born. The time limit and destiny had been fulfilled. There was no way that Long Shisan wouldn't be excited. All right. Jiang Qin was also incomparably excited. From the time he obtained the stone to the birth of Long Shisan, it could be said that he had successfully accomplished one thing. Jiang Qin didn't dare to be negligent. He hastily opened the Zulong Tower and released the stone. He could almost imagine that the birth of the Monkey King would create an earth-shattering commotion. If it was inside the Zulong Tower, wouldn't it turn his tower into a mess? Chapter 1599. The wondrous rock rushed out of the ancestral dragon pagoda and floated in the air above the spatial zone. Countless golden lights rushed out from the wondrous rock. Chi waves rolled and shook the heavens. The commotion was too great. No one knew what kind of commotion the monkey would cause when it jumped out from the rock. The commotion is too big, it will definitely attract a lot of people. Jiang Chen's expression froze. Immediately he formed a seal with both of his hands and cast out a great formation, covering the surrounding 10 miles. He wanted to use this formation to hide the commotion caused by Long Shisan. In fact, with Jiang Chen's current cultivation base, it was already enough to protect Long Shisan. However, in order to not be disturbed by external factors, Jiang Chen had to be careful. It would be the safest to completely cover this place. Not only that, after setting up the formation, Jiang Chen also walked out of the formation. His eyes were cold. This was the most crucial moment for Long Shisan. Jiang Chen wouldn't be polite to anyone who wanted to disturb Long Shisan. Anyone who wanted to disturb him would be killed by Jiang Chen without mercy. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook. The commotion inside the wondrous rock became louder and louder. It was as if countless thunders were rolling down from the 9 heavens, causing people's souls to feel heavy. Rays of golden light were like silk and satin, materializing into a heavenly river. This was a very mystical scene. This was the scene of the birth of a living being. This was fate, the incarnation of luck. The birth of an immemorial battle spirit would definitely be earth-shattering and attract the attention of everyone. It was the best choice for Long Shisan to be born here. After all, there weren't many people here, it wouldn't affect him too much. Ka-ka. The incomparably sturdy wondrous rock began to emit cracking sounds. Cracks appeared one after another. Very quickly it became like a spider web, densely packed together. Golden light shot out from the cracks, turning the entire space into a golden ocean. That was the aura of an immemorial battle spirit. A peerless monster was about to be born, shocking the world. Monkey, with such a huge formation, will it attract the heavenly tribulation? Jiang Qin began to worry. He knew the situation of the heavenly tribulation the best. Back when he was in Saint Origin World, he had been struck by lightning many times. Because the laws in the immortal world were firmer and more advanced, he didn't experience the heavenly tribulation after arriving in the immortal world. However, the birth of the monkey was too heaven-defying. An immemorial battle spirit that had been nurtured for an unknown period of time was bound to suffer the heavenly tribulation. Don't worry, I'm a creature of heaven and earth. What I absorb is the essence of heaven and earth, which is in line with the laws of heaven and earth and karmic luck. I'll be acknowledged and accepted by heaven and earth, so there won't be any heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, if I undergo the heavenly tribulation here, even the space left behind by the Buddha Supreme wouldn't be able to withstand it. Long Shisan's voice reverberated from the wondrous rock. Only then did Jiang Qin feel relieved. One should know that the heavenly tribulation wasn't separated by spatial boundaries. No matter where you were, you wouldn't be able to escape from the heavenly tribulation. Just imagine, if the heavenly tribulation descended on this space, even if it was left behind by the ancient Buddha Supreme, it would still be destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. At that time, the entire space would collapse and the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Long Shisan was different from the other heaven-defying creatures. He was born from the fusion of heaven and earth. absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, which was in line with the heavenly Tao and was acknowledged by the laws of heaven and earth. Moreover, he had comprehended the Great Unrestrained Heart Sutra, which allowed him to walk out of the shackles and see the light of day again. Ka. More and more cracks appeared on the surface of the wondrous rock. It was going to explode at any time, but Xianxia also knew that it would take some time for the rock to explode. The birth of an immemorial battle spirit wasn't that simple. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several silhouettes came one after another. Even though Xianxia had used a great array to conceal Long Shisan's aura, the commotion was too big. It was impossible to completely conceal it. Therefore, the cultivators who were closer to the rock were naturally attracted by the commotion. What is that? What a powerful aura. Is that the ancient light of God of War? This wondrous rock must be a rare treasure. Mystical, too mystical. I can smell the aura of an ancient battle spirit. There's a powerful creature gestating inside this rock. It seems like it's going to be born soon. This is a peerless treasure. To think that there would be such a mystical stone within the immortal stash of the ancient Buddha. I wonder how long it has been nurtured. If I can get my hands on this stone, I will be able to make the living being within the stone obey me. I can even refine it and obtain endless benefits. That's right. They didn't know that this wondrous stone was released by Xianxia. They thought that it had always existed here and was a treasure left behind by an ancient Buddha. Moreover, they weren't fools, they knew how terrifying this immemorial battle spirit was. This was a living being of the heavens and earth. If they could obtain it, they would be able to gain the recognition of the living being inside and use it for their own use. Even if they couldn't, they could still refine it before it was fully born. Absorbing the essence of a living being of the heavens and earth would bring unimaginable benefits. At that time, their cultivation would definitely improve tremendously. As for Xianxia's existence, no one cared about him. In their point of view, the white-robed young man standing outside the rock was the same as them. It was just that he arrived earlier than them. Treasures of heavens and earth would belong to those who had the ability to obtain them. Facing a treasure like this wondrous stone, everyone would naturally fight for it with their own means. In their eyes, Xianxia was merely an immortal king. Naturally, none of them would spare him a glance. With such a cultivation base, he didn't even have the qualifications to be their opponent. If he really wanted to snatch the treasure from them, he would only be seeking his own humiliation. He would only be cannon fodder and would be killed instantly. Clang. Xianxia's eyes were cold. With a clang, he took out the heavenly saint sword. The dragon sword let out a sky-shaking sword cry that shook the heavens. The dragon sword in his hand trembled unceasingly, like a real dragon that had come to life. If you don't want to die, scram immediately. Xianxia's cold eyes swept across the crowd. His tone was equally cold. The sword light was dazzling, almost rippling with substantial killing intent. This group of people's thoughts had already fallen on the wondrous stone. They were simply courting death. Now was the most critical moment for the emergence of Long Shisan. Anyone who dared to take half a step forward would be punished by Xianxia and die a graveless death. Xianxia's reminder meant that he was giving them a chance, a last chance. He hoped that they would cherish it, but it seemed like it was impossible. The wondrous rock was too attractive. It had completely stimulated the greed and desire in their hearts. Under such circumstances, they could only kill. Xianxia didn't know what to do. Humph. A puny immortal king also wants to monopolize it? That's right. Do you think that this treasure belongs to you just because you are the first to discover it? Ridiculous. It seems like you don't know the rules of the Golden Horizon at all. Don't talk nonsense with him. Kill him first. This wondrous stone is mine today. Whoever dares to stop me will die. Everyone had been blinded by their greed. They simply ignored Xianxia's reminder and rushed over almost at the same time. I know the rules of the Golden Horizon better than all of you. Xianxia's black hair fluttered in the wind. Killing intent shot out. With a sway of his body, he transformed into his dragon form. He didn't want to be entangled with these bastards. In order to ensure the smooth emergence of Long Shisan, he wanted to kill them with a single strike. He wouldn't give them any chance to resist. Xianxia moved like a ferocious tiger. The heavenly saint sword turned into a dazzling light and slashed through the neck of the man at the front. The man let out a shrill cry and was decapitated on the spot. An early immortal emperor genius died without even having the chance to react. What? Upon seeing this, the others exclaimed. Each of their eyes widened, unable to believe what they saw. An immortal king had suddenly casted out a transformation technique. The lethality of this technique had reached such a degree that even an early immortal emperor could be killed with a single strike. If they didn't see this with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Swoosh swoosh. Jiang Qin didn't care about the shock of these people. 2 more geniuses died under his sword. The whole process was as easy and casual as cutting melons and vegetables. Not to mention resisting, they didn't even have the chance to react. They were completely vulnerable in front of Jiang Qin. Not good. We have underestimated him. This man is too powerful. Run. The remaining geniuses hastily halted their charge. Although the treasure was good, it was nothing compared to their lives. All of them knew that they had underestimated this immortal king. It turned out that he was an extremely abnormal bastard. He had killed so many of them in just a blink. What they needed to do now was to run away and save their lives. None of you can leave. I have given you all a chance, but you all didn't know how to cherish it. Jiang Chen's dragon eyes were blazing with flames. His killing intent soared to the sky. He held the long sword upside down and lunged at the few of them. This was, after all, a cruel world. There were no rules in Golden Horizon. Death had always been a normal thing. Arg. Along with a few screams, the geniuses died tragically under Jiang Chen's sword. Their brocade pouches automatically flew into Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen's facial expression didn't change at all after killing these geniuses. He stood in the void with the Heavenly Saint sword. His dragon form hadn't recovered yet. Next he would kill whoever came. Chapter 1600. Bang. All of a sudden, a cracking sound could be heard from within the wondrous rock. Jiang Qin could see that the top of the wondrous rock had already cracked open. An extremely tyrannical energy suddenly rushed out, and the top of the wondrous rock shattered with a cracking sound. A roar that seemed to come from the primordial times came from within the wondrous rock. Long Shisan's head also popped out, and his fiery golden eyes scanned the surroundings. The golden monkey hairs on his head were like sharp swords, and any one of them could pierce through the space. Long Shisan let out an earth-shattering roar. His body began to expand, and countless golden lights flashed continuously, like sharp swords, rushing out from within the wondrous rock. The wondrous rock continued to make cracking sounds, and the cracks on its surface continued to spread. It looked like it was about to explode and collapse. Good, it's about to come out. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, knowing that nothing could stop Long Shisan from coming out. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He retracted his dragon form and returned to his original appearance. With a loud bang, the wondrous rock completely exploded, turning into countless pieces. Long Shisan was completely out, and he let out a crazy roar in excitement. His body continued to grow, and in the blink of an eye, he had turned into a giant golden ape. Just by looking at his body, one could tell that he was at least tens of feet tall, like a mountain. This was a true battle saint ape with golden monkey hair all over his body. Each strand was like a sharp sword or steel needle and was extremely sharp. Any one of them could be made into a divine weapon. There were golden scales on his chest, and those were dragon scales. This was the biggest difference between a battle saint ape and a battle saint ape. Long Shisan, am finally out. I'm out. Long Shisan pounded his chest with his fists and roared excitedly into the sky. His laughter was earth-shattering, lingering in the void and echoing endlessly. Jiang Qin raised his head. This was truly a giant of the supreme ancient immortal realms. Just by standing there, people could only look up to him. Golden light erupted from his body. This was a berserk aura. The muscles on his arms were like small mountains filled with explosive energy. The iron cudgel in his hand shone with boundless light, as if it wanted to poke a hole in the sky. This was an unrivaled great demon, a spirit of heaven and earth, natural luck and karmic luck fused into one. Monkey, don't be too arrogant. Hurry up and retract your body. Jiang Qin shouted out loudly. This fellow was a bit too excited. Jiang Chen's main body was too terrifying and too berserk. Okay. Long Shisan replied. He started to retract his aura and his gigantic body started to shrink. In the blink of an eye, his body that was tens of zhang tall shrank to the size of an ordinary human. After that, Xian actually transformed into a human. He looked to be around the same age as Xianxia. His thick black hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes were bright, and his features were incomparably delicate. He wore a clean yellow robe and looked just like a pretty boy. Fuck. Looking at Xian's human form, Xianxia staggered and almost fainted. This bastard was so handsome, just like a scholar. How did he look like a ferocious ancient battle spirit? He was worlds apart from his previous image. If one were to look at him just from his appearance, there was no way they could link him to that unrivaled giant ape from before. Call me Brother Xian from now on. Xian spoke with incomparable arrogance. Although this fellow looked handsome, his words were still as domineering as ever. His every move revealed an indomitable aura. That was the arrogance that emanated from his bones, which couldn't be concealed by his appearance. Just like Xianxia, if Xianxia didn't flip out, no one would treat this handsome young man as a peerless killing god. Especially Xian's eyes, which were incomparably bright. Golden light would flow out of his eyes whenever they moved, adding a strong mystical luster to his appearance. Brother Xian, I think it's better for me to call you monkey. Xianxia curled his lips. Although this fellow had transformed into a human form, he was still a monkey in essence. Xianxia decided to let this fellow keep the title of Brother Xian for his own narcissism. His grandma. I have finally broken through the shackles. I, Brother Xian, can't stand watching you run amok in the golden horizon. Xian kept his iron staff and complained. Even though he had transformed into a scholar, his nature still couldn't be changed. A wolf in sheep's clothing. It seems like you are going to deceive a lot of ignorant people with your current appearance. Xianxia shook his head. This fellow looked so weak that it was easy for his enemies to ignore him. Who would have thought that this weak-looking fellow could erupt with earth-shattering waves at any time? Anyone who looked down on him would eventually suffer the consequences of their own actions. Aren't you the same? A super abnormal being who has deceived the ignorant eyes of so many people? Dragon Xian looked at Xianxia with disdain. These two bastards were actually the same kind of people. Both of them were super abnormal and monstrous geniuses. Both of them had an appearance that didn't look powerful at all. I was born with it. By the way, what's your current cultivation base? It seems to be an intermediate immortal emperor, right? Xianxia glanced at Xian and spoke. That's right. My current cultivation base is indeed at the intermediate immortal emperor realm, but those so-called geniuses are all dead souls in the hands of Master Monkey. Xian spoke in an incomparably overbearing and arrogant manner, but Xianxia knew that he was just trying his luck. Given Xian's ability, even the geniuses of the immortal court in the Golden Horizon wouldn't be a match for him. If someone like Yi Peng fought Xian, he was afraid that Yi Peng would also be beaten to a pulp. All right. Now that you have been born, we brothers will have a good adventure in this Golden Horizon. Xianxia patted Xian's shoulder. Then the two of them flew side by side towards the center of the spatial zone. It had been quite some time since they entered this ancient path. They couldn't afford to waste any more time. Otherwise, their journey would be delayed. After all, there was still the great earth immortal milk, a peerless divine medicine. If they could obtain the 9 drops of great earth immortal milk, the benefits would be boundless. Now, the most crucial thing was to find the entrance to the center of the Golden Horizon, which was to find the passageway that connected this ancient path to the inner spatial zone. As for the spatial zone in front of them, it was no longer attractive to Xianxia and Xian. One should know that although the ancient Buddha had a profound foundation, this place was after all divided into 81 spatial zones. All the treasures of the Buddha had been spread out. Now that the great unrestrained Heart Sutra had appeared in this ancient path, there wouldn't be any other treasures. It was also impossible for the ancient Buddha to store all the treasures in this spatial zone. Therefore, Xianxia and Xian didn't pay attention to any treasures along the way. They were already quite satisfied with obtaining the great unrestrained Heart Sutra. According to their previous thoughts, Xian would at least need to obtain the great earth immortal milk before he could be born from the wondrous rock. Now that he had obtained the great earth immortal milk, It was a great thing for the two of them. Pong, pong. All of a sudden, a powerful wave of battle spread from a direction of the void, alarming Zhou Xian and Xianxia. That was the wave of battle. Perhaps because the distance was relatively far, the wave of battle wasn't very strong, but to Zhou Xian and Xianxia, they could still sense it clearly. Someone is fighting. Let's go and have a look. Xianxia said. Let them fight their own battle. It has nothing to do with us. We should hurry on with our journey. Zhou Xian said that battles were happening everywhere in the Golden Horizon. Zhou Xian wasn't interested in the battles of others. He was only interested in the great earth immortal milk. Let's go and have a look. Master Monkey has just been born. Let's go and see who is fighting. Xianxia didn't care whether Zhou Xian agreed or not. He pulled Zhou Qian's arm and flew towards the direction of the wave of battle. Zhou Qian was speechless, but it was understandable. After all, this bastard had just emerged from the rock. Any movement would be able to arouse his interest. Very soon, Zhou Qian and Xianxia arrived at the place where the battle was taking place. The wave of battle was getting stronger. In front of them was a void that was surrounded by airflow as though it had been sealed. At the center of the airflow was a battlefield. A few silhouettes were fighting fiercely. If one took a closer look, they would see 5 silhouettes. 4 of them were besieging one person in the middle. The one being besieged was none other than the Saintess of Exquisite Paradise, Lingji. Standing opposite her was an evil-looking man in black robe. He was none other than He Lang. The eyes of the other 3 were hollow and lifeless. They were actually the corpse puppets created by Corpse Insect. They were the corpse puppets of He Lang. Each of them had the cultivation base of an intermediate immortal emperor just like He Lang. At this moment, Lingji was besieged in the middle. A trace of blood trickled down from the corner of her mouth. Her beautiful face had turned pale. Obviously, she had suffered a serious injury and was in a real crisis. He Lang, I never thought that you have refined 3 corpse puppets. Lingji spoke coldly. Her combat strength was almost the same as He Lang. If it was a one-on-one fight, she wouldn't care about He Lang at all. Even if He Lang had sinister means, it was almost impossible for him to defeat Lingji. But what she didn't expect was that He Lang's trump card was actually 3 corpse puppets. Each of them had the strength of an intermediate immortal emperor and was perfectly controlled by He Lang. The 3 corpse puppets worked together perfectly, completely besieging Lingji, almost forming an airtight encirclement, making Lingji a real turtle in a jar. Lingji had great ability. If she was in He Lang's shoes, she was afraid that she would have already died after being besieged by He Lang. This was how terrifying the corpse sect was. This was also the reason why outsiders didn't want to clash with them. Their methods were too terrifying. Almost every disciple of the corpse sect had a powerful corpse puppet with them. When they fought against them, they weren't fighting just one person. He Lang had 3 corpse puppets with him. Anyone on the same level as him would be unlucky to run into him. Chapter 1601. Lingji, I, He Lang, have said that you will be my woman sooner or later. Since you insist on resisting, I have no choice but to use force. In order to deal with you, I have used all my means and trump cards to show you my true strength. There aren't many people in Corpse Insect who can refine 3 corpse puppets. He Lang laughed evilly. He had deliberately chosen to enter the same ancient path as Lingji. His purpose was very clear. He was here for Lingji. After entering this spatial zone, he had been searching for her. As for the treasures here, he wasn't interested in them at all. He hated anything that was related to Buddha sect. Not long ago, He Lang had sensed Lingji's qi and followed her. Then this scene appeared before his eyes. It could be said that the heavens never let down those who wait. In his point of view, Lingji was already his prey. He would never let go of such a great opportunity. The Saintess of Exquisite Paradise was the goddess in the hearts of thousands of men. She was a famous genius in East Xuanyu. No one dared to blaspheme her. She had always been high and mighty. But now this saintess was about to fall into his hands and be at his mercy. To any man, it was a kind of pride and a great sense of achievement to get a peerless saintess like Lingji. Apart from cultivating an evil cultivation method, He Lang himself was also a lustful person. He had long been interested in Lan Lingji in East Xuanyu, but because Lan Lingji was the saintess of exquisite paradise, he didn't have the chance to make his move. This time he encountered her alone in the golden horizon. To Heilang this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Shameless bastard. Lan Lingji's face was unsightly. Her eyes were full of disgust when she looked at Heilang. Even when she heard Heilang's voice she would feel disgusted. As a saintess with a high and mighty position, she had never encountered such a predicament before. Presently she had already suffered a certain degree of injury. Heilang and the 3 corpse puppets had completely sealed off the battlefield. It would be difficult for her to escape now. Lan Lingji, don't resist anymore. Just submit to me and become my woman. Isn't that great? Heilang revealed a sinister smile. He didn't care about Lan Lingji's disgust towards him as he only needed to achieve his goal. Humph. Black Wolf, do you think that I, Lan Lingji, am so easy to deal with? Even if I have to fight to the death with you today, don't even think about succeeding. Lan Lingji harumphed coldly. She was also a woman with a strong character. Even if she had to pay with her life, she wouldn't let Heilang taint her innocence. Besides, she wasn't someone who could be easily dealt with. If she died, Heilang would also have to pay an extremely heavy price. A life and death struggle? I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Lan Lingji, since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, don't blame me for being impolite. Heilang's eyes glinted evilly. Under his command, the 3 corpse puppets roared and lunged at Lan Lingji. Now that the entire scene was under Heilang's control, it seemed impossible for Lan Lingji to escape. Lan Lingji's facial expression changed slightly. A blue longsword appeared in her hand. It was an incomparably mystical sword that radiated azure radiance. Instantly she engaged in a fierce battle with the 3 corpse puppets. The corpse puppets of Corpse Yin sect weren't that terrifying in a one-on-one battle, but the most frightening thing about them was their teamwork, especially with their masters. The teamwork between the 3 corpse puppets had reached a flawless level. Lan Lingji had suffered a certain degree of injury, which made her inferior in the fierce battle. She might fall into a crisis at any time. Barf. Not long after that, Lan Lingji spurted out a mouthful of blood. Her facial expression turned even more unsightly. Lan Lingji, you won't be able to escape today. You must become my woman. Heilang laughed heartily. Today he was determined to get Lan Lingji. He would never give her any chance. Don't even think about it. Lan Lingji's ferocious nature was completely aroused. Her beautiful eyes bloomed with flames. Terrifying energy began to stir in her body. Even if she had to pay the price of her life, she wouldn't let Heilang have his way. Honglong. The battle was very intense. As the saint girl of exquisite paradise, Lan Lingji had some means, but it seemed like she wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. This scene happened to be witnessed by Jiang Qin and Long Shisan, who had just arrived. Before Jiang Qin could react, Long Shisan was infuriated. Motherfucker. What kind of ability is bullying a woman? I can't stand it the most. Long Shisan was incomparably infuriated. Heilang deserves to die. The enmity between me and Corpse Yin sect is irreconcilable. Since we've met today, I'm going to kill Heilang. Lan Lingji is the saint girl of exquisite paradise. I don't have any enmity with exquisite paradise, so I can befriend her. It's always better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Jiang Qin spoke. His chi fluctuated, ready to strike. Let me do it. You'd better stand aside when it comes to saving a damsel in distress. You already have so many wives. Leave one for your brother. Long Shisan grabbed Jiang Qin's arm and said with a smirk. So you have taken a fancy to the saint girl. I wonder if she will like you, you damned monkey. Jiang Qin burst into laughter. A gentleman wouldn't take away someone's love. Of course, Jiang Qin would give such a good opportunity to monkey. After all, he didn't have any feelings for Lan Lingji. Long Shisan had just attacked and was about to perform well. Now that there was a beauty in front of him, it was a great opportunity for him. An unparalleled beauty like Lan Lingji would be coveted by thousands of men. It was only normal for Monkey to have taken a fancy to her. But you've seen through me. Looks like we can't be brothers anymore. Long Shisan glared at Jiang Qin. You'd better act quickly. If you don't, Lan Lingji won't be able to hold on any longer. Jiang Qin reminded. Master Monkey is here. With a sway of his body, Long Xian dashed out. A reddish-gold iron staff appeared in his hand. Although he looked like a fair-skinned scholar, once the battle began, the chi of a battle saint ape would be fully revealed. On the battlefield, Lan Lingji was repeatedly injured. Her eyes were filled with ruthlessness, ready to perish together with her enemies. At this moment, an incomparably powerful figure suddenly broke into the battlefield and came to her side. Beauty, Brother Xian is here to save you. Long Xian winked at Lan Lingji. Lan Lingji was stunned. She had never thought that a person would appear at such a critical moment. However, she wasn't interested in Dragon Xian's flirtatious glance. If it was during normal times, she would have given the person a slap on the face if he dared to do so. Who's that? Hei Lang looked over at Long Xian, feeling somewhat surprised. This battlefield had already been sealed off by him and the 3 corpse puppets. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to come in, but this brat was able to break in so easily. It showed that this brat had extraordinary abilities. However, when Hei Lang saw that the intruder was only an intermediate immortal emperor, he let out a sigh of relief. As long as the opponent wasn't a late immortal emperor like Yi Peng, Hei Lang wouldn't care at all. Given his means, he wouldn't put anyone who was at the same level as him in his eyes. I'm Long Xian. Hei Lang, you are a man. Why are you bullying a woman here? What the fuck are you? Long Xian scolded without giving any face to Hei Lang. Haha. Seems like a hero saving the beauty. Brat, you are too impulsive. Why didn't you measure your own ability before attacking? Since you have come, let's die together. Hei Lang laughed aloud, totally not putting Long Xian in his eyes. He controlled the 3 corpse puppets to attack Long Xian at the same time. Be careful. These corpse puppets are very powerful. Their teamwork is extremely good. Lan Lingji hastily warned. They are the ones who should be careful. Have a taste of Brother Xian's staff. Draconic Xian leaped up and struck one of the corpse puppets with his iron cudgel. Bang! The speed was too fast. The staff was like Mount Tai. Even under Hei Lang's precise control, the corpse puppet couldn't evade the staff at all. Long Xian's staff hit the head of the corpse puppet precisely. The formidable body of the corpse puppet exploded instantly, turning into powder. What? Hei Lang and Lan Lingji exclaimed at the same time. The way they looked at Long Xian had completely changed because they knew too well about the scariness of these corpse puppets. Hei Lang knew very well that these corpse puppets were refined by him. Lan Lingji, who had fought against them and was severely injured, naturally knew how scary they were. However, Long Xian had killed one of them with a simple staff strike. The whole process was as easy as crushing an ant. This was definitely not an accident because such an accident would definitely not happen. The only explanation was that this guy was simply too strong. Who exactly are you? Hei Lang's tone turned solemn. Someone you can't afford to offend. All of a sudden, dazzling divine light shot out from Long Xian's eyes. His black hair fluttered in the wind. The staff in his hand shone brilliantly like a divine weapon. Without a word, he swung it horizontally at the second corpse puppet. Bang! Just like before, the powerful corpse puppet had an intermediate immortal emperor cultivation base, but it couldn't put up any resistance under the iron staff of Long Xian. Its resistance was negligible. Under the situation where it couldn't evade, it was killed by Long Xian and turned into powder. Before Hei Lang could react, the iron staff in Long Xian's hand had already been swung at the last corpse puppet. Stop! Hei Lang was shocked. How would he dare to be negligent? He hastily made a move, hoping to snatch the corpse puppet from Long Xian's iron staff. Only he knew how much effort it took to refine a corpse puppet. Chapter 1602. Hei Lang realized that this scholarly fellow was not an ordinary person. However, it was already too late for him to snatch the corpse puppet. Be it in terms of strength or speed, he was no match for Long Xian. Bang! Long Xian didn't care about Hei Lang at all. He didn't even spare a glance at Hei Lang, who was lunging at him. The iron staff in his hand smashed down heavily on the head of the last corpse puppet. As expected, this corpse puppet was not much stronger than the previous ones. It was smashed to pieces by Long Xian's staff. Bastard! Hei Lang was enraged. An incomparably chilling black broadsword appeared in his hand and he slashed at Long Xian. Long Xian casually raised his iron staff, which collided with He Lang's broadsword. Only after clashing with Long Xian did He Lang realize how terrifying Long Xian was. He Lang could feel the surging energy coming out from Long Xian's body. It was a destructive energy that could erupt with a casual move. Even with his own abilities he was no match for Long Xian at all. This was the gap between them. Clang. The broadsword slashed against Long Xian's iron staff, causing He Lang to suffer from a powerful backlash. His entire body was sent flying tens of feet away while coughing out blood. A casual move from Long Xian had seriously injured He Lang, rendering him incapable of fighting back. A piece of trash like you wants to fight your grandpa monkey? You're really overestimating yourself. Long Xian looked at He Lang with eyes full of contempt and disdain. That was a kind of innate arrogance, but Long Xian had the capital to be arrogant. A trash like He Lang was indeed not qualified to be Long Xian's opponent. Compared to a mighty immemorial battle spirit, He Lang wasn't even on the same level. Lan Lingji gaped at Long Xian with her mouth wide open. She was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth for a long time. Her beautiful eyes glowed with a strange light. As the saintess of exquisite paradise, Lan Lingji had seen all kinds of geniuses, but it was her first time seeing someone as ferocious as Long Xian. She knew He Lang's strength very well. After all, she had just fought with He Lang and almost lost her life. Although this Long Xian was also an intermediate immortal emperor, the gap between them was just too huge. She could see that the mighty He Lang couldn't withstand a single blow from Long Xian. Which monstrous genius does he come from? How could he be so terrifying? Lan Lingji's heart quivered. At the same time she couldn't help but be fascinated and attracted by Long Xian's demeanor. A strong man would always be able to attract women. Moreover, Long Xian was her savior. Just this point alone was enough for her to have a good impression of Long Xian. At least she wouldn't dislike him. It was hard for a peerless saintess like Lan Lingji to pay attention to a man. But now the emergence of Dragon Xian had caught her attention and she began to pay attention to him. You, who exactly are you? He Lang spoke ferociously. The loss of 3 corpse puppets had dealt a great blow to him. Those were his life's work. Now only he knew the hatred he had for Long Xian. If he had the chance to kill Long Xian he would never let him die so easily. Unfortunately, He Lang knew very well that it was almost impossible for him to take revenge. His opponent was just too strong. It seemed like it was already good enough for him to keep his life. The one who wants your life. Long Xian didn't want to talk nonsense with He Lang. He lifted the iron staff and smashed it at He Lang. With extreme speed he reached He Lang in a blink. Hold on. He Lang was scared out of his wits. Today he had met a character who was even more ruthless than him. He Lang didn't even give him the slightest bit of face. He was really unlucky. If he was smashed by the staff he would probably be smashed to death like the 3 corpse puppets before. If you have any last words, say them quickly. Long Xian said. Don't kill me. You and I aren't enemies. As long as you let me go, I promise I won't find trouble with you in the future. I, He Lang, am the most valued genius of corpse insect. Killing me won't do you any good. He Lang said in a trembling voice. He was now terrified. He had always been the one killing others and had never experienced the feeling of death. But now he could already smell the scent of death. It was a kind of coldness and terror as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He didn't want to die. How could a rising genius of corpse insect be willing to die like this? He still wanted to obtain the great earth immortal milk. You're right. Long Xian nodded and pretended to be in contemplation. Upon seeing this, He Lang's face revealed a look of surprise. It seemed like his identity as a disciple of corpse insect was very effective. As long as he could escape with his life today, he would certainly kill his opponent in the future to avenge today's death. All right. As long as you don't kill me we can still be friends. He Lang said hastily. Young Master Long, don't listen to this man. He is cunning and strange. Leaving him alive will only bring disaster. Lan Lingji said. You're right. It won't do me any good if I kill you, but if someone else kills you they will benefit from it. Long Xian nodded, then turned to Jiang Qin who was watching the battle from afar and said aloud, Little Qinzi, come and kill him. He Lang's words undoubtedly reminded Long Xian, but Long Xian absolutely didn't want to spare his life out of kindness because he didn't have the identity brocade pouch with him. If Jiang Chen killed He Lang, it would be different. He could directly obtain He Lang's brocade pouch. Putting aside whether there were treasures in the brocade pouch, at least his luck would be absorbed by Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, Lan Lingji and He Lang looked towards the direction of Long Xian's voice at the same time and saw a white-robed youth with one hand behind his back. With light steps he arrived at the battlefield very quickly. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a smile. Without any superfluous words, the heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand and he thrust it at He Lang's head. He's right. There are plenty of benefits for me to kill you, Jiang Chen said. The heavenly saint's sword pierced through He Lang's glabella. Blood spurted out, drawing a dark red line. You, He Lang's eyes widened. Even at the moment of his death he was still dumbfounded. Things happened too fast, he didn't even have the chance to react. Great joy and great sorrow came too quickly. He thought that Xian had spared his life, but he didn't expect that someone would come out of nowhere and kill him without saying a word. He didn't even know who the white-clothed man was, nor did he know what kind of enmity he had with the white-clothed man. I forgot to tell you that my name is Jiang Chen. The reason why I killed you is to save you from threatening me with your identity as a disciple of Corpsine sect, because such a threat is useless against me. Your Corpsine sect and I have long been irreconcilable, Jiang Chen said, letting He Lang know the reason for his death. You are Jiang Chen. He Lang's eyes glinted with the last trace of astonishment, and then his eyes closed completely. His vitality was gone. The brocade pouch on his body automatically drifted out and fell into Jiang Chen's hand. He Lang knew that his death wasn't unjust, because if Jiang Chen fell into his hands he would certainly kill Jiang Chen. Therefore it was easy to understand why Jiang Chen would kill him. You are the Jiang Chen who has created an uproar in East Xuanyu? Lan Lingji looked over at Jiang Chen and asked in astonishment. Jiang Chen's reputation in East Xuanyu was very great. Apart from being famous, he had also done some great things in Golden Horizon. As a member of East Xuanyu, it was impossible for Lan Lingji not to have heard of Jiang Chen's name. Now that she finally saw Jiang Chen in person, she was a little surprised. She didn't expect him to be so young and handsome, which was the complete opposite of the fiendish devil that was rumored to be. I'm indeed Jiang Chen. Today my brother and I were passing by this place and happened to see the saintess being trapped by He Lang. That's why we came to your rescue. Jiang Chen smiled. Upon hearing this, Lan Lingji couldn't help but sigh. Thinking of the crisis just now, she couldn't help feeling a lingering fear. Her eyes shifted to Long Xian with much gentleness. If it wasn't for Long Xian who took the initiative to rescue her, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lingji thanks young Master Long for saving my life. From now on you two will be good friends of Exquisite Paradise. Lan Lingji spoke and expressed her gratitude sincerely. It doesn't matter if we are friends or not. Just the two of us will be friends. Long Xian chuckled at Lan Lingji and didn't forget to throw a coquettish wink at her at the critical moment. Seeing Long Xian's reaction, Lan Lingji lowered her head and blushed. This Long Xian's behavior was frivolous and even flirted with her. If it was someone else, she would have given him a good beating. However, not only did Lan Lingji not feel disgusted, but she also had a strange feeling. When Lan Lingji noticed this, she was incomparably shocked. It was an indescribable feeling, but she knew that she didn't hate Long Xian. Even if Long Xian's behavior was frivolous, she was still very happy. Lan Lingji told herself that it was because Long Xian had saved her, but as a matter of fact she also knew that it might have something to do with that, but it wasn't entirely because of that. Young Master Long has saved Lingji. Of course we are friends. Lan Lingji returned to her normal state very quickly. After all, she was the saint girl of Exquisite Paradise. Her temperament was incomparable to ordinary people. Lan Lingji was even more astonished by the strength of Dragon Xian. How could she have never heard of such a terrifying peerless genius? This in itself was very strange. As for Jiang Chen, she had also heard a little about him, but Jiang Chen seemed to only be an immortal king. Therefore she didn't really care about him. The one she was interested in now was Long Xian. I wonder if Miss Lan has any harvest in this spatial zone? Asked Jiang Chen. Well, there doesn't seem to be any treasure or danger here. Chapter 1603. That's normal. After all, there are 81 ancient paths here. Our luck isn't that bad. Although there are no benefits in this spatial zone, at least there aren't any dangers. What we should do now is to find the exit that leads to the center of the Immortal Vault. If someone else reaches the center of the Immortal Vault first, I'm afraid that the Great Earth Immortal Milk will be gone. Xianxia spoke. You're right. Why don't we go together? Lan Lingji suggested. She was still injured and needed some time to recover. If she could join forces with Zhou Xian, it would undoubtedly be beneficial to her. All right, let's go together. Zhou Xian nodded immediately. It was exactly what he wanted. Killing He Lang was also a kind of harvest. It was equivalent to getting rid of a formidable enemy. Jiang Qin, Zhou Xian and Lan Lingji walked together towards the center of the Immortal Vault. When the three of them joined forces, they were almost unstoppable in the golden horizon. Apparently, there were no more treasures in this spatial zone. What they needed to do now was to go to the center of the Immortal Vault and search for the Great Earth Immortal Milk. Jiang Qin was very interested in the Great Earth Immortal Milk. Although he had already advanced to the late Immortal King realm, the number of dragon marks in his body had only reached 1.2 million. His cultivation base wasn't stable yet. If he could obtain the Great Earth Immortal Milk, his strength would certainly improve a lot. At that time, his combat strength would be much stronger and he would have nothing to fear. Meanwhile, in another ancient path, Tyrant had also found an ancient palace. The palace was dilapidated and looked no different from the one Jiang Qin had found before. The ancient palace was located in an illusory void. It was very hard to discover, but Tyrant had a deep affinity with Buddha. His senses were much stronger than others when he came to the remains left behind by a Buddha Supreme. Outside the gate of the ancient palace was the same as the one Jiang Qin had found before. There was a formation blocking the way. The formation had been worn down for a long time. To Tyrant, breaking this formation was an incomparably simple thing. Amit Ba. Tyrant clasped his palms together. Pure Buddhist light emerged from his body as he rushed towards the ancient palace. As if sensing the aura of Tyrant, the formation outside the ancient palace was directly broken. The dilapidated door of the ancient palace opened automatically as if it was specially waiting for Tyrant's arrival. Seeing this, Tyrant couldn't help but feel happy, but at the same time he also felt sad. After all, a powerful ancient Buddha had fallen here. It was a sad thing. As a descendant of Buddhism, Tyrant naturally didn't feel good. After regaining his senses, Tyrant began to stride towards the interior of the ancient palace. Now that this ancient palace was opened for him, there might be a fortune waiting for him. Naturally, he wouldn't give it up. His current cultivation base had yet to break through to the Immortal Emperor realm. He was merely at the peak of the half-step Immortal Emperor realm, but he was infinitely close to the true Immortal Emperor realm. It was just a matter of fortune for him to advance to the true Immortal Emperor realm. Speaking of fortune, Tyrant's fortune could be said to be the greatest among all the immortal treasures left behind by the Buddha. As soon as Tyrant entered the ancient palace, golden Buddhist light rushed out. For an instant, the dark ancient palace was completely illuminated. The entire ancient palace was filled with golden brilliance. Lines of Sanskrit characters were drifting in the void, looking extremely mystical. Wing. The void trembled. A fist-sized golden ball was drifting back and forth in the void of the ancient palace, then came to Tyrant's eyes. Lines of mystical Sanskrit characters emerged on the surface of the ball, forming into runes. At the center of the ball, there seemed to be an ancient eminent monk sitting cross-legged in meditation with a solemn face. This was a peerless Buddha, a supreme Buddha venerable like a legendary ancient arhat. Every movement of his was exuding pure Buddhachi. Saraira. Tyrant's eyes sparkled. This was the Saraira of Buddha sect, the lifetime essence left behind by the ancient Buddha venerable. The Saraira in front of him was the size of a fist. Tyrant had never seen such a huge Saraira before. Judging from the chi emitted from the Saraira, it was at least left behind by a late immortal venerable supreme Buddha. Tyrant swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. He was completely dumbfounded. What was a peerless treasure? This Saraira was the true peerless treasure. The Great Earth Immortal Milk was nothing compared to the Saraira of a late immortal venerable supreme Buddha, especially to a disciple of Buddha sect like Tyrant, because they could obtain a lot of things from the Saraira. Tyrant stretched out his hand gently and found that his palm was trembling. When his palm was about to touch the Saraira, he hastily retracted it. He felt that it was disrespectful to treat the inheritance of an ancient Buddha in such a manner. Amit Ba. Disciple Tyrant is very fortunate to receive the inheritance of the Buddha Venerable. Tyrant clasped his palms together and bowed deeply to the Saraira. Then he bowed 3 times before reaching out to touch the Saraira. The Saraira of a late immortal Venerable Supreme Buddha was the lifetime essence of the Buddha Venerable. It was his true inheritance. Anyone who obtained the inheritance of a great Buddha would eventually shine brightly. Weng Weng. As soon as Tyrant touched the Saraira vibrated violently. It wasn't a sign of resistance, but a kind of approval and excitement, as though this Saraira was specially kept for Tyrant. It couldn't be helped. Tyrant's affinity with Buddha was too deep, which was why the Saraira was attracted to him. A Saraira like this had a certain spirituality. No matter how long it had been, its spirituality wouldn't disappear. If it couldn't find the person it admired, it wouldn't appear. In other words, if it wasn't Tyrant who appeared in the ancient palace, it was afraid that the Saraira wouldn't appear at all. One had to admit that the ancient Buddha Venerable who left behind these ruins was incomparably wise. He used the 9 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk as bait to attract everyone's attention. As a matter of fact, what he really cared about was this Saraira and the Great Unrestrained Heart Sutra. Needless to say, the Saraira contained the lifetime essence and painstaking effort of the Buddha Venerable. It was almost all of his inheritance. The Great Unrestrained Heart Sutra was also the supreme mental cultivation technique of Buddha sect. It was a treasure that couldn't be measured by value. This was a great opportunity for Tyrant. This Saraira alone was enough to make his trip to Golden Horizon worthwhile. The weight of this Saraira was just too great. If Tyrant could refine it, no one knew what level his cultivation base would reach. Tyrant held the Saraira in his hand. An ancient will was immediately transmitted out, giving him a sense of intimacy. Without hesitation, Tyrant turned and closed the door of the ancient palace, sat cross-legged and began to refine the Saraira. After refining this Saraira, my cultivation base will surely advance to the intermediate immortal emperor realm in a short period of time. Chapter 1604. This was Tyrant's great fortune. No one could estimate the value of this relic. Not even Tyrant himself could estimate how much benefit this relic could bring him. His current mood was incomparably excited. Great Buddha, Great Buddha, Great Buddha, Great Buddha, Great Buddha, Great Buddha. I wonder if little Chenzi, De Huang and Sister Ning have entered this immortal vault. I'll work hard to improve my cultivation base first before going to look for them, Tyrant muttered to himself. He had met his senior brother Hao Ran before and knew that Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog had entered the Golden Horizon. Hao Ran also said that there was a black-clothed beautiful girl following beside Jiang Qin. Without a doubt, he knew that she was Wu Ningzhu. This made Tyrant incomparably happy. His brothers had reunited and could fight side by side again. However, Tyrant didn't know if Jiang Qin had entered this immortal vault left behind by the ancient Buddha. If he was, they might be able to meet each other. After all, the Golden Horizon was just too vast. It would be incomparably difficult to encounter each other coincidentally. After obtaining the relic, Tyrant had lost interest in the other treasures in the immortal vault. Even the 9 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk couldn't attract him anymore. After all, the value of the relic was beyond everything. The Great Earth Immortal Milk simply couldn't be compared to it. However, Tyrant also had to improve his cultivation base as soon as possible and enter the center of the Immortal Vault, where the 9 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk were. He knew that he wasn't interested in the Great Earth Immortal Milk, but Jiang Qin would certainly be. If Jiang Qin had entered this place, he would certainly search for the Great Earth Immortal Milk. Therefore, if he wanted to meet Jiang Qin, he must go to the center of the Immortal Vault. On the other side, Jiang Qin and the other 2 had already reached the end of the ancient path. There were also other geniuses who had reached the end of the ancient path. They looked around, trying to find the entrance to the center of the Immortal Vault, but found nothing at the end of the ancient path. What's going on? We've already walked to the end of the ancient path. Why isn't there an entrance to the center of the Immortal Trove? Could it be that we've been tricked by the old monk? There's an 80% chance that we've been tricked. The old monk's stone tablet said that there are 81 ancient roads, and every ancient road has treasures and dangers. However, we've calmly walked all the way here. Not to mention treasures, there's not even any danger. Not a single evil spirit has appeared. If this isn't a trick, then what is? Don't talk anymore. I'm afraid the ancient path is not as simple as we think it is. Let's keep searching. Everyone was a little flustered and exasperated. They didn't have much respect for the ancient Buddha who left behind this immortal vault. They began to call him old monk. As a matter of fact, they had been depressed on this ancient path for a long time. Because of the words left on the stone tablet, they felt that there must be a rare treasure on this ancient path. Even if it wasn't a great treasure, there should at least be some high-grade immortal metastones or immortal weapons. Never had they thought that they would reach the end. Not to mention immortal metastones, not even a strand of hair could be found. This was not the most depressing thing. The most depressing thing was that not even a single evil spirit had appeared. Where was the promised treasure? Where was the promised danger? If this wasn't being played, what else could it be? Upon hearing the complaints of these people, Xianxia and Xian couldn't help but laugh, because all the dangers and treasures in this spatial zone had been obtained by the two of them. The danger of the evil spirit had allowed Xianxia to repair the Zulong Tower and raise the Zulong Tower to 38.5 levels. The 39th level was about to be fully condensed. His cultivation base had also reached the late immortal king realm. The great unrestrained heart sutra had allowed Xian to break free from the shackles of the wondrous stone, allowing him to be born in advance. However, if these words were to be spoken out, the eyes of these people would probably eat them alive. Of course, they would never say such a thing. As the saying goes, getting rich quietly was the true freedom. As a matter of fact, compared to these people, Lan Lingji was the most depressed. Not only did she not obtain anything, she was also almost tricked by He Lang. If it wasn't for Xian's help at the critical moment, she really didn't know what would have happened to her. Why isn't there an entrance? Don't tell me we have to go back the way we came? Lan Lingji said with a frown. Let's wait and see. It's certainly impossible to go back the way we came. The ancient path has already been closed. I'm afraid we can't go back at all. Xianxia said. As soon as Xianxia's voice faded, the void ahead suddenly trembled. Then an illusory passageway appeared in front of them with a rumbling sound. It's a passageway. This is the entrance to the center of the immortal vault. I didn't expect it to open automatically. I thought we have been fooled. Scope. Once we enter this passageway, we will be able to reach the center of the immortal vault and see the great earth immortal milk. Then what are we waiting for? Scope. If the people from the other ancient paths arrive first, I'm afraid we won't have a share anymore. The sudden appearance of the passageway made the agitated crowd excited. One by one they flew into the passageway. After all, they didn't get anything on this ancient path. Their mood was very bad. They were eager to go to the center of the immortal vault to have a look. The treasures there must be extraordinary. If they could get some of them, this trip wouldn't be in vain. In the blink of an eye, everyone had entered the passageway. Xianxia and Xian exchanged a glance. Without any delay, the three of them vanished into the passageway. After the previous recuperation, Lan Lingji's injuries had fully recovered. Every movement she made exuded the bearing and elegance of a saintess. The passageway of the void was very short. It ended almost in the blink of an eye. When Xianxia and the others walked out of the passageway, they saw silhouettes rushing out from different directions. For an instant, the spatial zone at the center of the immortal vault was filled with at least 1,000 people. More and more people were still coming out. Seeing so many people all of a sudden, everyone's face revealed a trace of astonishment. Obviously, such a situation was beyond their imagination. Many of them had the same idea: to enter the passageway before the others in order to obtain some benefits and treasures. But now it seemed like their wish was shattered. However, they weren't fools. They immediately figured out the key point. Obviously, all the passageways at the end of the 81 ancient paths opened at the same time. Before the passageways opened, there were already a lot of people waiting in each ancient path, just like Xianxia and the others. Therefore, the moment the passageways opened, so many people appeared. This was the only explanation. It seems like a lot of people have died on the ancient paths. Lan Lingji said. Everyone could see this. When they first entered the Golden Horizon, there were nearly 3,000 people. But now there were only slightly more than 1,000 people. Including those who came out one after another and those who had yet to come out of the ancient paths, there were at most 2,000 people. In other words, nearly 1,000 people had lost their lives in the 81 ancient paths. This was very cruel, but this was the Golden Horizon. The existence itself was dangerous and cruel. Anyone who stepped into this place should be prepared to die at any time. People were dying all the time in this place. There were battles between humans and evil spirits, between humans and humans. There were also all kinds of dangers. This was an ancient battlefield, a land of war. It was perfectly normal for thousands of people to die in the 81 ancient paths. Of course, they didn't die in the hands of the evil spirits. All of them died in the hands of Xianxia. In that case, the other ancient paths would also be the same. Even if they didn't encounter a ruthless figure like Xianxia, they would certainly encounter powerful evil spirits. After all, the powerful evil spirits on Xianxia's ancient path had been killed by Xianxia. If Xianxia didn't kill them, no one knew how many people would die when the hundreds of evil spirits spread out. Damn it. The old monk is playing his old card. He's still playing tricks on us even though he's already dead. All the passageways have opened at the same time. Even if the great earth immortal milk appears, it will still be a fierce battle. That's right. Look, even Yi Peng has come out. Who can compete with him? There are also those peerless geniuses of major powers, the saintess of exquisite paradise, and a few intermediate immortal emperors. With them here, we won't be able to get a single strand of hair. That's not necessarily true. Even if we can't get the great earth immortal milk, we can still get some other treasures. We can't return empty-handed. Many of those who weren't strong enough began to feel disheartened. This wasn't the result they wanted. It was the situation they didn't want to see the most. Now that there were so many experts, it would be even more difficult for them to get the treasures. However, their eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Since they had already come this far, they absolutely couldn't return empty-handed. Even if the pressure of the competition was great, they wouldn't give up so easily. Dang dang dang. All of a sudden, the sound of a bell was heard from the front. It was an extremely ancient bell. Along with the ringing of the bell, the entire world seemed to have quietened down. Along with the ringing of the bell, a large expanse of golden brilliance and dazzling Buddha light appeared in front of them. This is the ancient bell. It's not the one being rung now. It's the echo of the sound wave left behind by tens of thousands of years ago. Long Shisan said. The echo left behind for tens of thousands of years. Truly unimaginable. Lan Lingji sighed. There's an ancient temple in front. The great earth immortal milk is right there. Someone yelled. Everyone was instantly stirred up. One by one, they yelled excitedly and flew towards the ancient temple at full speed, fearing that they would be half a step slower. An ancient temple that has existed for countless years should be left behind by the ancient Buddha. It should be the true place of inheritance. The 9 drops of great earth immortal milk should be inside. Let's go. Chapter 1605. Everyone flew towards the ancient temple. Those who appeared here were the geniuses of geniuses. Their speed was extremely fast. In just a few blinks, they had arrived at their destination. Everyone gaped, shocked by the scene in front of them. Up ahead was a vast expanse of emptiness. An ancient temple hovered there. The ancient temple didn't look big, only having a dozen rooms and an ancient hall. These ancient halls and rooms were all golden in color. Despite the passage of time, their radiance didn't seem to diminish at all. Not only that, after being bathed in the Buddha light for so long, the ancient temple looked even more mystical, giving off a feeling of supremacy. This was the sacred land of Buddha sect. If Tyrant and Grandmaster Hao Ran were here, they would certainly kneel down and salute. Dong dong. The ancient bell sound was still reverberating in the sky. It came from within the ancient temple. No one saw the existence of the bell, but the bell sound continued for a long time. What truly attracted people's attention was the mysterious celestial pond in the sky above the ancient temple. The celestial pond wasn't very big, it was only a square foot, and it was completely condensed from Buddha light. It was completely golden, and on the surface of the celestial pond, there were lotus flowers carved. Those were the holy lotuses of the Buddhist path, and they shone brightly as though they could come alive at any time. Wing. The celestial pond trembled and 9 rays of light as white as jade rushed out. These 9 rays of light were like 9 sharp swords that pierced through the heavens. Each ray of light seemed to be corporeal, and the pure Buddhist light couldn't conceal them in the slightest. The appearance of these 9 rays of light immediately attracted everyone's attention. Look, it's the Great Earth Immortal Milk. That's the light emitted by the 9 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk. The Great Earth Immortal Milk is in that immortal pond. That's right. It must be the Great Earth Immortal Milk. That's the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth. It's too precious. The immortal chi it emits can increase the lifespan of an ordinary person by 100 years. Sure enough, the old monk didn't lie. There are indeed 9 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk here. It's too precious. If I can get one of them, the benefits will be boundless. My cultivation base will immediately advance to the Immortal Emperor realm, and I will undergo another round of marrow cleansing, increasing my talent by another level. Everyone was excited. The Great Earth Immortal Milk was the essence of heaven and earth. It was a peerless divine medicine that could cleanse one's marrow and bring the dead back to life. The attraction of such a divine medicine was just too great. Even an immortal venerable would be moved if he appeared here. If the news of 9 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk was spread out, it would certainly cause a great chaos, attracting thousands of experts to fight for it. I must get the Great Earth Immortal Milk. Someone couldn't control his excitement and took the lead to fly towards the immortal pond. Upon seeing this, Xianxia couldn't help but shake his head. This guy was just too impulsive. He didn't even know how strong he was. How dare a puny little half-step immortal emperor try to snatch the Great Earth Immortal Milk? This was basically no different from courting death. Chua. Sure enough, before that person could even fly to the side of the celestial pond, he was cut in half by a sword that floated out from behind. He didn't even have time to scream. Humph. An ant-like thing wants to obtain the Great Earth Immortal Milk? Don't you know whether you have the ability or not? With a cold harumph, a youth in black robe walked out. He was a genius of a major power in Radiant's immortal domain. He had a cultivation base of peak intermediate immortal emperor. He was extremely powerful. The moment he attacked, he killed someone. The strength of this youth had also sobered up those who had been blinded by the Great Earth Immortal Milk. Many of their eyes revealed endless disappointment, then began to shake their heads and sigh. Although they didn't want to admit it, they knew very well that the Great Earth Immortal Milk had nothing to do with them. It was absolutely not something they could touch. Should we act now? Lan Lingji asked, her beautiful eyes looking at Long Shisan. Don't be hasty. It's not that simple. Long Shisan spoke. He raised his eyes and looked at the immortal pond above. His eyes flickered with reddish golden light. The light didn't rush out from his eyes. It was just a flash, but Lan Lingji still noticed it. Her heart was filled with astonishment. She had never seen such mystical eyes before. The fiery golden eyes could see through everything. Long Shisan had already predicted that the immortal pond wouldn't be that simple. Now that he had used the fiery golden eyes, nothing could be hidden anymore. How is it? Xianxia asked. Sure enough, it's not that simple. Let's wait and see first. Long Shisan said with a smile. Killing one person had a great deterrent effect. The genius from the Radiant's immortal domain had a smile on his face. He stretched out his hand and grabbed towards the celestial pool. Just as his hand was about to touch the celestial pool, a bright light suddenly erupted outside the celestial pool. A golden hand appeared out of thin air and collided with the palm of the genius. Bang! The ancient force was extremely powerful. Even an intermediate immortal emperor was bounced back. Voila! Golden light began to rush out from the surroundings of the celestial pool. Rays of golden light rapidly condensed and soon they became 9 monks. 9 monks made entirely out of gold. Each of the monks had their palms placed together in a solemn manner. Their eyes were golden in color and they did not seem to have any life force within them. The 9 monks stood in 9 different directions, sealing off the entire celestial pond and even the area beneath it. These are the protectors left behind. They aren't real humans. They were created by the ancient Buddha using the essence of Buddha sect to protect the ancient temple and the great earth immortal milk. Dragon Zhou Xian said. The 9 protectors had been hiding in the void all this while and did not give off any aura at all. The protectors would only appear if someone touched the celestial pool. Dragon Zhou Xian's eyes of fire and gold had already seen them previously. Therefore he was extremely calm. What's that? They're left behind by the ancient Buddha to protect the immortal pond. These monks should have very powerful cultivation base. That's right. These monks aren't real living beings. They are created. Their strength is terrifying, but it's a pity that too much time has passed. The energy in their bodies is constantly being consumed. Even so, each of the protectors is equivalent to an intermediate immortal emperor supreme expert. When the 9 of them work together, even a late immortal emperor expert won't be able to cross the immortal pond. The sudden appearance of the 9 protectors immediately set off a wave of commotion. Many of them were shocked. The means of the ancient Buddha was unimaginable. Fortunately, too much time had passed. Otherwise, these 9 protectors alone were enough to slaughter everyone here. Of course, the responsibility of the protectors was to protect the immortal pond and the ancient temple. They wouldn't take the initiative to attack. As long as one didn't take the initiative to approach the immortal pond, one wouldn't be in any danger and wouldn't be attacked by the protectors. Let me see how powerful these protectors are. The genius of Radiant's immortal domain revealed a hint of ruthlessness. Both of his hands formed a powerful seal and launched an attack at the protector that had pushed him back. The eyes of the protector shone brightly. Both of his hands struck out the seal of Buddha sect, colliding with the genius of Radiant's immortal domain once more. Hung long. The powerful shockwaves of the battle tore the void apart, but the immortal pond and the ancient temple remained unshaken. The genius was forced back 3 steps. His facial expression began to change. What a powerful protector. Each of their cultivation base is almost the same as mine. More importantly, they can join forces with each other. It seems like it's going to be extremely difficult to get the great earth immortal milk in the immortal pond. The genius was shocked, but there was nothing he could do. The 9 protectors were guarding the immortal pond firmly. It was almost impossible to get past them to get the great earth immortal milk. The current situation was very obvious. The only way to get the great earth immortal milk was to get rid of these protectors. Let me have a try. As soon as Yi Peng walked out, he immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Clearly, the only one who could destroy these protectors and get the great earth immortal milk was him. Yi Peng's body shook. The powerful qi of a late immortal emperor was immediately unleashed from his body. Under the impact of the powerful qi waves, everyone felt tremendous pressure. Sure enough, a genius from the immortal court was extraordinary. It seemed like Yi Peng would be able to destroy these protectors. But at the same time, the other geniuses also felt some pressure. Because of Yi Peng's presence, it would be extremely difficult for them to get the great earth immortal milk. Yi Peng walked towards the immortal pond step by step. Just as he was about to reach the immortal pond, the bodies of the 9 protectors suddenly shone brightly. Each of the protectors began to move. They seemed to have sensed the strength of their opponent, so they began to concoct their own energy. Yi Peng was ready to strike. His movement was very simple. It was a punch, but it was no ordinary punch. It was something that absolutely couldn't be underestimated. Just like the 3 punches of wisdom of the northern and southern dynasties, this punch contained an extremely powerful immortal technique. It wasn't as simple as a punch. Yi Peng's punch was aimed at one of the protectors. The 9 protectors seemed to have sensed it. They immediately turned around and formed a circle, aiming their palms at the back of the protector in front of them. For a moment, all the energy converged into the body of the protector at the front. An extremely vast energy light wave rushed out from the top of the protector's head. Pong. The protector's movement was very simple. Both of his hands formed a powerful seal of Buddha sect. It was the same move that he used to deal with the genius of Radiant's immortal domain. It seemed to be the only move, but its power was incomparable. Bang! The seal of Buddha sect struck out by the protector collided with Yi Peng's fist. The impact of such an intense collision was just too shocking. The void cracked inch by inch. Some geniuses who were slightly closer to the center of the battle felt suffocated and hastily retreated. Chapter 1606. However, a shocking ending occurred. Everyone originally thought that with Yi Peng's methods he would definitely be able to destroy these protectors. However, Yi Peng's attack didn't cause the slightest bit of harm to the protectors. Instead, that powerful Buddhist seal made Yi Peng feel somewhat uncomfortable. What a powerful protector. The power of these 9 protectors can perfectly overlap and fuse together. Even I can't break their defense and take half a step into the immortal pond. Yi Peng was shocked and his facial expression changed slightly. Although these protectors have existed for tens of thousands of years, the residual power is still very terrifying. It's hard to imagine how powerful they were when they were first created. The strength of a mighty immortal venerable is indeed beyond our imagination. Even Yi Peng isn't a match for them. Is there no way to break this defense? Doesn't that mean we can't get the 9 drops of great earth immortal milk? Also, there must be some treasures in the ancient temple. We can't return empty-handed. The 9 protectors are just too strong. It's going to be extremely difficult to break their defense. Everyone sighed, especially those experts who couldn't get their hands on the 9 drops of great earth immortal milk in the immortal pond. That kind of feeling was really unbearable. Monkey, you should be very confident in dealing with these 9 protectors, right? Xianxia looked over at Long Xian. Lan Lingji too looked over with astonishment. Although she knew that Long Xian was very powerful, especially when he killed He Lang, she didn't think that Long Xian could fight Yi Peng. Now that Yi Peng couldn't break these protectors, she was afraid that Long Xian wouldn't be able to do it either. If Master Monkey takes action, none of these protectors will be able to withstand a strike from me, but I always feel that things aren't that simple. If we kill these protectors, there will surely be a greater crisis. Perhaps it will be a real disaster. So we'd better wait and see. There are people who want the great earth immortal milk more than us. I believe these 9 protectors won't be able to stop them. Long Xian's eyes sparkled as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Xianxia nodded. Long Xian had the fiery golden eyes. His words were the most trustworthy. Lan Lingji also chose to believe in Long Xian. After all, Long Xian had already discovered the existence of the 9 protectors. Even with my ability, I can't destroy them. Now that the great earth immortal milk is right in front of us, we can't just stand and watch. I want to invite all the intermediate immortal emperors to attack together. I have already found out that these 9 protectors can join forces. As long as we attack from different directions, we will be able to break their joint attack. At that time, the defense of the protectors will collapse by itself. Yi Peng's eyes kept sweeping back and forth across the 9 protectors. Even with my ability, I can't destroy them. Now that the great earth immortal milk is right in front of us, we can't just stand and watch. Yi Peng's words immediately stirred the crowd, especially those intermediate immortal emperors. They exchanged glances with each other, feeling that Yi Peng's words were the right choice. Given the current situation, this was the only and best way to break the defense of the protectors and successfully obtain the great earth immortal milk. In that case, how do we distribute the great earth immortal milk? You Yi Peng have a powerful cultivation base that none of us can defeat you. If you take away all the great earth immortal milk after we contribute our strength, wouldn't our efforts be in vain? Someone asked. This was the most crucial question and also the most important concern of all the intermediate immortal emperors. After all, Yi Peng's means was just too powerful. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat Yi Peng. Once they helped Yi Peng to break the defense of the protectors, they wouldn't be able to get a share of the great earth immortal milk. You don't have to worry about this. As long as we can break the defense of the protectors, each of you will get a drop of great earth immortal milk. The rest will belong to me. I Yi Peng am a member of the immortal court. I will never go back on my words. If you don't help me, none of us will get it. Yi Peng spoke. He glanced around. Including Lan Lingji and Long Xian, there were a total of 6 intermediate immortal emperors. The 6 of them should be enough. At that time he would still get 6 drops of great earth immortal milk. Although he couldn't get all of them, it was still better than getting nothing. After listening to Yi Peng's words, the 4 intermediate immortal emperors were visibly moved. They felt that this was a very worthwhile deal. It was already good enough to get a drop of great earth immortal milk. It was better than getting nothing at all. Yi Peng would certainly contribute the most. Therefore they didn't have any objection to Yi Peng getting the most great earth immortal milk. After all, this was a world where strength was respected. Given that Yi Peng's ability was greater than theirs, it was only natural that he would get more. All right, I promise you. Me too. The 4 intermediate immortal emperors agreed. Their purpose of entering this immortal vault was to get the great earth immortal milk. They weren't that greedy. After all, there were too many experts here. It was impossible to get all of the great earth immortal milk. Now that they had the chance to get a drop of it, they had already achieved their goal. As for the others, they could only watch Yi Peng and the others divide the great earth immortal milk among themselves. Even if they had complaints in their hearts, they wouldn't dare to voice it out, because they knew very well that it was useless to voice it out. The great earth immortal milk had nothing to do with them. They were only looking forward to seeing some good stuff in the ancient temple. Subsequently, Yi Peng looked over at Lan Lingji and Long Shisan and said, "What about you two? We aren't interested in the great earth immortal milk. You two can settle it yourselves." Long Shisan said. After listening to Long Shisan's words, Yi Peng's face turned cold. In his point of view, it wasn't important whether Long Shisan wanted the great earth immortal milk or not. What was more important was that Long Shisan didn't give him face in front of so many people. What kind of figure was Yi Peng? Everyone would agree to his plan except for Long Shisan, which made him lose face. Naturally, Yi Peng was angry. "It's fine if you don't want to participate, but you don't have the right to replace the saintess of exquisite paradise." Yi Peng spoke to Leng Leng, then shifted his eyes to Lan Lingji. "Me too. I'll listen to him." Lan Lingji's attitude was as firm as Long Shisan's. Given how arrogant the saintess was, she wasn't someone that Yi Peng could suppress. "Humph. You all are not giving me face." Yi Peng harumphed coldly. "What face do you have? In front of Brother Shisan, your face isn't even worth a fart." What kind of figure was Long Shisan? How could he put a character like Yi Peng in his eyes? Given his temper, he couldn't even stand an unfriendly gaze from Yi Peng. As a matter of fact, if it wasn't because Long Shisan felt that there was something wrong with this protector, Yi Peng wouldn't have the chance to interfere with the great earth immortal milk. Peng. Long Shisan's words had undoubtedly infuriated Yi Peng. A surge of intense anger rushed out of his body, accompanied by intense killing intent. What kind of figure was he? He had already reached the late immortal emperor realm at such a young age. He was a genius among geniuses. Plus, he was a member of the immortal court, which represented the high and mighty immortal court. No one had ever dared to talk to him in such a manner. "Brat, you are courting death." Yi Peng's eyes were incomparably cold. It seemed like he would attack Long Shisan any time. "Do you want to fight? I advise you to think it through." Long Shisan was calm and composed. He didn't put Yi Peng in his eyes at all. If Yi Peng dared to attack him, Long Shisan absolutely wouldn't mind sending him to the Western Paradise. "Good. You are the first one who dares to talk to me in such a manner. I won't argue with you now, but when I get the great earth immortal milk, you will die a graveless death." Yi Peng left behind a ruthless remark. In his opinion, he would certainly do what he said. He was determined to kill this brat who dared to oppose him. He believed that if it wasn't because of the great earth immortal milk, Long Shisan would already be a dead man by now. Subsequently, Yi Peng shifted his gaze to the 4 of them and said, "It's fine if they don't attack. The 5 of us are enough. You all just need to cooperate with me." Yi Peng was proud and arrogant. "Stop talking nonsense. Let's do it." The black-robed youth who attacked just now was already somewhat impatient. "Let's attack together. Each of you will choose a protector from 4 different directions so that they can't fuse the energy." Yi Peng spoke. The 4 of them didn't hesitate. With incredible speed, they appeared in 4 different directions in the blink of an eye. Each of them unleashed their own powerful qi. Some of them even drew out their immortal weapon. The aura of an intermediate immortal emperor soared into the sky and attacked one of the protectors respectively. Just like before, after being threatened by the enemy, the 4 guardians who were attacked immediately pushed out their hands and struck out powerful Buddhist seals towards their opponents. "Good." Upon seeing this, Yi Peng yelled. He seized the opportunity and attacked decisively. He struck out a few powerful punches in a row. The huge golden fist was aimed at the protector that he attacked just now. Honglong. Yi Peng's attack power was just too powerful. This was his full force attack. His purpose was to crush one of the protectors. As long as one of the protectors was destroyed, the other protectors would collapse on their own and would no longer pose any threat. Yi Peng's timing was just right. When he attacked, the 9 protectors were fighting separately. It was the time when they couldn't fuse their energy. Because of the disturbance from the other 4, it was basically impossible for the protectors to unite instantly. Cracks instantly appeared on the golden body of the protector that was attacked by Yi Peng. The cracks continued to expand, seemingly about to shatter. Upon seeing this, Yi Peng burst into laughter and struck out another punch at lightning speed. Under such a strong attack, the protector finally couldn't hold on any longer. His body shattered with a bang. The shattering of the physical body of the protector also caused the other protectors to suffer a great impact. Their bodies began to shake violently. Cracks also appeared on the bodies of the 4 protectors that were fighting the other 4. Chapter 1607. The 9 guardians were created by Yi Peng. Their defensive power was very singular. Plus, after a long period of time they were no longer as strong as before. Therefore it wasn't difficult to destroy them. Just like now, Yi Peng and the other 4 had cooperated with each other to destroy the guardian with a single move. Now one of the guardians had already collapsed and the other 4 were injured. Serious cracks had appeared on their bodies. If this continued, it wouldn't take long before all 9 guardians collapsed. Look, one of the guardians has been killed by Yi Peng. Their defense is going to be broken soon. Impressive. Seems like the 9 drops of great earth immortal milk are going to be in our hands soon. What a pity that we don't have a share of it. We can forget about the great earth immortal milk. After all, we didn't contribute anything. In my opinion, there should be some treasures and benefits in the ancient temple. If we're lucky, we might be able to get something. If that's the case, this trip to the immortal vault won't be in vain. Many of them could see that the guardians had been destroyed. All the guardians were about to be destroyed and the great earth immortal milk would soon fall into the hands of Yi Peng and the others. There was almost no doubt about this. Although many of them felt regretful about such an ending, they would still have the opportunity to enter the ancient temple even if they couldn't get the great earth immortal milk. There must be something extraordinary inside this ancient temple. Let's attack together and destroy all these monks. Yi Peng's chi soared into the sky. A powerful energy was launched towards another guardian. It was a destructive energy. After the fusion and overlapping of the defense was broken, how could the guardians be a match for Yi Peng? They didn't have any spiritual wisdom. They only relied on their will to protect the immortal pond. Even their movements were simple. Bang! Without the slightest surprise, another guardian died at Yi Peng's hands. At the same time, the other 4 geniuses each destroyed a guardian. At this point, 6 out of the 9 guardians were destroyed and only 3 remained. But the outcome of their battle was almost imaginable. In the distance, Xianxia knitted his brows and couldn't help but say, I always feel that destroying these guardians is a very unwise choice. It might cause unnecessary trouble. Xianxia cultivated the great soul derivation technique and the great divination art. Therefore he had a certain perception towards bad things that were about to happen. In his perception, killing these guardians was absolutely not a good thing. Could it be that there are other terrifying existences hiding? Lan Lingji was a little surprised. Initially she had the same thought as Yi Peng and the others. As long as they destroyed the guardians, they would be able to obtain the immortal pool. These 9 guardians were the last line of defense in the immortal vault. As long as they destroyed them, they would be able to get everything. However, the words of Long Shisan and Xianxia had changed her mind. It's hard to say. I have a bad feeling about it. Xianxia shook his head. As more and more guardians were killed, the underlying bad feeling became stronger and stronger. Up in the sky, Yi Peng and the others were in a state of excitement. They didn't even think about whether more terrifying existences would appear after killing these guardians. To them, the great earth immortal milk was the most important. After the guardians were killed, the great earth immortal milk would be theirs. In their eyes, there was only the great earth immortal milk. Let me do it. Yi Peng's murderous aura soared to the sky. Violent energy surged out from him like a vast ocean. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 3 guardians were covered. Having lost the cooperation of the other guardians, these 3 guardians seemed to be somewhat vulnerable. Under Yi Peng's powerful attack, the 3 guardians were instantly blown up. 9 guardians were now completely killed. The 9 guardians turned into 9 rays of light and rushed into the ancient temple. The immortal pool appeared in front of everyone. It seemed to have no more defense. The 9 rays of jade-white light of the great earth immortal milk had a fatal attraction. The great earth immortal milk is finally in my hands. Yi Peng's eyes were very bright. Without hesitation, he reached out his hand to grab the immortal pool. Just as his hand was about to touch the immortal pool, his facial expression changed dramatically. Not good. Yi Peng sighed inwardly. As a late immortal emperor expert, his sense of danger was beyond ordinary people. At this moment he sensed an extreme danger. It was a danger that he had never experienced before. It could endanger his life. Yi Peng reacted very quickly. He hastily retracted his hand and retreated at the same time. The whole process was extremely fast. The other 4 intermediate immortal emperor geniuses were still in a dazed state, not knowing what had happened. Yi Peng was about to get the great earth immortal milk. Why did he suddenly retract his hand and retreat? But in the next moment they knew the reason. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Hong Long. A giant golden palm suddenly stretched out from the ancient temple below. The palm was like a palm leaf fan, turning into an indestructible cage enshrouding the 4 of them. The 4 of them were horrified. Their faces were filled with extreme fear. They tried their best to escape from the grasp of this giant palm, but it was a pity that they were powerless. Their strength was just too weak in front of this giant palm. It was like the strength of an ant, not even worth mentioning. Bang! Arg! All of a sudden, a destructive force surged out from the giant palm. The 4 intermediate immortal emperors let out miserable wails. Their bodies were completely shattered by the impact of this force, turning into a mist of blood. Whoa! The sudden change was too horrifying. An uproar was set off among the crowd. Everyone's face turned incomparably unsightly, especially Yi Peng. He still had a lingering fear in his heart. If it wasn't for his quick reaction just now, he would have already become a dead man. Lan Lingji gaped in horror, then looked at Long Shisan and Jiang Chen with admiring eyes. At the same time she felt incomparably fortunate. Long Shisan and Jiang Chen had saved her life once again. She could almost imagine that if it wasn't for Jiang Chen and Long Shisan, she would have agreed to Yi Peng's suggestion and attacked the guardian together with the other 4 geniuses. If that was really the case, she would probably end up like those 4 geniuses. What's going on? Why is there still such a powerful existence? It's just too powerful. An intermediate immortal emperor supreme genius was killed just like that. Countless people exclaimed. The scene was just too terrifying, making them tremble with fear. All of a sudden, a rumbling sound was heard from the ancient temple. Then a ray of golden light flashed. A figure drifted out of the ancient temple like a ghost. It was an old monk in a golden kasaya. No, it was an ancient Buddha, a mighty ancient Buddha. The ancient Buddha appeared. His whole body was radiating power. Just by standing there, everyone felt as though they were standing in front of a towering mountain, suffocating them. The ancient Buddha was born, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that the ancient Buddha's eyes were empty. Moreover, there was not the slightest bit of vitality in the ancient Buddha's body. This was a dead person, a corpse. It was unknown why it could stand up again. This is the ancient Buddha. This immortal vault was left behind by him. He has been dead for tens of thousands of years. Now his corpse has undergone an unusual change. This isn't an evil spirit, but it's very terrifying. Long Shisan's facial expression changed slightly. A mighty ancient Buddha. Even though he has been dead for tens of thousands of years, his corporeal body is still intact. The ancient Buddha has always been transforming and hiding here. Perhaps he will come back to life after another 10,000 years. Seems like the 9 drops of great earth immortal milk played a certain role in his transformation. Jiang Chen spoke. The ancient Buddha that had been dead for tens of thousands of years wouldn't be able to resist him even if he was just a corpse. What a terrifying ancient Buddha. How could he be alarmed? If the ancient Buddha gets angry, all of us will be buried here. That's right. No one knows how powerful the ancient Buddha is. Even if it's just a corpse, it's still terrifying. The four geniuses just now are examples. What should we do now? With such an ancient Buddha here, I'm afraid it's impossible to get the great earth immortal milk or enter the ancient temple. Everyone's facial expression changed. Some of them were still thinking about the great earth immortal milk and the treasures in the ancient temple even at this moment. Such greed could really kill people. Yi Peng stared at the ancient Buddha with an incomparably unsightly expression. The depth of his eyes was filled with fear. He had just experienced the terror of the ancient Buddha. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, he would absolutely be the same as the four geniuses, even if he was a late immortal emperor. In the face of a mighty ancient Buddha, there was no difference between a late immortal emperor and an intermediate immortal emperor. An ant would always be an ant. No matter how big an ant was, it was just a representation of weakness. The ancient Buddha stretched out his palm. On his palm, there were 9 rays of golden light flowing. Someone recognized them. They were the 9 rays of light that were formed by the 9 shattered guardians. Upon seeing the 9 rays of light, the hollow eyes of the ancient Buddha suddenly emitted a dazzling light. That was the light of death and dense killing intent. Not good. Everyone leave quickly. The death of the 9 guardians has enraged the ancient Buddha. We are all going to die. Someone exclaimed. The scene instantly turned chaotic. If the ancient Buddha made a move, it would absolutely be a disaster to so many people on the scene. The ancient Buddha moved. His face was expressionless, but his eyes were very cold. All of a sudden he reached out his huge hand and clawed at the crowd below. Hung long. Arg! Blood-curdling screams filled the sky. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The ancient Buddha had made his move, intending to kill all the living beings here. He was infuriated. He was just a corpse now. He didn't have too much spiritual wisdom and didn't have the slightest bit of mercy. His only thought now was to kill everyone here. Chapter 1608. This was a catastrophe. If the ancient Buddha attacked with all his strength, everyone in this spatial zone would be killed. No one would be able to escape. This was almost certain. The ancient Buddha was too powerful. Even though it was just a corpse, it wasn't something that these people could fight. The gap between them was just too huge. Run! Someone shouted and began to flee with his tail between his legs. He was afraid that he would lose his life if he was even half a step slower. No one could estimate the extent of the ancient Buddha's strength. It was not a problem for it to kill them easily. Damn it. I told you there would be big trouble after these bastards killed those guardians. Xianxia couldn't help but curse. Now that the ancient Buddha had gone berserk, who could control such a scene? The situation had completely gone out of control. Facing the mighty corpse of the ancient Buddha, only death awaited them. What should we do now? Lan Lingji's facial expression was extremely unsightly. The strength of the ancient Buddha was beyond her imagination. No one had expected such an ending. Nothing. Run. Xianxia said, then turned and ran. There was indeed no other way at this moment. The ancient Buddha had been infuriated. The merciful Buddha had now become the Buddha of slaughter. No one could make the ancient Buddha stop. The ancient Buddha was going to kill everyone here. Arg! Blood-curdling screams rang out incessantly. The powerful ancient Buddha was expressionless. He had completely become the incarnation of slaughter. He was completely enraged. Every time he attacked, he would kill more than 10 people. Such a scene was truly too bloody. This was a true calamity. Compared to those evil spirits, the ancient Buddha was the truly terrifying one. With their abilities, they could still deal with the evil spirits, but in front of the ancient Buddha, they didn't even have the slightest strength to retaliate. They could only wait for death. Yi Peng was the fastest. He was now trembling with fear. How could he still care about the great earth immortal milk? Compared to his life, any treasure was worthless. Yi Peng, you motherfucker. Some people scolded Yi Peng as they ran. They didn't blame the ancient Buddha. but they cursed Yi Peng's ancestors in their hearts. All of this was caused by Yi Peng. If Yi Peng didn't kill the 9 guardians, the ancient Buddha wouldn't be angry and there wouldn't be such a scene. Unfortunately, it was too late. The ancient Buddha had already been enraged. Actually, this thing. All of them were greedy, so they couldn't blame Yi Peng completely. In the beginning, all of them were thinking about the benefits inside the ancient shrine. They hoped that after Yi Peng killed the guardian, even if they couldn't get the great earth immortal milk, they could still enter the ancient shrine and obtain some benefits. Now that they had suffered a catastrophe, it was their fate. Rumble. Ah. The ancient Buddha had completely turned into a killing machine, constantly killing people. The endless blood and screams couldn't move the ancient Buddha in the slightest. In other words, he was no longer the merciful ancient Buddha from tens of thousands of years ago. Instead, he was a powerful corpse that was attacked by anger. He had no thoughts and only knew how to kill. Perhaps when the ancient Buddha left this relic, he did not expect such a scene to happen. But all of this was happening and the slaughter was continuing. It seemed that there was no way to stop it. Damn it, everyone scatter and escape in different directions. Don't gather together. Hurry up and split up. If you don't want to die, find the exit. You must find the exit. Otherwise we'll all die here. Despair. Everyone was in despair. They knew very well that it was almost impossible to find the exit. This was the center of the immortal vault, the spatial zone left behind by a late immortal venerable. It was extremely firm. The spatial passageway that they used to come here had already been closed. At this moment, this was a completely enclosed spatial zone. There was no way to find the exit. They could only wait for death, but no one wanted to die. What they could do was to scatter and escape in all directions. After all, there was only one Buddha Venerable. He could only choose one direction to kill. If they gathered together, the Buddha Venerable could kill all of them with a single slap. Their thoughts were right, but unfortunately the outcome couldn't be changed. Even if they scattered in all directions, the final outcome would still be death. It was just that some of them would die a little later. This spatial zone was only so big. As long as the ancient Buddha's anger didn't dissipate, it was only a matter of time before he killed everyone here. Voila! The ancient Buddha's face was calm. He regarded all living beings as ants. With a wave of his huge palm, a large patch of the void was frozen in an instant. At least 30+ people were completely confined in that spatial zone. Their frantically escaping bodies were frozen in an instant. They couldn't even move. No, everyone's face was filled with unprecedented fear. That was the fear of death. At this moment, the glory of the past was gone. The glory of geniuses couldn't even withstand a single blow. What half-step immortal emperor? What early immortal emperor? All of them had turned into dust. Hong. In the next moment, the frozen void exploded. All those who fell into it were blown to death. None of them had intact bodies, turning into a large mist of blood. Everyone was trembling with fear. Some of them were shivering. The ancient Buddha was just too powerful. It made them feel despair. It's over. It's over. We can't escape. We are all going to die here. What should we do now? Who can save us? Some of them had a pale face. They had completely given up the hope of survival. The change was just too fast. They simply couldn't accept it. A moment ago they were still excited about the great earth immortal milk. In the next moment they were facing a disaster. Despair came too fast, like a dream. Unfortunately, this wasn't a dream. In just a blink of an eye, at least 200 people had died in the hands of the ancient Buddha. The scene was completely chaotic. Everyone was in despair. They couldn't find the exit. They didn't know if they would be the next one to die. They had nowhere to escape. The ancient Buddha could seal the void with a casual strike. Even the void could be destroyed, let alone them. Hong Long. Arg. The ancient Buddha struck again. Another dozen of them died tragically without any strength to resist. Some of them tried to use powerful attacks to resist, but it was useless. The final outcome was still death. Dong. The ancient Buddha took a step in the sky, creating a huge hole in the void. Its huge body appeared in front of Xianxia and the others like a ghost. An indescribable pressure instantly pressed down on them. Not good. Xianxia cursed inwardly. The ancient Buddha's whereabouts were unpredictable and its speed was just too fast. Now that they had been completely sealed, a little bit of its qi could kill them. Even if Xianxia wanted to open the Zulong Tower, it would be impossible. This was an unprecedented crisis. Lan Lingji's facial expression changed dramatically. She was in despair instantly. In the face of such a powerful ancient Buddha, there was nothing she could do. At the most critical moment, Long Shan still had a calm face. Suddenly, he put his palms together and chanted an incantation. A qi of great freedom flowed out from Long Shan's body. The qi was very weak. Ordinary people couldn't feel it, but the ancient Buddha could. The ancient Buddha's eyes flickered. It gave Long Shan a glance, then turned around and dashed towards another direction. After the ancient Buddha left, Xianxia, Long Shan and Lan Lingji couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. The relief of the pressure almost made them collapse, especially Lan Lingji, who felt that she had taken a stroll through the gates of hell. The ancient Buddha didn't attack us. Young Master Long really has a good method. The way Lan Lingji looked at Long Shan changed once more. She didn't know what method Long Shan had used, but she had witnessed Long Shan's miraculousness. A peerless figure like him was destined to have limitless achievements in the future. Furthermore, Lan Lingji's reliance and affection towards Long Shan grew stronger. From the first time they met until now, Long Shan had saved her 3 times. Xianxia and Long Shan exchanged a glance and saw the relief in each other's eyes. Lan Lingji didn't know what happened just now, but both of them were incomparably clear that the qi of the Great Freedom Heart Sutra must have resonated with the ancient Buddha. That was why the ancient Buddha subconsciously abandoned them and turned around to kill the others. Spare us, ancient Buddha. We know our mistake. Arg, please spare us, Buddha. As long as you kill me, I will worship you every day after I get out of here. Countless people were in despair. Many of them were crying and begging for mercy, but it was useless. What welcomed them was the cruel slaughter of the ancient Buddha. The infuriated ancient Buddha had only killing intent in its eyes. In front of it, everything was just a target to be slaughtered. Arg! Blood-curdling screams filled the sky. This was originally an immortal vault, but now, it had turned into hell on earth. Too many people died. The supreme geniuses of the 3 immortal realms who thought themselves to be extraordinary couldn't even withstand a single strike in the face of this calamity. When the ancient Buddhas acted, not a single one of them was spared. More than half of them had already died in the hands of the ancient Buddhas. This was a massacre without suspense. In the distance, Yi Peng was also fleeing in panic. At this time, even he couldn't help but feel despair in his heart. He could almost imagine that even if he didn't die now, he would still die after the ancient Buddha killed everyone here. Moreover, he was the one who killed the 9 guardians. If the ancient Buddha wanted to kill him, he wouldn't show any mercy. At this time, the passageway in the void suddenly opened again. A silhouette appeared in this spatial zone. This passageway was one way. One could enter but not exit. Obviously, this person had just come from the ancient path and encountered such a brutal scene. He was immediately dumbfounded. Motherfucker. What's going on? The newcomer couldn't help but curse with a dumbfounded look. He was wearing a kasaya with Buddha beads hanging around his neck. Who else could he be if he wasn't a monk? This bastard had been refining the Saraira in the ancient path and had wasted a lot of time. Chapter 1609. The current tyrant had undergone tremendous changes compared to before. The biggest change was, of course, his cultivation base. Previously, he was only a half-step immortal emperor. Although he was only a step away from the true immortal emperor realm, a half-step immortal emperor was still a half-step immortal emperor. There was still a certain gap between him and a true immortal emperor. However, after refining the relic, Tyrant's cultivation base had already reached the intermediate immortal emperor realm. More importantly, he had only refined less than 1% of the energy essence in the relic. The rest was stored in his body, allowing him to refine and absorb it at any time. The relic was originally a legacy left behind by an eminent monk of Buddha sect. It was an inheritance. If such an inheritance fell into the hands of an ordinary person, the person wouldn't be able to exert its greatest effect. At most, the person could only use the relic to temporarily enhance their cultivation base, but it was a completely different story when the relic fell into the hands of Tyrant. Tyrant had a deep affinity with Buddha and knew how to use the relic. To put it bluntly, this relic alone was enough for Tyrant to cultivate to the immortal venerable realm. This was simply an unimaginable benefit. To put it bluntly, among the tens of thousands of geniuses who came to Golden Horizon, the one who obtained the greatest benefit was none other than Tyrant. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe this guy as a lucky bastard. At this moment, Tyrant could only see a mighty ancient Buddha massacring countless geniuses. The air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Countless geniuses were running wildly in all directions, crying and screaming for their parents. Obviously, they were going all out in order to survive. Tyrant was dumbfounded. He had no idea what was going on, but he immediately saw Zhou Xian. No matter what had happened here or how dangerous this place was, meeting Zhou Xian here was something worth being happy about. Little Qianzi. With a sway of his body, Tyrant appeared in front of Zhou Xian in a blink. Wonk. Zhou Xian couldn't hide his joy when he saw Tyrant. When he fought with Grandmaster Hao Ran, he already knew that Tyrant had come to Golden Horizon together with him. Therefore Zhou Xian had been looking for Tyrant. He didn't expect to meet Tyrant in such a place. When Zhou Xian saw Tyrant's current cultivation base, his face revealed a look of astonishment. He remembered very clearly that Grandmaster Hao Ran said that Tyrant was merely a half-step immortal emperor, but this bastard had already advanced to the intermediate immortal emperor realm. This motherfucker's progress was just too fast. You have already advanced to the intermediate immortal emperor realm? Shameless. Zhou Xian punched the monk's chest. In such a hellish place he was still in the mood to joke around. However, Zhou Xian wasn't worried now because the monkey had the Great Freedom Heart Sutra. At least the ancient Buddha wouldn't come to kill them now. I just obtained some fortuitous encounters. Tyrant chuckled. But just at this time, a slap landed on Tyrant's shoulder. The slap was so loud that Tyrant couldn't help but grin. He then turned and glared at Long Shirshan. Who the fuck are you? How can you greet your grandpa monk like this? Tyrant wasn't a person who could be trifled with. There weren't many people in this world who could slap his shoulder like this. If it wasn't because he saw Zhou Xian standing beside the other party, Tyrant was afraid that he would have slapped the other party. Upon hearing Tyrant's words, Lan Lingji almost spurted out a mouthful of saliva. She initially thought that this monk was an eminent monk of White Dragon Temple, but she didn't expect that this monk didn't look like an eminent monk at all. Tyrant, you don't even know Brother Shirshan? Long Shirshan acted as if he was very familiar with Tyrant. Just as he was about to slap Tyrant's shoulder again, Tyrant dodged it. Fuck your sister, Brother Shirshan. Who the fuck are you? Tyrant spoke impatiently. It wasn't his fault. Back then, when Zhou Xian obtained the wondrous rock from the One-Line Sky ancient tomb, it was placed in the Zulong Tower. Later on, Zhou Xian and Tyrant fought side by side in the evil abyss. Their brotherhood was very deep. Long Shirshan was watching them from inside the wondrous rock, so he naturally wasn't unfamiliar with Tyrant. However, this was the first time Tyrant saw Long Shirshan. Not to mention Tyrant, even the Huang dog hadn't seen Long Shirshan before. Long Shirshan had just been born for a day. Tyrant, I forgot to introduce him to you. He is Long Shirshan. Do you still remember the wondrous rock that I obtained from the ancient tomb? He is the immemorial battle spirit that emerged from the wondrous rock, the Battle Saint Ape. Zhou Xian hastily introduced, fearing that these two would fight each other the first time they met. Such an occasion wasn't suitable for a fight. What? Upon hearing this, Tyrant couldn't help but widen his eyes. Not only him, even Lan Lingji was astonished once more. She stared at Long Shirshan. The Battle Saint Ape was a legendary immemorial battle spirit. Lan Lingji finally understood why he was so powerful. If he wasn't powerful, he wouldn't be called a Battle Saint Ape. I've read about the name of the Battle Saint Ape in the ancient scriptures. It possesses the bloodline of the Battle Saint Ape and the True Dragon. It's one of the most powerful battle spirits in the heavens and earth. I never thought that I would really meet one. Tyrant was shocked. Haha. Therefore it's not a loss for you to call me Brother Shirshan. Long Shirshan burst into laughter. Unexpectedly, after pondering for a moment, Tyrant said, and I'll still call you Monkey. Long Shisan's smile stopped abruptly and was replaced by Jiang Chen's laughter. If these two clowns and De Huang Dog were to join them in the future, it would surely be a lively scene. Arg! The shrill screams continued and the massacre continued. Countless geniuses were dying tragically. The ancient Buddha was completely enraged. The murderous aura on its body was getting thicker and thicker. A black light appeared in its eyes. The originally pure ancient Buddha was actually showing signs of being demonized. Little Chenzi, what's going on? Tyrant asked. It's like this. Jiang Chen told Tyrant everything that had happened here. After listening to it, Tyrant's facial expression turned incomparably solemn. His eyes were fixed on the Buddha Supreme who was killing the geniuses unceasingly. Deep in his eyes, a trace of sadness could be seen. That's right. I have to stop him. Tyrant's tone was incomparably firm. You can't. This ancient Buddha has already lost his mind. He only knows how to kill. His anger has been completely aroused and he won't be able to stop it. You will also die if you go up there. Long Shisan said hastily. But although the ancient Buddha is just a corpse, it has already undergone some changes. The murderous intent on his body is getting stronger and stronger. The more people he killed, the stronger the tyrannical qi is. This qi is gradually being demonized. If it can't be stopped soon, the ancient Buddha will be completely demonized. In that case, the ancient Buddha will be completely destroyed and the tens of thousands of years of corporeal body will go to waste. Tyrant said. You can't save him. He's already dead. Lan Lingji said. Only I can stop him because I've obtained his relic and inheritance. I'm now equivalent to the disciple of the ancient Buddha. I absolutely can't watch him go to the extreme. This ancient temple has existed for too long, but the pure Buddha origin in it is still incomparably deep. I've obtained his relic and now I'm going to help him reincarnate. The ancient Buddha can be reborn after tens of thousands of years of effort. After saying that, Tyrant flew towards the ancient Buddha. This time, Jiang Qin and Dragon Shisan didn't stop him. Jiang Qin knew Tyrant very well. Once he made up his mind, it would be hard to change his mind. Plus, Tyrant had obtained the Saraira of the ancient Buddha. He was a man who valued friendship and righteousness. He would never be willing to see the ancient Buddha fall into oblivion. No wonder his cultivation base can improve so fast. It turns out that he has obtained the relic of the ancient Buddha. Fortune. Long Shisan couldn't help but praise. That's right. He's the one with the deepest affinity with Buddha that I've ever seen. Jiang Qin nodded. Tyrant was indeed the one with the deepest affinity with Buddha. It was a great fortune to be able to obtain the relic of the ancient Buddha. Just this point alone indicated that Tyrant's future would be limitless. Sooner or later he would become the most dazzling star of Buddha sect. Can he really stop the ancient Buddha? Lan Lingji still couldn't believe it. If he can't stop it, no one in this world will be able to. Then everyone here will be finished. Jiang Qin said that he had great confidence in Tyrant. The screams were still echoing. The ancient Buddha was massacring wantonly. The evil nature of the ancient Buddha was getting stronger and stronger. He had already become a killing machine. Amitabha. Just at this moment, a voice that seemed to come from the depths of the void suddenly sounded. A figure appeared in front of the ancient Buddha. The ancient Buddha who was immersed in the massacre halted his movement as though he had heard a summon. He looked at the little monk who had suddenly appeared in front of him. At this moment Tyrant's body was glowing brightly. The light of the ancient Buddha relic and the edifying light were released. He was going to help the ancient Buddha to purify the evil nature in his body. The evil nature in the ancient Buddha's body wasn't very strong yet. It could be directly eliminated by the edifying light. Ancient Buddha above, disciple greets you. Tyrant bowed deeply to the ancient Buddha. He showed a rare solemn expression and released the chi of Buddha sect to the extreme. The ancient Buddha was stunned for a moment. His eyes glowed with a different luster. He stared unblinkingly at the little monk, feeling an unprecedented sense of intimacy. Then the intense killing intent and tyrannical chi in the ancient Buddha's body gradually subsided. Who's that monk? He seems to be able to make the ancient Buddha stop. He seems to be an eminent monk of White Dragon Temple. My God. The Savior has finally appeared. If he still doesn't show up, we will all be finished. The eminent monk of White Dragon Temple must have some means to restrain the ancient Buddha. It should be possible. Did you all see that? The ancient Buddha didn't take the initiative to kill him. God, he stopped there. Seems like it has worked. May the heaven bless the eminent monk of White Dragon Temple to stop this massacre. The scene quietened down all of a sudden. Everyone's eyes shifted to the ancient Buddha and tyrant. Such a situation was undoubtedly a good omen, giving them hope again. Chapter 16:10. The ancient Buddha grew quieter and quieter. The tyrannical chi on his body gradually faded. He seemed to see his past self from tyrant's body, an incomparably familiar chi. Therefore his hidden consciousness seemed to have sprouted. Please forgive me, Buddha Supreme. Seeing the change of the ancient Buddha, tyrant quickly seized the opportunity. A ray of edifying light entered the glabella of the ancient Buddha. The ancient Buddha's body couldn't help but tremble. In just an instant, the tyrannical chi that had been stimulated in his body was completely edified. Tyrant waved his hand. The edifying light rushed out of the ancient Buddha's body and fell back into his hand. It was impossible for him to use the edifying light to control the ancient Buddha. With a pious heart, he didn't dare to show the slightest neglect and disrespect to the ancient Buddha. A relic appeared in the glabella of tyrant. The dazzling relic didn't rush out from his glabella. It just emerged as a phantom, emitting an incomparably pure light. The ancient Buddha was attracted by the chi of the relic. He quickly raised his eyes. His originally empty and dim eyes actually emitted a strange luster when he saw the relic. Buddha Supreme, this disciple has come to help you reincarnate. Tyrant spoke with incomparable respect. He put his palms together and bowed to the ancient Buddha. The ancient Buddha was stunned. The entire scene was silent. Everyone was full of expectation, expecting a miracle to happen. They were hoping that tyrant could truly stop the ancient Buddha. In that case, their lives would be saved. As for the 9 drops of great earth immortal milk or the treasures in the ancient temple, they had become completely unimportant. After experiencing the life and death calamity just now, they would cherish their lives even more. Compared to life, everything else was just a fleeting cloud. The scene seemed to have turned completely silent. No one spoke. Tyrant maintained his bowing posture. Just like the ancient Buddha, he remained motionless. The atmosphere was incomparably depressing. Many people felt a great pressure. Some even had difficulty breathing. They were worried that the ancient Buddha would go berserk again and kill the little monk. If that was the case, nothing could be changed. Everyone would die here and no one would be able to save their lives. Such silence lasted for about 10 minutes. Then the ancient Buddha moved mechanically. His eyes glowed with vitality, no longer as empty and lifeless as before. Thank you. The ancient Buddha spoke. His voice was deep and hoarse. It was a voice from tens of thousands of years ago. It was the voice of his final will. He only spoke these 2 words before he closed his eyes. Amit Ba. Tyrant had a compassionate and sorrowful expression on his face. He could feel the sorrow in the heart of the ancient Buddha and a sudden sprout of hope. The ancient Buddha closed its eyes. Tyrant waved his hand and a golden radiance emerged. This golden radiance was the pure radiance of Buddha sect. There were lines of Sanskrit floating in the air, forming a huge golden cocoon that covered Tyrant and the ancient Buddha. People could see the situation inside the cocoon through the golden radiance. The ancient Buddha was lying in midair. Tyrant's hands were constantly forming seals, sending them into the ancient Buddha's body. Tyrant kept chanting complicated scriptures. The ancient Buddha was lying there with a serene face. It seems like our crisis has been resolved. The little monk is sending the ancient Buddha to the afterlife. He has saved all of our lives. That's right. It was too dangerous just now. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of this monk, we would all be dead. He is our savior. I hope there won't be any more mistakes. I hope that the little monk can successfully help the ancient Buddha to reincarnate. In that case, this calamity will be completely eliminated. And at this most critical moment, a silhouette flew towards the immortal pond at high speed. It was none other than Yi Peng. His mind was still on the 9 drops of great earth immortal milk. Seeing that the ancient Buddha had been dealt with by tyrant, he acted decisively, wanting to take the 9 drops of great earth immortal milk into his pouch. Swish. Yi Peng's speed was fast, but someone was even faster. Jiang Chen's attention had always been on Yi Peng. He knew that Yi Peng wouldn't give up on the great earth immortal milk. Sure enough, he still made his move. Jiang Chen blocked in front of Yi Peng with the heavenly saint sword in his hand and said, "Lung Lung, Yi Peng, what are you doing?" "Humph. A puny immortal king dares to stop me? Truly reckless." Yi Peng harumphed coldly. "It's not me who is courting death but you. So many people have died because of your previous actions. Now that the ancient Buddha hasn't been reincarnated completely, if you make a move now, it might cause the ancient Buddha to attack again. At that time the little monk will die. Everyone here will die. Are you going to disregard the lives of everyone for the sake of the great earth immortal milk?" Jiang Chen spoke coldly. Jiang Chen would never allow Yi Peng to attack the immortal pond at this moment. Tyrant was at the most critical moment. He wouldn't allow any accidents to happen. If Yi Peng's actions infuriated the ancient Buddha again, Tyrant would be the first to be in danger. "Yi Peng, you bastard, you have already killed so many people. Isn't it enough? Damn it. Do you think that you can ignore everything just because you are from the immortal court? Look at how many people have died. Now that the ancient Buddha is at the most critical moment of reincarnation, you will only bring harm to us if you make a move now. Motherfucker. Let's fight this bastard to the death. Everyone attack together and stop him. Let's see if he dares to kill all of us." The crowd was agitated, and Yi Peng's behavior immediately aroused everyone's anger. One figure after another rushed out and blocked in front of Yi Peng. Their cultivation was definitely not as good as Yi Peng's, and their combat power was also far from Yi Peng's, but this could not eliminate their resentment towards Yi Peng. More than 1,000 people had died. Although they were killed by the ancient Buddha, everything was caused by Yi Peng. Now they finally saw a glimmer of hope. The ancient Buddha was about to be reincarnated by tyrant, but Yi Peng had to rush out at this critical moment to seize the immortal pond. If the ancient Buddha went berserk again, the consequences would be unimaginable. If it was in the past, they would certainly be afraid of Yi Peng and wouldn't dare to approach him, but it was different now. Those who had experienced life and death often didn't care about anything.